Chapter 66. Countless red flame wolves surrounded the disciples. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of red. "Oh no, retreat!" The disciples' faces changed as they retreated in fear. If they were trapped here, the consequences would be unimaginable. On the other side, Lin Xian and Yin Qingyi were facing the same situation. Hundreds of red flame wolves stared at the two of them and growled. "Oh no, we were too careless." Lin Xian's face was grave. He stuck close to Yin Qingyi and retreated quickly. "Oh whoa!" Dozens of red flame wolves at the front pounced on them. Their sharp claws danced in the air, aiming for their heads, chests, and other vital points. Courting death. Lin Xian swung the red flame sword in his hand. Golden lightning whizzed out and pierced through the red flame wolves in the sky. The powerful electricity contained in the lightning caused the red flame wolves to go numb. Their bodies stiffened instantly. Plop! 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 The red flame wolves fell to the ground, their fur charred black. They twitched continuously. Lin Xian finished off 10 crimson flame wolves with a single stroke in the blink of an eye. He and Yin Qingyi leaped backward with all their might. In the next moment, the red flame wolves howled and chased after Lin Xian and Yin Qingyi. Not only the two of them, but all the disciples on the battlefield were attacked. At this point, the outer disciples realized that the battlefield was not as simple as they thought. Killing one or two ferocious beasts did not mean anything. The most important thing was to survive in the midst of these beasts. This was also the predicament that humans were facing. Although the demonic beasts did not know martial arts, they were numerous. If it was a protracted battle, humans would not be able to afford it. Moreover, there were demonic beasts above the ferocious beasts. Some of the stronger demonic beasts could even transform into human form and contend with the experts of the human race. Swoosh! Lin Xian and Yin Qingyi squeezed into a collapsed building. The narrow entrance blocked the pack of crimson flame wolves. Phew! We are safe for now. Lin Xian wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. The situation just now was very dangerous. If they had run any slower and been surrounded by the wolves, there would only be one outcome. What should we do now? Yin Qingyi asked nervously. Let's wait. Logically speaking, the content of the test shouldn't be so abnormal. No one can complete it under such circumstances. Lin Xian guessed, perhaps we've encountered a special situation. If that's the case, I believe the sect will soon send reinforcements. Yin Qingyi nodded and found a clean place to sit down. However, not long after, there was a loud bang. The hole that Lin Xian had blocked with a rock was suddenly blasted open, and a ferocious scarlet flame wolf rushed in. Chi! Lin Xian waved his arm, and the giant sword struck out horizontally, sending the crimson flame wolf flying, and just happened to knock away a few hungry wolves that wanted to come in. Qing Yi used the sword formation to block the entrance. Lin Xian hurriedly called out. Yin Qingyi pinched out a sword madra with her palm. A 3-foot-long sword was inserted at the entrance of the cave. A circular sword formation was divided into 2 halves by the entrance. One half was inside, and the other half was outside. The silver sword rays were like silver snakes, dancing in the sword formation. Each time, they would pierce through a scarlet flame wolf. However, the fresh blood made the wolf pack even more frenzied. A scarlet flame wolf fell, but more of them rushed towards the entrance of the cave. Soon, the corpses of the wolves outside piled up into a small mountain, blocking the entrance of the cave. Yin Qingyi was sweating profusely, and her little face was flushed red. She was extremely adorable. Lin Xian handed her a recovery elixir, and let her rest. It won't be long before you break through to the 6th level of the meridian condensing stage. Lin Xian looked at Enchanting and said. Yes, the bottleneck has loosened a lot. Enchanting nodded obediently. This is my first time activating the sword formation for such a long time. Have a good rest. Lin Xian said with a smile. Enchanting put away the sword formation, and then sat cross-legged on the ground to adjust her breathing. Her delicate body was suffused with a faint glow, as bright as the moonlight. Lin Xian did not disturb her. Instead, he looked around the small space. There were many tables and chairs, as well as a few broken stone pillars. The ground was covered with a carpet made of animal skin. It looked like it used to be a place of wealth. Lin Xian observed for a while, but did not find anything of value. Then, he retracted his gaze. Beside him, the glow on Enchanting's body grew brighter and brighter. It was as if a silver moon had wrapped around her. Is she about to break through? Lin Xian's lips curled up. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud noise outside. The corpses of the scarlet flame wolves were torn apart and scattered to the sides. The entrance of the cave has been opened. Lin Xian's face darkened. He grabbed the scarlet flame sword, and in a flash, he came to the entrance of the cave. You just need to break through. I'm here. Lin Xian said in a low voice. Lin Xian's words caused Enchanting's delicate body to tremble behind him. Her spiritual energy, which had been somewhat chaotic, immediately stabilized. Lin Xian felt the change behind him, and only then did he relax. He looked outside the cave with rapt attention, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. Through the cracks in the rocks, he saw a huge scarlet flame wolf outside the cave. It was 3 times the size of an ordinary scarlet flame wolf, and it was staring fiercely at the entrance of the cave. This huge scarlet flame wolf had a strong murderous aura on its body. There was also a faint trace of demon aura. The surrounding wolves all lowered their heads in front of it and whimpered. This aura. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. This is a level 3 dire beast. A level 3 dire beast was equivalent to a level 7 condensing meridian cultivator. Moreover, it was more ferocious and difficult to deal with than an ordinary level 7 cultivator. This should be the leader of the wolf pack. I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with. Lin Xian's thunder and lightning spiritual energy was ready to be released. As soon as the leader wolf made a move, he would immediately draw his sword. Awoo! The leader wolf's dark green eyes were filled with a cold light. Its entire body was arched, and the murderous aura on its body was mixed with a trace of demon aura, enveloping it. Lin Xian did not dare to act rashly. If he broke this wall, Enchanting behind him would be in danger. He could only intimidate the leader wolf now and stall for time. As long as Enchanting succeeded in her advancement, everything would be easy to deal with. That's right, try my sword essence. Lin Xian's lips curled up. He slowly injected spiritual energy into the seed of sword essence, and then slowly activated it. In the next moment, a fierce aura burst out from his body. Lin Xian seemed to have turned into a bolt of golden lightning, filled with a dangerous aura. The golden electric current ran in all directions in the air, wanting to tear everything apart. Awoo! The huge leader wolf kept stomping on the ground with its 4 limbs, and its eyes were filled with fear. The originally ferocious leader wolf became as docile as a puppy in front of Lin Xian. Chapter 67. The body of the alpha wolf, which was the size of a buffalo, was split in half and fell to the ground. Inside the cave, Lin Xian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. That sword just now allowed him to experience a trace of the concept of thunder and lightning. It was incomparably mysterious. Outside the cave, the death of the alpha wolf caused the surrounding crimson flame wolves to panic. They all retreated, not daring to move forward. Far away from the third battlefield, there was a red-haired youth riding a crimson flame demon wolf. This wolf was about the same size as an ordinary crimson flame wolf, but the aura it emitted was stronger than the alpha wolf. Moreover, it emitted traces of demonic energy. It was actually a demonic beast. And on top of this demonic beast, there was actually a youth. If one looked closely, they would find that this red-haired youth was different from a normal human. First of all, his eyes were actually dark green, like two balls of fire, burning and jumping. Behind him, there was a red tail, like a red flame, that kept swaying. Beside the red-haired youth, there was another person. His entire body was covered in a black robe, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. However, his voice was very young. The Black Sky sect is one of the 3 sects of the Cloud State. If we can capture all of their disciples in one fell swoop, it will be a big blow to them. The black-robed person said. Don't worry. This time, I summoned a total of 4 rank 3 ferocious beasts and countless crimson flame wolves. It's enough to deal with these outer sect disciples. The red-haired youth rode on the demonic beast and said casually. If this matter succeeds, Father will be happy. Yu Ming, thank you so much this time. The red-haired youth's voice had a trace of excitement. The black-robed person called Yu Ming laughed softly and said, It's Yu Ming's honor to be able to serve young Master Chi Yu. The youth called Chi Yu grabbed the fur of the crimson flame demon wolf and looked into the distance with a proud expression. Suddenly, his expression froze. What's wrong? Yu Ming asked beside him. A rank 3 crimson flame wolf died. Chi Yu was in disbelief. Damn it, they can actually kill a rank 3 ferocious beast. It shouldn't be. Logically speaking, a rank 3 alpha wolf should have at least a few hundred crimson flame wolves around it. This kind of power, a rank 6 meridian condensing stage cultivator wouldn't dare to resist, no matter how many people there are. Only a cultivator whose cultivation has reached the 8th step or higher would be able to kill the alpha wolf. Could it be that an inner disciple of the Black Heaven sect is here? The black-robed man, Yu Ming, guessed. Humph. He actually dared to kill my subordinate in front of me. He truly deserves to die. Chi Yu said hatefully. Yu Ming, come with me to take a look. No. The black-robed Netherworld King stopped the young man from moving. We've mobilized so many wolf packs. We've definitely attracted the attention of the Black Heaven sect. If we go out now, we'll be sending ourselves to their doorstep. Red Moon seemed to know that he could not be reckless. He gritted his teeth and said, launch another round of attacks and then retreat. Then, he patted the crimson flame demon wolf beneath him. The demonic beast raised its head to the sky and howled like a wolf. When the scarlet flame wolves on the battlefield heard this howl, they all bared their teeth and became abnormally violent. Many disciples were injured by these wolves, and some even lost their lives. However, most of the disciples were like Lin Xian, hiding in the dilapidated buildings and waiting for the sect to rescue them. In a stronghold near the battlefield, a few purple-robed youths rushed in. Elder Gu, this is bad. There are suddenly many scarlet flame wolves in the trial battlefield, and they're all led by level 3 ferocious beasts. I'm afraid this is a premeditated attack. Elder Gu stood up abruptly. The scarlet flame wolves are attacking. Quickly send people to rescue those disciples. He knew how terrifying a wolf pack was. Moreover, these trial disciples had never truly experienced the cruelty of war. There was no way they could stop the ferocious wolf pack. Elder Gu personally moved out and gathered the disciples on the other 2 spirit ships. They cooperated with the purple-robed youths and entered the 4 trial battlefields. Battlefield number 3, inside the ruins of the building. The light on Enchanting's body faded, and a powerful spiritual energy belonging to a level 6 meridian condensing realm was emitted. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and then she opened her eyes. In front of her was a sturdy figure, standing tall like a mountain. Senior brother Lin. Enchanting called out softly. Poof! Lin Xian killed a frenzied scarlet flame wolf with a slash of his sword, then turned his head and said, "You're awake. Congratulations on advancing." Enchanting looked at the wolf corpses at the entrance of the cave, her heart full of gratitude. Senior brother Lin actually fought against so many scarlet flame wolves alone in order to protect me. She walked gently behind Lin Xian, then drew her long sword, preparing to fight against the wolf pack with Lin Xian. "Let's go, let's charge out," Lin Xian said. If other disciples were here, their jaws would definitely drop. Everyone else was hiding from the wolf pack, but Lin Xian actually wanted to charge out. This was simply courting death. But Enchanting only nodded vigorously. She raised her small hand slightly, and a silver sword light shot out of the cave. Silver light sword array. After entering level 6 Meridian Condensing Realm, Enchanting's silver light sword array's range had doubled. It was more than 30 feet wide, and its attack power had increased significantly. The silver light danced, like a waterfall, strangling the scarlet flame wolves in the sword array. Lin Xian and Enchanting also rushed out of the cave in a flash. "Qingyi, you preside over the sword array. Leave the rest to me," Lin Xian said. "Okay." Enchanting's small hands formed a seal again, and a bright moon appeared behind her. Bright Moon Sword Array. With the two arrays combined, it had both offense and defense. Enchanting stood outside the cave, urging the sword array. Phantom Thunder Step. Lin Xian transformed into a golden bolt of lightning, shuttling through the wolf pack. He did not kill them directly. Against countless wolves, Lin Xian's thunderclap sword art was fast, but it took a lot of effort to urge it over a long period of time. He only sent the scarlet flame wolves flying, then threw them into the silver light sword array. It had to be said that a group attack like the sword array was very effective in this situation. All the scarlet flame wolves that entered the silver light sword array were mercilessly pierced through by the silver sword light. At this time, the silver light sword array was like a meat grinder, crazily harvesting the scarlet flame wolves. Gradually, the wolf corpses in the sword array piled up into a small hill. In a flash, Lin Xian came to the periphery of the sword array and punched out. The golden fist whizzed out, forming a fierce fist wind, sending the scarlet flame wolf corpses on the ground flying. Then, he continued to throw the remaining scarlet flame wolves into the sword array. In the other three battlefields, Shangguan Luyun and the other outer sect 4 heroes also gathered some disciples and fought with all their might. However, the scarlet flame wolves they killed were not even 1/10 of Lin Xian's. Moreover, they still had to face the threat of the leader wolf. However, this situation did not last long. Soon, the sect support team rushed over. There was a support team in each battlefield, consisting of a young man in a purple robe and 30 inner sect disciples. They were like a sharp knife, quickly stabbing into the wolf pack and tearing open a gap. Many disciples were rescued and joined them. In the end, except for the disciples who died, the rest of the outer sect disciples were rescued by the support team. Lin Xian is in this battlefield, but we haven't found him yet, an outer sect disciple said. Lin Xian, number 1 in the arena battle, could he? Chapter 68. The purple-robed youth ordered. If Lin Xian died here, it would be a great loss to the sect. Among the wolves, there must be an alpha wolf. We haven't found it yet. Maybe the alpha wolf is with Lin Xian, an inner disciple said. Yes, we have searched the east and south. Only the west and north are left. The west is close to the forest. The possibility of the alpha wolf being there is very high, the purple-robed youth said. They went to the west. 30 inner disciples and a dozen outer disciples who were rescued followed the purple-robed youth to the west of the battlefield. The group moved quickly and killed all the red flame wolves that tried to pounce on them. The purple-robed youth frowned. The closer they got to the west, the fewer red flame wolves there were. Originally, they would encounter many red flame wolves in other directions. However, in the west, although there were red flame wolves pouncing on them, there were obviously fewer of them. There is a fluctuation of spiritual energy in front. Everyone, speed up. The purple-robed youth was delighted and suppressed his doubts. However, when 40 to 50 people arrived and sensed the fluctuation of spiritual energy, they were all stunned. The ground was covered with corpses of red flame wolves. Fresh blood had already stained the ground and there was a fishy smell everywhere. In front of them, there were two figures. One of them was like a golden ray of light flashing. Every time, a pack of red flame wolves was sent flying. These red flame wolves that were sent flying all fell into the silver sword array. A delicate girl was trying her best to maintain the sword array. Silver sword rays filled the sky like silver snakes dancing. In a few moves, the red flame wolves in the sword array were killed. Lin Xian, someone shouted. Whoosh! A figure stopped in midair. It was Lin Xian. He looked back and saw 40 to 50 people standing behind him. The leader was a purple-robed youth. They are from the sect. Lin Xian sent a red flame wolf flying with his sword. Then, he came to Enchanting's side and asked her to stop the sword array. These were all killed by the two of you, an inner disciple asked uncertainly. Yes, thank you senior brothers for coming to help. Lin Xian said. Hiss. After receiving Lin Xian's affirmation, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. So many scarlet flame wolves were actually killed by two outer court disciples. This made them feel somewhat unreal. What about Chief Wolf? An inner disciple was unwilling to give up and continued to ask. Dead. Lin Xian pointed at a corpse on the ground. Everyone looked over and saw the corpse of a scarlet flame wolf. It was 3 times larger than usual. Monster. Pervert. Fierce man. This was everyone's evaluation of Lin Xian. As for Enchanting, everyone was also full of praise. No one would have thought that such a delicate young girl could have such a terrifying sword formation. We found 19 people in total. The remaining 6 disciples are dead. The purple-robed youth sighed. Let's go back to the base. Elder Gu was furious. All the elders of the Xiantian sect and the stronghold were furious. There had never been a trial like this, where they had lost nearly a third of their disciples. This is the sect's mistake. We were actually ambushed by the scarlet flame wolves. Elder Gu said in a deep voice. The sect will definitely avenge this. And all of you will enter the inner court. Inner court. The outer court disciples who participated in the trial were all shocked. They had worked so hard just to enter the inner court. Junior brother, don't worry. I will definitely avenge you. When we become stronger in the inner court, we will definitely massacre the scarlet flame wolves. Many disciples secretly swore in their hearts. You were lucky to be able to survive. It is also your strength. In this trial, a few of you performed very well. They will be rewarded by the sect. Everyone looked at the few people in front of them. There was Lin Xian, Yin Qingyi, Shangguan Luyun, and so on. However, more people were looking at Lin Xian and Yin Qingyi. The news of them killing hundreds of scarlet flame wolves had spread. Everyone looked at the two of them as if they were monsters. Tang Yu looked at the two of them with a hint of jealousy. Lin Xian was fine with these gazes. he did not have much of a reaction. On the other hand, Enchanting's small hands were nervously holding the corner of her clothes. Her face was full of shyness. As Lin Xian and Enchanting had killed the most beasts, the two of them were tied for first place. In addition to Lin Xian's previous results, the first place of the inner court qualifier this time was Lin Xian. As for the rewards, they would be given out when they returned to the sect. The crowd rested for half a day. Under Elder Gu's lead, they returned to the Black Heaven sect. After returning to the outer court and resting for 3 days, these disciples entered the inner court and became inner court disciples. The inner court disciples were treated very well. Every 3 months, they could enter the martial skills pavilion to choose a cultivation technique. Every month, the inner court elders would give them pointers on martial arts. The living quarters were also far better than the outer court disciples. Every disciple had their own small courtyard. There was also a small training room in the house to ensure that they would not be disturbed during their training. In other aspects, every inner court disciple had to complete a sect mission every month. There were no other compulsory missions. Of course, if you wanted to exchange for more treasures, you would need a ranking on the stone tablet and battle merit points. The ranking on the stone tablets was a major feature of the inner court. In the inner court plaza, there were several stone tablets that were more than 3 feet tall. They were filled with names. Different stone tablets represented different areas. The order of the names represented the disciples' ranking. The higher the ranking, the more resources one could enjoy. This formed a virtuous cycle. When Lin Xian and the other outer court disciples first entered the inner court, they went to look at the unique stone tablets. There were a total of 3 stone tablets. They were the inner court ranking, the cultivation tower ranking, and the battle merit ranking. The inner court ranking was the ranking of all the disciples in the annual inner court assembly. A total of 100 disciples were included. The ranking of the cultivation pagoda was based on each disciple's performance in the cultivation pagoda. As for what the cultivation pagoda was, Lin Xian only found out after asking. It was a place that could assist in cultivation. At the same time, it could also conduct various tests. As for the details, he would only know after he tried it himself. The last one was the battle merit ranking. The battle merit ranking was obtained by going to the front lines to hunt demonic beasts or completing related missions. These 3 stone tablets only recorded the top 100 inner court disciples. Lin Xian found that the first place on all 3 stone tablets was the same person. Myriad Sword Star. The number 1 inner court disciple. At the same time, he was also one of the top 10 core disciples. The top 10 core disciples were the core disciples. The 3 major powers in the outer court had their foundations in the inner court. Moreover, each power had a core disciple. Lin Xian and the others understood the basic situation. Now, it was up to their own efforts. Lin Xian's goal was to be in the top 10 of each ranking. Only by entering the top 10 would he be able to become a core disciple. Only then would he be able to successfully return to his family. In the evening, Lin Xian returned to his room. His reward had already been given out. He obtained the right to use the cultivation tower for 10 hours. Chapter 69. The cultivation pagoda was the home of one of the great sage in the inner sect. Its various miraculous abilities made the inner sect disciples extremely excited. Lin Xian had just entered the inner sect, so he didn't know how precious 10 hours was to these disciples. If other inner sect disciples were to know, they would definitely be jealous to death. The next morning, Lin Xian was woken up. A young girl with a long sword on her back stood outside the door with a smile. She curiously sized up Lin Xian, and suspiciously asked, "You're this time's number 1, Lin Xian?" "Nothing special." The young girl with the long sword on her back carefully looked at him. "That's me. I wonder what senior sister is looking for me for. Lin Xian was puzzled. Of course it's to see our instructor. The young girl very casually said. Instructor. Lin Xian was even more puzzled. You don't know. The young girl was very surprised. All new inner sect disciples have their own instructor. He is responsible for everything within the inner sect, including training and testing. So it's like that. Looks like the treatment of inner sect disciples is really good. They even have someone to guide them. No wonder so many people want to enter the inner sect. Lin Xian gradually understood that there was a big difference between the inner sect and the outer sect. However, according to the ranking of the competition, you'll be assigned different instructors. You're very lucky to be assigned to Instructor Murong. The young girl's face was full of pride. Let's go, follow me to report. The young girl with the long sword on her back waved her hand. Lin Xian followed her out of the courtyard, and walked into a secluded path. I'm called Yi Qing. You can just call me Senior Sister Yi from now on. The young girl in front led the way. Senior Sister Yi, what kind of person is this Instructor Murong? And how many disciples does she have? Lin Xian wanted to know some things. Instructor Murong is very powerful. She's one of the last core disciples. She's very nice, and basically won't make things difficult for us. Yi Qing said, as for the disciples under her, there's a total of 3, including you. One of the core disciples. There are 3 of them in total. Lin Xian was a little surprised. He didn't think that his instructor would actually be one of the top 10 core disciples of the previous session, moreover she only had 3 disciples. In the Black Heaven sect, once one was over the age of 25, one would no longer be a disciple. Instead, one would stay in the sect with other identities such as deacons. Instructor Murong was once one of the top 10 core disciples, which was enough to prove her strength. The two quickly moved forward. In front of them was a small palace. Yi Qing brought Lin Xian inside. Teacher, I've brought Lin Xian. Yi Qing cheerfully said. A graceful figure walked out and stood on the stone platform, looking at Lin Xian. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes, sizing up the figure. She was dressed in light green armor, which accentuated her lithe figure. She was a very young woman, and Lin Xian estimated that she was around 26 or 27 years old. She had short hair, which made her look less charming, but more heroic. Greetings, Instructor Murong. Lin Xian respectfully said. Instructor Murong nodded. Lin Xian, first place in the selection, not bad. However, there are many geniuses in the inner sect. If you don't work hard, you will be suppressed by others sooner or later. I hope you can work hard and step into a higher realm of martial arts. Thank you for your reminder, Instructor. Lin Xian will remember it. Next, let me see what level you have reached. Murong Qianling pulled out the long saber at her waist. Bring out your full strength and attack me. Yes. Lin Xian's eyes focused. He flicked his storage ring and a dark red sword appeared in his hand. His figure flashed and he rushed over. Thunderous sword art. Lin Xian used his best sword art as soon as he came up. Sword chi surged and golden electric arcs jumped. This sword was aimed at Murong Qianling's throat. Who would have thought that Murong Qianling would not retreat and instead move forward to meet Lin Xian's attack head-on? Sword chi flashed and dazzled people. The long sword in Murong Qianling's hand lightly touched Lin Xian's sword and then strangely slid towards Lin Xian's throat. Lin Xian felt a tyrannical force instantly break through his lightning defense, causing his sword to deviate. At the same time, he felt a chill on his neck. The ice-cold sword tip was already at his throat. So fast. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. he couldn't see the sword's trajectory clearly. Of course, if he used his right eye, he might be able to see it clearly. However, his body couldn't make any movements to dodge. If this was a battlefield, you would already be dead. Murong Qianling coldly said. Lin Xian knew that she was right. However, if it was a life and death battle, with his means, he could definitely make Murong Qianling die at the same time. Is this the standard of a core disciple? It's really strong. Lin Xian didn't feel depressed. He believed that as long as he was given time, he would soon reach this standard. Your sword technique is very fast, but it's not accurate enough. Murong Qianling said. Although speed could suppress the opponent, if the opponent could find your flaw and counterattack, then you would be in danger. Lin Xian looked pensive. He indeed hadn't met an opponent who could suppress him. However, today's matter reminded him not to be careless. Of course, if your speed can be so fast that I don't have a chance to counterattack, then you can also win. Thank you for your guidance. Lin Xian gratefully said. Yi Qing, take him to familiarize him with the sect. Murong Qianling put away her long sword. After bidding farewell to Murong Qianling, the two walked towards the front mountain. How is it? Isn't Instructor Murong powerful? Yi Qing blinked his eyes. You don't have to be disappointed. I was also defeated in one move. Even senior brother Luo couldn't escape this fate. I guess Instructor Murong just wants to remind you that there is always someone better than you. She wants to prevent you from being arrogant and causing trouble everywhere. Lin Xian bitterly smiled. It seemed like his fellow disciples had all been attacked by Instructor Murong. Oh right, who is senior brother Luo? He is also Instructor Murong's disciple. He entered the sect earlier than us and is now in the top 30. Yi Qing said with admiration. Lin Xian now had an understanding of his future life. Next, he changed the topic and asked about the cultivation pagoda. When Yi Qing heard that Lin Xian had 10 hours of cultivation time, her small mouth opened wide. Junior brother Lin, you are really lucky. You actually have 10 hours of cultivation time. Yi Qing enviously said. 10 hours, is it very long? Lin Xian didn't understand. You just entered the sect, so you don't know how precious the cultivation pagoda is. To be exact, it is not a product of our profound sky sect, but an ancient ruin. Ancient ruin? Lin Xian was stunned. Yes, although it is broken, the magical things inside are far beyond our understanding. Look, the cultivation pagoda is in front. Yi Qing pointed at a magnificent pagoda in front of them. It was a pitch-black pagoda with 13 floors. Even from afar, one could feel a boundless aura. After walking closer, Lin Xian discovered that there was a faint sense of danger around the pagoda. Lin Xian quietly activated his right eye and discovered that there were countless invisible rays of light around the pagoda. Chapter 70. The cultivation pagoda is divided into many areas. There's the spirit qi area, where the concentration of spirit qi is many times higher than outside. There's also the gravity area, where you can adjust the gravity to different degrees for cultivation. Yi Qing explained as they walked. In addition, there are also some small secret realms, which are like real worlds. There are many powerful creatures inside, and many disciples like to go in to cultivate. I suggest you go to the gravity area. After all, you just entered the inner sect, and increasing your strength is the most important thing. Lin Xian touched his chin. To be honest, he was more interested in the small secret realms. Senior sister, I wonder what the small secret realms are like. You. Yi Qing frowned. You just entered the inner sect, and you're already in a small secret realm. Fine, I'll let you see it, so you don't give up. Yi Qing brought Lin Xian to the third floor of the cultivation pagoda and walked into an empty room. After Lin Xian and Yi Qing entered, the room closed with a bang. The room was very simple, and there was only a strange array platform. Yi Qing pointed at the black array platform and said, "Sit on it and place your identity jade pendant in the groove." Lin Xian did as he was told, and a ray of light appeared on the array platform, enveloping Lin Xian. He felt his mind shake, as if it left his body and was dragged into a mysterious place. While Lin Xian was trying out the small secret realms, a group of people came to the inner sect. The inner sect disciples who were on a mission outside had returned, and among them was Zhang Bin's brother, Zhang Qian. This handsome young man with a saber on his back was furious when he heard that his brother was killed. And when he found out that the murderer had entered the inner sect, he was even more furious. "Lin Xian. I'll definitely kill you." Zhang Qian's face was ferocious. Zhang Qian's return caused an uproar in the inner sect. Almost everyone knew about this, and when they found out that Lin Xian was actually the #1 new disciple, they were even more excited. However, most of them were just watching a show. They didn't think that a brat who had just entered the inner sect could beat a veteran like Zhang Qian. Lin Xian didn't know what was going on outside. He had already arrived at a special place. With a flash of white light, Lin Xian found himself in an unfamiliar place. It was a space that resembled a maze. There were cold walls, long passages, and no movement. "What a strange place," Lin Xian muttered. My body." Suddenly, his expression changed drastically as he realized that the mysterious little sword in his body was no longer there. This caused him to lose focus for a moment. Chi! Chi! Just as he was lost in thought, 3 streaks of sword light appeared silently and pierced towards his vital points. At the critical moment, the vigilance of a martial artist made him come back to his senses. Using the Phantom Thunder Step, he left behind an afterimage and narrowly avoided this killing move. 3 rays of sword light pierced through the air. Then, 3 black-robed men walked out from the void and stared coldly at Lin Xian. What a strange place, what a strange sword art. Lin Xian's heart sank. He finally knew why Yi Qing didn't approve of him coming here. It was too scary. The slightest carelessness would cause him to fall here. However, Lin Xian quickly had a guess. Maybe my body didn't enter, but my mind did. Lin Xian's guess wasn't wrong. This was indeed a strange spiritual space. Yi Qing didn't tell him in advance because he wanted to teach him a lesson. Spiritual space. Lin Xian calmed down. Without the seed of sword intent, it's very difficult for me to display sword intent. I can only rely on my own strength. With a thought, a long sword formed in his hand. There are no restrictions here. I can fully display my strength. Lin Xian laughed and went forward with his sword. The 3 black-robed men were all at the 6th level of the meridian condensing stage. With the 3 of them working together, it was enough to kill a 7th-level meridian condensing stage cultivator. The 3 soundless long swords were like poisonous snakes in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The angle of each attack was very tricky. Lin Xian used the Phantom Thunder Steps. His body was erratic, and in an instant, he arrived behind a black-robed man. The golden sword light flashed, and a bloody hole appeared between the eyebrows of the black-robed man and he fell down. Puff puff. Another 2 rays of sword light. The other 2 black-robed men were also stabbed between their eyebrows. They didn't have the slightest strength to resist. Although he didn't have the seed of sword intent, Lin Xian could still simulate 1 or 2 lightning sword intent. He didn't stop and continued to move forward. In the outside world, Yi Qing smiled. She didn't tell Lin Xian in advance about the mystery of this formation because she wanted to teach Lin Xian a lesson. According to her speculation, Lin Xian should be defeated soon. However, an hour had passed, and Lin Xian didn't have the slightest reaction. He was still in the spiritual space. Yi Qing's mouth was wide open. She even suspected that there was a problem with the formation. Otherwise, how could she explain Lin Xian not coming out for a long time? She was very clear about this formation. The opponents inside were very strong. First, there were Meridian Condensing Stage 6 opponents. The number increased from 3 to 10, then Meridian Condensing Stage 7, and so on. According to her speculation about Lin Xian would have most survived the first assassination. When the number increased to 4, Lin Xian would be defeated. However, the situation was completely out of her expectations. After waiting for an entire hour, Lin Xian came out. When Lin Xian's body swayed in the formation, Yi Qing let out a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that there was a problem with the formation. What did you experience in there? Why did you only come out now? Yi Qing asked suspiciously. Oh, my movement technique is good. I can delay the opponents. Lin Xian lied. He didn't want to reveal too much. In fact, in the spiritual space, Lin Xian had already broken through the encirclement of Meridian Condensing Stage 6. Moreover, he was able to withstand the encirclement of 3 Meridian Condensing Stage 7 opponents. It was just that this kind of thing was too scary. He didn't want to cause a sensation. So it's like that. Hearing that Lin Xian was using his movement technique to delay the time, Yi Qing let out a sigh of relief. Let's go. We can use the rest of the time later. After Lin Xian's spirit returned to his body, he found that the fusion with the sword Intense Seed was even closer. This made him very happy. The two left the cultivation pagoda and prepared to go back. At this moment, a group of people surrounded them. You are Lin Xian. A youth with a saber on his back coldly said. Zhang Qian, what do you mean? On the side, Yi Qing was annoyed. Zhang Qian. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He cautiously looked at the figure in front of him. From that body, he could feel a pressure from the realm. Meridian Condensing Stage 8. Lin Xian was secretly shocked. However, his face was calm. I am Lin Xian. What do you want? Lin Xian's attitude made the surrounding people stunned. It seemed that this youth wasn't afraid of Zhang Qian. Did he have something to rely on? You killed my little brother, and you still dare to ask me what I want. Zhang Qian was like an angry tiger, ready to explode at any time. What do you want? Lin Xian was too lazy to explain. In any case, it was useless. A life for a life. Zhang Qian's voice was like the cold wind of the north, chilling people to the bone. Zhang Qian, you dare. Lin Xian is Instructor Murong's disciple. Yi Qing warned. Instructor Murong. The surrounding people looked at Lin Xian in surprise. They didn't expect him to be Instructor Murong's disciple. Kid, I will let you know that no one can save you. Zhang Qian still didn't back down. Lin Xian's eyes were cold. He knew that there was no way to resolve this matter. Only one side fell. Chapter 71. 3 months from now, a battle of life and death. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and powerful, shocking the surrounding people. This kid is crazy, he actually wants to challenge Zhang Qian. I'm dying of laughter. Who does he think he is, a peerless genius? The surrounding people shook their heads, and the people following Zhang Qian laughed wildly. Kid, you have guts, you actually dare to challenge me. Zhang Qian's eyes were full of disdain. Fine, I'll let you live for 3 more months. 3 months from now, I will torture you to death in front of everyone. Fuck. Zhang Qian actually accepted the challenge, and it's a battle of life and death. The surrounding crowd was boiling. Lin Xian's eyes didn't have the slightest trace of emotion. He had confidence in himself that 3 months from now, he would definitely win. Thinking of this, Lin Xian ignored the gazes of the crowd, and left the cultivation pagoda with Yi Qing. After Lin Xian left, the news instantly spread throughout the inner court. Almost everyone was laughing at Lin Xian's arrogance, and there were even some people who predicted the miserable state Lin Xian would be in 3 months. Lin Xian, you are too reckless. Zhang Qian is a rank 8 meridian condensation stage cultivator, and he often goes out on missions, so he has rich combat experience. You still dare to challenge such a person? Yi Qing didn't believe that Lin Xian could reach rank 8 meridian condensation stage in 3 months, and couldn't help but secretly worry for him. Don't worry, senior sister, I know what I'm doing. Lin Xian was very calm. After bidding farewell to Yi Qing, Lin Xian returned to his small courtyard. Today's battle was just a small interlude. He knew that this day would come sooner or later. As long as he comprehended the first level of the Seed of Sword within 3 months, killing Zhang Qian would be as easy as flipping his hand. His greatest gain was that within the spiritual space, there was no external help. He relied on his own strength to fight, and his strength was displayed to the limit. Even after Lin Xian returned to reality, the virtual battle was still able to be reflected on his body. Lin Xian couldn't help but admire this method. In the path of the sword, when the sword art was practiced to perfection, a trace of sword force would appear. The sword force was divided into beginner, small success, great success, and perfection. After the sword force was the sword intent. When they were in the outer sect, Lin Xian, Jiang Yulong, and the other sword moves were only at the entry level, so they could not exert much power. But now, Lin Xian had a seed of sword intent in his body. As long as he comprehended 10% of it, he would be able to trample most people under his feet. According to his estimation, the power of sword intent he could exert now was merely equivalent to the initial stage of sword force, and it could be said that he hadn't even touched the surface of sword intent. Tomorrow, he would go to the cultivation pagoda again and try to comprehend it as soon as possible. Lin Xian made his decision. The next day, Lin Xian walked alone on the road. When the inner sect disciples saw Lin Xian, they would point at him and whisper to each other. To this, Lin Xian just laughed it off. He went straight to the 3rd floor of the cultivation pagoda, found an empty room, and walked in. Sitting cross-legged on the array, Lin Xian once again entered the spiritual space. For 4 days, Lin Xian spent 2 hours in the spiritual space. Now, he had passed the 4th stage of the meridian's condensation 7th stage. Rumble. The bronze door slowly opened, and Lin Xian walked out with a thoughtful expression. He didn't have much time left, and he had spent 10 hours in the spiritual space. With a thought, he went to the management office of the cultivation pagoda. He wanted to ask how he could obtain the time to use the spiritual space. The manager of the 3rd floor was a deacon in his 30s. When he heard Lin Xian's question, he expressionlessly replied, "There are 3 methods. The first method is to buy with spirit stones. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones for 2 hours. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones." Lin Xian's eyes widened. He finally understood why Yi Qing had that kind of expression. This was too damn expensive. What about the other 2 methods? Lin Xian asked. The deacon looked at him indifferently, but continued, "The second method is based on the ranking on the stone tablet. Depending on the ranking, the time will be different. The third method is to exchange battle merit points. 100 battle merit points for 2 hours. So it's like this." Lin Xian understood. He couldn't obtain these 3 methods in a short period of time. It seemed that he could only use other methods to cultivate. He left with some disappointment. At this time, several disciples looked at Lin Xian's back and laughed sinisterly. That person is Lin Xian. He actually dares to oppose big brother Zhang Qian. Shi Kuan, go teach him a lesson. A slightly chubby youth laughed. I haven't fought in a long time. Let's use this kid to practice. This chubby youth called Shi Kuan chased after Lin Xian with a smile. Behind him, several other youths followed at a leisurely pace. Junior brother, please wait a moment. A voice came from behind Lin Xian. Following that, a chubby white figure appeared in front of him. What's the matter? Lin Xian looked at the chubby youth in front of him and asked. I wonder if junior brother is interested in exchanging pointers. The chubby youth said with a smile, if you win, there will be a lot of prizes. Oh. Exchanging pointers. Lin Xian glanced at the Shinwei group symbol on the chubby youth's chest and revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. What prizes? Can we bet on the time of the cultivation pagoda? Cultivation pagoda time. Shi Kuan's chubby face suddenly froze. What kind of joke was this? This guy must be crazy. Junior brother, you don't know. The time of the cultivation pagoda is tied to the person and cannot be transferred. Lin Xian shrugged, then I'm not interested. After saying that, he was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Shi Kuan flashed and blocked Lin Xian once again. Junior brother, don't be in such a hurry. I don't have the time of the cultivation pagoda, but there are many other good things. Shi Kuan tempted, for example, some materials. Are there any materials that can repair the soul? Lin Xian asked indifferently. Chubby Shi Kuan was about to go crazy. Who exactly was this guy? Why did he ask for such precious materials? If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't fight here, he would have already beaten him up. No. Shi Kuan's expression was very unnatural. I don't have anything. Not interested. Lin Xian turned around and left. Shi Kuan was almost anxious. He said that he would teach this kid a lesson, but this kid didn't fall for it. In the inner sect, if you wanted to fight, you had to fight in the arena. There were a total of 2 types of arenas. One was the exchanging pointers arena, where no lives were allowed. The other was the life and death arena. Lin Xian and Zhang Qian's battle in 3 months would be in the life and death arena. Hey, junior brother, wait. Shi Kuan cursed in his heart, but still called out to Lin Xian. Okay, 500 spirit stones. Lin Xian turned around and said. Shi Kuan hesitated. 500 low-grade spirit stones wasn't a small amount. Agree. The other disciples transmitted their voices to him. Okay. 500 it is. Shi Kuan gritted his teeth. Little guy, wait until we get on the arena. I'll beat you up. Lead the way. Lin Xian was delighted. How could he refuse to get 500 spirit stones? Soon, the group arrived at the exchanging pointers arena. Exchanging pointers was very popular in the inner sect. It could increase one's strength and also get a prize. It could be said that many disciples were obsessed with it. The exchanging pointers between Lin Xian and Shi Kuan had undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. Hey, this kid only has a cultivation of the 6th level of the meridian condensing stage. He actually wants to exchange pointers with Shi Kuan. He was probably cheated by Shi Kuan, unlucky kid. Chapter 72. Shi Kuan and the rest looked at Lin Xian worriedly, afraid that he would run away. What made them feel relieved was that Lin Xian was calm and did not have any reaction. This kid looks stupid. He actually dares to challenge senior brother Zhang Qian. He must be tired of living. Shi Kuan's companion sneered. Don't worry, I will teach him a lesson. Shi Kuan's face was cruel. Junior brother Lin, how about I spar with you? Shi Kuan asked. Lin Xian deliberately thought for a while and then said, all right, I hope senior brother will show mercy. Shi Kuan waited nervously, afraid that he would not agree. After receiving Lin Xian's reply, Shi Kuan's fat face was full of smiles. I will show you my power in a while. After finding an empty stage, Shi Kuan and Lin Xian walked up. Immediately, the surrounding inner sect disciples surrounded them. AI, too stupid. This Lin Xian actually went up. Doesn't he know that Shi Kuan is a level 7 meridian condensing stage 7 cultivator? This Shi Kuan is Zhang Qian's subordinate. Lin Xian provoked Zhang Qian. I am afraid that he will be crippled before the 3 months of life and death battle. Below the stage, there was a lot of discussion. On the stage, Shi Kuan sneered, Kid, you dare to offend senior brother Zhang Qian. Just wait for your death. What? You are Zhang Qian's subordinate. Lin Xian pretended to be surprised. Ha 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 ha. A group of Shenwei group disciples laughed loudly, looking as if their evil plan had succeeded. All right, you have seen what you expected. Hurry up and start. Lin Xian's frightened expression disappeared and was replaced with calmness. What do you mean? Shi Kuan and the rest had a bad feeling. Lin Xian's change was too strange. What I mean is, I was just playing with you. Also, thank you for the 500 spirit stones. A layer of golden light appeared under Lin Xian's feet as he suddenly used the phantom thunder steps. He turned into a golden lightning and disappeared from where he stood. You 6th leveling my brat, you dare to talk big. Shi Kuan pulled out a top-quality sword and formed a sword wave around his body. Fuck. This Shi Kuan is really cautious. Even when facing a new disciple, he still chose to defend first. Many disciples recognized that sword technique. My water ripple sword ripple is an absolute defense. Even a cultivator of the same level as me would not be able to break through it. After he appears and attacks, I will counterattack. Shi Kuan instantly thought of a way to deal with Lin Xian. Shi Kuan's idea was very good, but he encountered Lin Xian. Caw caw caw. A crisp cracking sound rang out. Everyone looked over in shock. They saw that a hole had been forcefully torn open in the blue sword wave in front of Shi Kuan. A golden thunderbolt was wantonly destroying it. Impossible, how could this be? Shi Kuan's eyes widened, a 6th leveling my brat, how could he break through my defense? Before he could think, a white palm imprinted on his chest. Golden thunderbolts instantly crawled all over his body. An intense numbing pain caused Shi Kuan's body to constantly twitch. Then, he fell to the ground, losing the ability to resist. In one blow, Shi Kuan was completely defeated. This is the #1 new disciple, such terrifying strength. When did the new disciples become so strong? I'm looking forward to the life and death battle in 3 months. Lin Xian's strength shocked everyone. This seemingly weak youth attacked as fast as thunder. 500 spirit stones, handed over. Lin Xian said to Shi Kuan's companions. Several people unwillingly handed over the spirit stones and then quickly dragged Shi Kuan away. They wanted to quickly tell Zhang Qian that this Lin Xian was more terrifying than they imagined. Lin Xian walked down the stage and found that everyone looked at him differently. In fact, this was a very normal thing. The strong were respected. This was the rule of this world, and the inner sect of the Black Heaven sect was no exception. After obtaining the 500 spirit stones, Lin Xian was in a good mood. He hummed a little tune as he left the battle area. In a luxurious courtyard, several disciples of the Shenwei group were whispering to Zhang Qian. Shi Kun was one of them. You're saying that this Lin Xian is a rare thunder attribute cultivator, and that he can fight above his level? A blue-robed youth beside Zhang Qian asked. Yes. Shi Kun said with lingering fear, his thunder is very powerful. After coming into contact with it, I won't be able to use any strength. You guys are very considerate. This is a bottle of recovery pills. Take it. Zhang Qian's face was calm after hearing this. After Shi Kun and the others left, the blue-robed youth said, It seems that this kid isn't that weak. Maybe we can play with him. Humph. Just an ant. Zhang Qian's eyes didn't waver. After a while, I will be able to break through to the 9th level of the meridian condensing stage. At that time, my goal will be to become a core disciple. Hearing the words core disciple, the blue-robed youth's eyes flashed. He chuckled and said, It seems that this mission, your luck isn't small. Without the cultivation pagoda, Lin Xian's cultivation speed slowed down. He urgently needed pressure to stimulate his potential. Therefore, he found Yi Qing and asked her if she had any good cultivation places. When Yi Qing heard that he needed pressure to stimulate himself, she looked at him strangely. You're really crazy. For cultivation, you're so desperate. No choice. Between me and Zhang Qian, only one can survive. Lin Xian said helplessly. Your craziness is very similar to senior brother Luo. Yi Qing curled her lips. Senior brother Luo. Lin Xian remembered that he had a senior brother who was also under instructor Murong. What kind of person is this senior brother Luo? I haven't even seen him yet. Lin Xian curiously asked. Come with me. I'll take you to a good place. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Yi Qing mysteriously said. Lin Xian, with a face full of doubt, followed Yi Qing out. The two were very fast, and soon arrived at the inner circle of the sect where the spirit beasts were raised. Why did you bring me here? Do you want me to fight with these spirit beasts? Lin Xian was even more confused. Stupid. Yi Qing rolled her eyes at him, then found the deacon in charge of the spirit beasts and rented a spirit crane. Hey, junior brother Lin, quickly pay up. Yi Qing urged. How much? Lin Xian asked. 500 low-grade spirit stones. What? Lin Xian stared at the spirit crane, then helplessly handed over the spirit stones. He found that in the inner sect, spirit stones were spent faster than water. Come up. Seeing Lin Xian hand over the spirit stones, Yi Qing smiled. This was a rank 1 spirit crane, the same level as rank 1 demonic beasts, which was equivalent to a human Sea of Soul realm cultivator. This spirit crane was dozens of feet long, and on its back was a small house, which was very well fixed. Lin Xian entered the small house. Seeing Yi Qing activate the token, the spirit crane spread its wings and flew up. Where are we going? I'll take you to see senior brother Luo. Yi Qing said, while I'm at it, I'll also introduce you to a good place to cultivate. That's where all the crazy people gather. A good place to cultivate. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Is there a good place to cultivate? Chapter 73. Misty City, the largest city in Yunzhou, was extremely prosperous. Lin Xian and Yi Qing landed when they were still 20 miles away from the city gate. The spirit crane flew back to the sect while Lin Xian and Yi Qing walked towards Misty City. From afar, they could see the black city walls of Misty City. They were more than 100 feet tall and the entire city wall was made of obsidian. It was extremely hard. In front of the city gate, there were 2 rows of heavily armored guards. Every one of them had an unusually strong aura. Lin Xian and the others could not compare to them. Lin Xian estimated that the strength of these guards was around Meridian Stage 8. If they were in the Black Heaven sect, they would be ranked in the top 30. Of course, this did not mean that the disciples of the Black Heaven sect were weak. After all, there was a huge age gap between the two sides. The disciples of the Black Heaven sect were all 16 or 17 years old with unlimited potential. On the other hand, these guards were around 25 or 26 years old. They were almost 10 years younger than the disciples of the sect. Misty City was not only powerful, but the entrance fee was also shockingly expensive. Lin Xian and Yi Qing paid 300 low-grade spiritual stones to pass. Once they entered, the surroundings became lively. Half of the people coming and going were martial artists. Among them were disciples of the sect and wanderers of the Jianghu. There were too many to count. Follow me. Yi Qing pulled Lin Xian and walked towards the center of the city. In the center of the city was a huge palace that went straight underground. On the side, there was a tall stone tablet with 3 big words written on it, Martial Arts Arena. Lin Xian noticed that the people who came and went were either cultivators with high cultivation or disciples of wealthy families. Ordinary people would not come here at all. Excuse me, do you have a martial arts battle token? A guard in a blood-red robe stopped Lin Xian and Yi Qing. The aura on his body was stronger than the guards at the city gate. We don't have a martial arts battle token, but Luo Qingshan is our senior brother. If there is any fee, just put it under his name. Yi Qing was very familiar with it. It was obviously not his first time here. So you are young Master Luo's fellow disciples, please? The guard said with a smile. Looks like senior brother Luo is quite famous. Lin Xian was even more curious about this senior brother that he had never met before. That's right. Not only is senior brother Luo an inner disciple of the Black Heaven sect, but he's also a member of the 4 great clans. It's said that his clan owns the Colosseum, so it's very useful to announce senior brother Luo's name here. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect senior brother Luo to have such a powerful background. However, he soon felt relieved. This could only be beneficial to him. The inside of the Colosseum was very spacious and was divided into many levels. However, they only extended downwards. The first floor was equivalent to a hole. There were many places to rest. On one of the walls, there was a light screen formed by an array formation. Figures were moving on it. Lin Xian curiously looked over and saw 2 cultivators fighting. Their moves were ruthless, as though they were in a battle to the death. In the entire hall, almost everyone on the 9th floor was watching the competition. Many people were even placing bets to support the cultivators they favored. Some young women wearing light muslin were shuttling back and forth in the crowd with exquisite wine in their hands. This is... Lin Xian looked at the figures on the light screen and asked. It was similar to the spiritual space in the cultivation pagoda. It was also a high-level array formation that displayed the battle situation. Yi Qing explained. The difference was that the 2 people inside were real cultivators and not virtual characters. Lin Xian suddenly understood. No wonder it was called the Colosseum. So this was how it was called. In this kind of spiritual virtual space, death wasn't real death. It was just a bit of mental fatigue. However, the benefits obtained in the spiritual space could be completely fed back to the body. In other words, countless battles of life and death could be carried out here to stimulate the potential in the body. There was no need to worry about death. It's really a good place. Lin Xian couldn't help but become excited. How could one's strength increase quickly? Was it just closed-door cultivation? Apart from some special races and special geniuses, the others couldn't increase their strength if they went into closed-door cultivation for too long. On the contrary, it could be counterproductive. However, there was one way that was suitable for all humans, and that was to fight. Fighting with people of similar strength, fighting beyond their level, a life and death battle. All of these could stimulate the potential in the cultivator's body and obtain powerful strength. Don't be happy too early. The expenses here are very expensive. It's 2 mid-grade spirit stones a day. Yi Qing said. 2 mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Xian was shocked. The quality of mid-grade spirit stones was much higher than low-grade spirit stones. The exchange rate was also 1 to 1,000. In other words, in this Colosseum, doing nothing for a day would cost 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Damn! It's really violent. Lin Xian touched his chin and then said, "If I can win the competition, the reward must be very generous, right?" "Of course. The premise is that you can win," Yi Qing said without holding back. "Let's go, I'll take you to see senior brother Luo." Lin Xian followed behind Yi Qing and walked down the stairs, arriving at the basement level. The situation was similar to the main hall. This basement was also a place to rest. However, compared to the people above, it was obvious that the people here were a level higher. "Hoodlum. Where's senior brother Luo?" Yi Qing said to a young manager. "So it's Sister Yi Qing. Wait here, I'll help you call young Master Luo." The young man called Hoodlum quickly disappeared. Lin Xian and Yi Qing found a comfortable place to sit down. Soon, beautiful maids brought in food and drinks. Yi Qing lazily leaned on the recliner and grabbed a spirit fruit to eat. Lin Xian looked at the screen on the wall. On it, a red and a blue cultivator were fighting fiercely. Although he couldn't feel the aura of the two, but from the strength of the spirit energy released, Lin Xian could roughly judge that the two were both at the 7th level of the meridian stage. However, they were much stronger than ordinary disciples like Shikuan. The use of spirit energy and the precision of their moves were praiseworthy. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with light, as if he had forgotten everything. At this moment, a handsome-looking young man quickly walked over. The young man was around 17 or 18 years old, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His body was surrounded by a faint light, as if he was a god of war. The young man didn't deliberately release his spirit energy, but the light around him was still dazzling. "Sister Yi, how come you're here?" The young man's voice was very calm. "Senior brother Luo." Yi Qing, after hearing the voice, jumped up with joy. "Instructor Murong recently accepted another disciple, so I brought him over to see." "Oh. I have another junior brother." Senior brother Luo laughed. "Lin Xian, come and greet senior brother Luo," Yi Qing shouted. However, Lin Xian, as if he didn't hear anything, was staring at the screen. This scene made Yi Qing pout, and she couldn't wait to slap him. Chapter 74. Luo Qingshan walked behind Lin Xian and curiously stared at the fascinated youth. "Red team or blue team, who do you think will win?" "Red team." Lin Xian subconsciously said, although the blue team has the upper hand now, it hasn't caused any substantial damage. The long period of attack has consumed his spiritual power very quickly. On the other hand, the red team is advancing step by step. I believe that they will soon counterattack. Lin Xian's voice was not very loud, but the people around still heard it. Among them, there were some warriors who disagreed. They had bet on the blue team to win, so of course they would not believe Lin Xian's words. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he suddenly reacted. He looked back and found a youth standing behind him. "Lin Xian, you are too fascinated. You can't even hear me calling you. Quickly greet senior brother Luo. Yi Qing said snappily. The youth in front of him was actually senior brother Luo. Lin Xian was amazed by the dazzling aura around Luo Qingshan. He cupped his fists and said, Lin Xian greets senior brother Luo. This youth is actually Luo Qingshan's junior brother. Many people nearby looked at Lin Xian a few times. At this moment, the battle situation on the light screen had also changed. The red team seized the blue team's mistake and quickly counterattacked and won the game. This result made the surrounding people look at Lin Xian in a new light. Some of the warriors who bet on the red team were naturally happy, but those who bet on the blue team fiercely stared at Lin Xian. Boy, it's all because of your big mouth that I lost so many spirit stones. Someone angrily stood up. Don't blame others for your bad eyesight. Lin Xian sneered. That person saw Luo Qingshan standing behind Lin Xian and did not dare to say more. He could only curse a few words and then angrily sit down. Is that so? I also lost spirit stones, but I don't think my eyesight is bad. Instead, I think your mouth is too cheap. Why don't you slap yourself? This voice stunned the surrounding warriors. They thought, who is this guy? Why is he so arrogant? Even Luo Qingshan's face sank. Lin Xian's analysis just now was very reasonable and was not nonsense. In addition, he and Lin Xian had just acknowledged each other as senior brother, and someone immediately came looking for trouble. He was afraid that this person did not come with good intentions. Sure enough, after the voice sounded, a young man in a blue robe stood up. Beside him were several guards in black, standing respectfully. It's actually Ling Zhe. Some martial artists recognized the blue-clothed youth. Luo Qingshan's also was a disciple, and Luo Qingshan's was also a disciple of the four great families, and the relationship between the two families is family. Qingshan's, Xian's, is by Bai's Lin. Ling Zhe sneered. He had just lost some spirit stones, which made him very unhappy. More importantly, he had a good relationship with Zhang Qian, so he naturally recognized Lin Xian. Now that he had a chance to humiliate Lin Xian, how could he miss it? Lin Xian stared at the blue-robed youth and felt the aura of a rank 8 meridian condensing stage. He smiled and said, Dare I ask this friend, who the fuck are you? It's fine if you don't have good eyesight, but you're so petty. You're still not convinced after losing. Lin Xian's words carried a trace of ridicule and echoed in the hall. The surrounding warriors did not recover for a long time. Even the blue-robed youth, Ling Zhe, was stunned for a moment. But then, his face was filled with viciousness. Brat, you're courting death. Ling Zhe crushed the wine cup in his hand. Whoosh! A black shadow passed by Ling Zhe's side and attacked Lin Xian like lightning, accompanied by a shocking heat wave. Chi-Ka! A fiery red palm slapped towards Lin Xian. The terrifying heat melted the surrounding tables and chairs. The black-robed man's attack was very sudden and swift. No one could react in time. There was a scream, and in the next moment, Lin Xian disappeared from where he stood, leaving behind only a few golden arcs of electricity. The black-robed warrior did not expect his palm to miss. But before he could react, a glowing palm grabbed him. The terrifying strength caused him unbearable pain. Not good. The black-robed warrior's face changed. He looked at Luo Qingshan with some fear. Get lost! Luo Qingshan angrily shouted and pushed the black-robed warrior away. He quickly looked in another direction. 30 feet away from him, Lin Xian's figure appeared. Junior brother Lin, are you all right? Yi Qing's face was pale with fright. I'm fine. Lin Xian smiled, but his eyes flashed. If he had been a step slower, he would have been a dead man. He would not cause trouble, but he would not let go of anyone who provoked him. Lingzhe, you've gone too far. Don't you know the rules here? Luo Qingshan shouted coldly. Sorry, this subordinate is new. He doesn't know the rules. Lingzhe said casually, apologized to young Master Luo. Young Master Luo, I don't know the rules. Please forgive me. The black-robed warrior said respectfully. From beginning to end, Lingzhe was talking to Luo Qingshan, and Lin Xian was ignored. Lin Xian, don't be impulsive. Lingzhe is a disciple of the 4 major families. He has a huge force behind him. Yi Qing whispered, and he has a good relationship with Zhang Qian. You have to be careful. No wonder. Lin Xian suddenly understood. Although he was angry, he knew that if he fought here, he would not be able to leave. The most important thing now was to improve his strength. With strength, even the 4 major families could be trampled under his feet. Senior sister, do you have any spirit stones? Lend me some. Lin Xian asked. Oh, I do. Yi Qing said. Even Luo Qingshan looked at Lin Xian in surprise. He was really afraid that Lin Xian would fight here. If that happened, it would be difficult for him as a senior brother. Junior brother Lin, if you want to use spirit stones, I have some here. Luo Qingshan said, 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, is that enough? It's enough. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Xian took a purple crystal card and sat down. During the whole process, he also treated Lingzhe and the others as heir. Humph. Lingzhe coldly snorted. He was furious. This Lin Xian's behavior was beyond his expectations. First, he was able to dodge that fierce palm, then he watched the competition as if nothing had happened. He had a feeling of being ignored. This feeling made him crazy. Boy, if you provoke me, I will make you wish you were dead. Lingzhe suppressed the anger in his heart and began to think about how to deal with Lin Xian. On the other side, Lin Xian asked Luo Qingshan about the competition. Because it was a virtual competition, there were no restrictions. However, one had to pay 100 low-grade spirit stones to participate. The other martial artists would place their bets, and different martial artists would have different odds. After Lin Xian heard this, he found the rules to be very simple. He decided to give it a try. Before the competition, there would be information about both contestants on the screen, such as cultivation and participation records, so that other martial artists could place their bets. The next match was between 2 8th-stage meridian condensation martial artists. Lin Xian was not in a hurry to place his bets. Instead, he carefully observed the competition. He had just arrived and was not familiar with these martial artists. He wanted to take this opportunity to observe. Chapter 75. He favored a skinny 7th-level condensing martial artist. It was the martial artist that he predicted would turn defeat into victory. This martial artist's name was Wu Ming, and he was still on the red side. His opponent was a martial artist named Feng Zheng. 500 spirit stones on Wu Ming. Lin Xian placed his bet. Although it was Lin Xian's first time placing a bet, his previous performance still attracted everyone's attention. Humph. What a blind guy. You really think you can see through these martial artists just because you got lucky? Someone disdainfully said, this Feng Zheng is a martial artist with 10 consecutive victories. His 72-path opening wind palm is invincible. I bet 1,000 spirit stones on Feng Zheng. This martial artist loudly said. Finished speaking, he glanced at Lingzhe as if trying to curry favor. Lingzhe nodded with satisfaction. Lin Xian, right? I'll make you lose so badly that you'll strip naked. Lin Xian didn't say much. After placing his bet, he leisurely leaned back in his chair and tasted the wine. This wine was brewed from spirit fruits. Although the spirituality was thin, drinking more could strengthen the body. Should I also get some spirit wine to drink? Lin Xian thought of the spirit wine brewed by the wine lord. Whether it was the effect or the taste, it was excellent. Hey, junior brother Lin, are you sure you can win? Yi Qing worriedly said, I bet a lot of spirit stones with you. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll make a lot of money. Lin Xian was very confident in his own eyes. As a swordsman, observing the opponent was very important. Lin Xian had seen the matches of these two people. Lin Xian was also very clear on their weaknesses and strengths. That's why he was so confident. Not long after, the match began. As soon as the match started, the blue side's Feng Jing fiercely attacked. His large hands were covered in a fierce green light, and were as fast as the wind. The red side's Wu Ming could only defend. Good. This opening wind palm really lives up to its name. Many martial artists cheered. Luo Qingshan elegantly drank the spirit wine and asked faintly, Junior brother Lin, are you not going to compete? There's no rush. Let's familiarize ourselves with the situation first, Lin Xian said with a smile. While we're at it, we can win some spirit stones from the Ling clan. Luo Qingshan was taken aback. Then, he smiled bitterly. It seemed that Lin Xian and Ling Zhe were still at odds. However, this was also good. He had long found Ling Zhe an eyesore. This time, he might be able to use this opportunity to suppress him. What do you have in mind? Even when Luo Qingshan was sitting down, there were 5 golden halos covering his body. It was as if a god had descended into the world. Senior brother, why don't we? Lin Xian suddenly sent a voice transmission. Yi Qing saw the two of them acting so mysteriously and couldn't help but snort. She rolled her eyes at the two of them and then looked at the light screen with concern. After all, she had also bet a lot of spirit stones. After half an hour, Wu Ming of the red team successfully counterattacked and won the game. Yay, yay! Yi Qing happily jumped up, 1-3 ratio, I can win a lot of spirit stones. She cheerfully clapped her hands and cheered, attracting everyone's attention. The face of the martial artist who had originally made the bold statement was filled with black lines. He wished he could go up and kill the red team himself. Damn, what windbreaker. You're just a piece of trash. Ling Zhe's face also darkened. He had lost to Lin Xian twice in a row. This was simply unbearable for someone as arrogant as him. Who's next? Ling Zhe asked impatiently. Nie Tian of the Zixia sect and Bai Ji of the Blue Feather sect. Their strength is about the same, the martial artist in black beside him said. Ling Zhe's eyes flashed. He didn't believe that Lin Xian would be able to win this time. Let's see who that brat will bet on first. Ling Zhe waved his hand. Go find me 2 maids. Not far away, Lin Xian looked at the 2 people on the light screen and pondered for a moment. He chose Nie Tian. 1,000 spirit stones on Nie Tian. Lin Xian said. Hua. After hearing this, many martial artists also followed the trend and bet on Nie Tian. I'll bet on Bai Ji. Ling Zhe suddenly said. 3,000 spirit stones. As expected of young Master Ling. He's so generous. I believe in young Master Ling's vision. Some martial artists followed Ling Zhe. Ling Zhe was hugging a beautiful maid and said with an evil smile, in the past, their strength was indeed about the same. However, Bai Ji has recently made a breakthrough. I think it won't be a problem for him to defeat Nie Tian. Hey, how did you see it this time? Yi Qing asked. I didn't see it. I just guessed it. Lin Xian shrugged. I've never seen the two of them compete. I've only seen their match records. Betting. It's only interesting if there's a winner and a loser. You. Yi Qing clenched her teeth in anger. She had bet all the spirit stones she had just won. May the heavens bless Nia Tian. Yi Qing kept murmuring to the side. On the light screen, Nia Tian's left leg glowed with a blue light, like a gust of wind, while his right leg was as red as fire. Two different kinds of power actually existed in the same person. On the opposite side, Bai Ji, who was wearing a silver mask, shook his long sword, which emitted a cold light. The surrounding air was almost frozen. Wind fire god legs. Ice sword art. The two of them used their strongest moves right from the start. Dazzling light overflowed, and sword chi was everywhere. The two of them destroyed the surroundings. Everyone stared at the light screen nervously, unwilling to miss any detail. In the end, Bai Ji slashed 13 times in a row. 2-meter-long sword chi danced in the air and buried Nia Tian's figure. Ha! As expected of Bai Ji. His ice sword art is really amazing. Ling Zhe played with the beauty in his arms and laughed presumptuously. Those martial artists who bet on Bai Ji's victory were also full of excitement, and kept flattering him. However, before they could savor the feeling of victory, the situation on the light screen changed. Nia Tian, who was covered by sword chi, suddenly burst out with powerful spiritual power. The two kinds of power, green and red, each formed a semicircle, intertwined and broke through the ice sword chi. Bang! Bai Ji was kicked away, turned into white light and dissipated. The result of the competition had a shocking reversal. Those people still had smiles on their faces, but their expressions were as dull as wooden chickens. Ling Zhe's mind also went blank for a moment. He couldn't understand how he could make a comeback in this kind of ending. Was today his unlucky day? Damn, fucking luck. Ling Zhe was mad. He heavily caressed the girl in his arms, his eyes full of anger. The maid's eyes were full of tears from the pain, but she didn't dare to resist. He won, he actually won. Yi Qing almost couldn't believe his eyes. He gave up on that kind of ending, but he didn't expect to win. Was this guy lucky or just lucky? Yi Qing couldn't help but look at Lin Xian, who was stroking the purple crystal card in his hand, with a cunning smile like a fox. This junior brother Lin is really amazing, but he can really cause trouble. Yi Qing tilted his head and thought. For the next few matches, Lin Xian was always able to predict accurately. The 5,000 spirit stones he borrowed were all paid back, and he even earned 3,000 spirit stones. It's about time. Lin Xian said in a low voice. Luo Qingshan nodded, then called out to his subordinates and told them what to do. Everyone, please pay attention. The next match is very interesting. One is a mysterious newcomer, who hasn't participated in a single match, and the other is the winner of 10 consecutive wins, Qi Ju. The odds are 1 to 10. A deacon in charge said. What, 1 to 10? The crowd fell into a short silence, and then a burst of noise. Fuck, this time we have to bet correctly. Whether or not we can make a comeback depends on this. No, I'm going to bet everything. I'm betting on Qi Ju. Most people chose the latter. After all, 10 consecutive wins were very difficult. Chapter 76. Lin Xian's decision puzzled the crowd. They didn't know the situation of the newcomer, but they were very clear about Qi Ju's situation. That was an existence with a 10-win streak. It was definitely a representation of powerful strength. One had to know that winning streaks was very difficult, especially in this kind of virtual space. Because every time they fought, both sides were at the same level. The difficulty of obtaining a 10-win streak in such a battle was definitely unimaginable. Sigh, in the end, he's still too young. He doesn't know that there's always someone better out there. Many cultivators shook their heads and sighed. In their opinion, Lin Xian's decision was too impulsive. Ling Zhe was also stunned. He was worried that he couldn't find a chance to attack Lin Xian. He didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to deliver himself to him. He hugged the beautiful girl and half reclined on the rattan chair. He laughed arrogantly and said, "I'll bet on Qi Ju. 10,000 spirit stones, 10,000 spirit stones." Many cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air. 10,000 spirit stones wasn't a small amount. In the mysterious sky sect, it was enough to enter the cultivation tower for 20 hours. As expected of the young master of the Ling family. "You're really rich," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Kid, it's too late to flatter me now." Ling Zhe's lips curled into an evil smile. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. "I'm trying to say that for a rich man like young Master Ling, even if you lose 10,000 spirit stones, you won't feel any pain, right?" Ling Zhe's face suddenly darkened. "You're saying that I'll lose? Kid, do you know what a 10-win streak is? If you kneel down and apologize to me now, I can still let you go." "No need. I'll take your 10,000 spirit stones first." Lin Xian turned around and left domineeringly. "Because the one competing this time is me. Junior brother Lin wants to compete." Yi Qing had a shocked expression. When the others heard this, they let out a sigh of relief. When they saw Lin Xian's confidence, they thought that some peerless genius from some sect was going to compete. Now that they saw that Lin Xian wanted to compete himself, these people relaxed. They didn't know how strong Lin Xian was, but seeing that he was only at the 6th level of the meridian condensing stage, they knew that he couldn't be that strong. "Fuck, you scared me to death." Ling Zhe sneered, "Let me enjoy you being tortured here." Lin Xian walked out of the underground hall and followed Luo Qingshan to the 2nd floor. The staircase spiraled downward, and the walls on both sides were inlaid with luminous pearls, illuminating the path ahead. "Junior brother Lin, you're sure?" Luo Qingshan was a little worried. This spiritual space was a little different from the one in the sect. The strength of the participants was determined by the one with the higher cultivation. Seeing Lin Xian's doubt, Luo Qingshan continued, "For example, if you fight someone at the 7th level of the meridian condensing stage, your cultivation will also be at the 7th level. So that's how it is." Lin Xian's heart moved. This way, he would have the opportunity to experience the higher realms in advance. However, this had a disadvantage for lower realms martial artists. They wouldn't be able to adapt to the higher realms and thus wouldn't be able to display their full strength. Lin Xian agreed with this point. It was normal for a 6th-level martial artist to not be able to adapt to the 7th level's virtual body, but he believed that he could quickly adapt. As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the 2nd floor. This floor was filled with individual rooms. Just like a martial arts room, it was absolutely sealed. Lin Xian walked into a prepared room alone and found that the situation inside was similar to the cultivation tower. It was also a special array. Immediately, he didn't hesitate. He walked into the array and sat down. In the next moment, his soul seemed to leave his body and enter a strange space. Blue sky and white clouds, green mountains, and clear water. It was like a paradise. There were several pavilions in front of him, and many martial artists were sitting inside. Lin Xian's appearance caused the martial artists to look back. When they saw his cultivation, they immediately lost interest. How can a 6th-level martial artist be so weak? Someone frowned and said. Who knows, he's probably new. Hey, kid, what's your number? Someone asked. Lin Xian jumped up a few times, stepped on the stones in the water, and jumped into the pavilion. He said in a low voice, Number 9. Number 9. You're the one competing with Qi Ju. The young martial artists in the pavilion curiously sized him up. It's okay, brother. It's your first time to gain experience. Someone comforted him. Someone pulled Lin Xian and said, Look, the one in purple in the pavilion in front is Qi Ju. He's at the peak of the 7th level of the meridian condensation period. He's best at the 8 forms of the extinction blade. Lin Xian thanked these youths and then looked at Qi Ju. Qi Ju also looked back, and their eyes met in the air. Humph. Qi Ju's expression was full of contempt. He stood up proudly and said with his hands behind his back, Newcomer, you choose the venue. Venue? Lin Xian was surprised. Then, with the introduction of the martial artist beside him, he quickly understood. The token in his hand not only represented his identity, but also allowed him to choose the venue. Lin Xian looked around and found that there were forests, valleys, arenas, villas, and other different places. I'll choose the villa. Lin Xian didn't care. What an idiot. Qi Ju sneered. The nearby martial artists also whispered, Brother, there's a gap between your cultivation. You'll definitely be promoted to the 7th level of the meridian condensation period. Newcomers usually choose places like forests where there are many obstacles and have time to adapt to their bodies. In places like the villa, Qi Ju can easily find you. You won't have time to adapt. So it's like that. Lin Xian suddenly understood. Then I'll choose the forest next time. Seeing Lin Xian's casual appearance, the other martial artists shook their heads. After 10 breaths, the 2 figures flashed and entered the villa. After Lin Xian stabilized his body, he cautiously looked around and found that he was in a square martial arts arena. There were many different kinds of weapons on both sides. Lin Xian didn't immediately choose a weapon. Instead, he carefully felt his body. He found that this virtual body had opened 7 spirit veins. The 7 spirit veins formed 7 circles in his body. Lin Xian could clearly feel that his strength and speed had increased significantly. He tried to throw a punch, and the spirit energy in the 7 spirit veins vibrated together, transmitting a powerful force. My strength increased by 70%. Lin Xian had a rough idea. Then, he used his footwork and quickly moved around. Speed increased by 50%. Humph. Kid, you didn't run away. I don't know if you're confident or just an idiot. Just as Lin Xian tried to move his body, Qi Ju, who had teleported to another place, appeared. In such a spacious place, you can only wait for death. Qi Ju walked to the weapon rack and picked up a shiny long saber. Lin Xian also picked up a slightly wider long sword. Then, he assumed the starting position of the thunderclap sword art. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. Chapter 77. Clang. With a soft sound, the long saber was unsheathed, and the bright saber light shone in all directions. With a casual strike, the killing intent rippled out like water. The purple saber light soared into the sky, piercing through the void, and slashing towards Lin Xian with a fierce stance. Just one saber draw had such power. So strong. As expected of the holder of 10 consecutive wins. In the hall, the martial artists saw Qi Ju's move and praised. Looking at the degree of condensation of the saber light, it had already reached the peak of the 7th level of the meridian condensing period. This Chi-Ju would probably break through soon. Some 8th level Meridian condensing period martial artists also had serious expressions. Chi-Ju's potential was enough to attract their attention. Humph. This Lin Xian is definitely dead. Ling Zai's eyes shone with anticipation. AI, if nothing unexpected happens, this martial artist called Lin Xian probably won't be able to dodge this move. Some martial artists felt it was a pity. After all, he had just obtained the power of a 7th level Meridian condensing period martial artist, and it would be difficult to adapt in a short time. After Lin Xian saw this move, his pupils shrank. He quickly used the Phantom Thunder footwork, and his figure became illusory, difficult to distinguish between real and fake. Chi! The purple saber light flashed, but it only cut an afterimage. He actually dodged it. In the hall, many martial artists were surprised. Even Chi-Ju himself was surprised. They didn't know that Lin Xian had precise control over his strength. Although his strength had skyrocketed, under his control, he could perfectly display it. What a brilliant footwork! After seeing Lin Xian's footwork, Luo Qingshan's eyes flashed. It seemed to be a profound level martial art. He didn't know what level junior apprentice brother Lin had practiced it to. Lin Xian's footwork was indeed fast, but Chi-Ju's saber wasn't slow either. To be able to maintain 10 consecutive wins, he naturally had his advantages. 8 forms of the extinction saber. Chi-Ju felt humiliated by his mistake. He didn't want to waste any more time with Lin Xian, so he used his best saber skills. It's here, the 8 styles of the extinction blade. Chi-Ju will definitely win. Some of the martial artists who supported Chi-Ju were excited. A purple saber light lit up, and a faint purple saber chi that was more than 20 feet long extended from the saber. Everywhere it passed, it gave off a muffled whistling sound. Lin Xian swept out with his sword. The body of the sword was covered with faint golden arcs of electricity. A chaotic and violent aura spread out. It was as fast as lightning, colliding with the purple saber light. Swords and sabers clashed, and the violent collision of energy caused the air to tremble. The tables and chairs on both sides were shattered, and terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. Sword chi crisscrossed and saber radiance soared into the sky. However, Chi-Ju did not relax at all. He could sense that the long saber in his hand was being neutralized by the strange power of No. 1 high school. The long saber that was originally aimed at Lin Xian was forcefully deflected by 3 centimeters. How is this possible? Chi-Ju's expression changed drastically. Lin Xian was able to dodge his first attack. After all, he was just testing the waters. However, now that he had displayed the 8 styles of the invincible saber, he still couldn't gain the upper hand. This was unacceptable. No, how could he master the power of a rank 7 Meridian condensing stage so quickly? Was he hiding his strength? Chi-Ju thought of a more important question. However, Lin Xian obviously wouldn't give him an answer. Now that Lin Xian could use the power of a rank 7 Meridian condensing stage, he was overjoyed. He slashed out again and again. The mighty sword chi was mixed with faint golden arcs of electricity, forming the power of wind and thunder. The power of a rank 7 Meridian condensing stage is indeed powerful. The power of 7 spirit veins has stronger explosive power and endurance, but this power is also more difficult to control. Lin Xian continued to analyze in his mind. After all, he had an additional spirit vein. There were some things he needed to carefully study. If I can completely master the power of a rank 7 Meridian condensing stage in this spiritual space, then I can directly take a spirit pill when I leave. Lin Xian's heart was faintly excited. He still had a pill in his hand that could directly raise his cultivation by a stage. If he could master the power of a rank 7 meridian condensing stage and then use this pill to advance, then he would be able to stabilize his cultivation in the shortest time possible without worrying about any side effects. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's attacks sped up. This scene caused all the martial artists watching the competition to turn pale with fright. What? He's actually suppressing Qi Ju. Am I seeing things? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Ling Zai's face was no longer calm. He straightened his body, clenched his fists, and stared motionlessly at the light screen. Damn it, who can tell me what's going on? Young master, it's possible that this boy is hiding his strength. A black-clothed martial artist said. Hiding his strength? Ling Zai's face darkened as he heard this. Damn it, I was wondering why he was so confident. So he was hiding his strength. Junior brother Lin, good job. Not far away, Yi Qing cheered. When this voice reached Ling Zai's ears, it made him even angrier. They must have planned this beforehand. Ling Zai seemed to have thought of something. They must have planned so much to win my spirit stones. Thinking of the 10,000 spirit stones, Ling Zai's face was pained. He had originally bet 10,000 spirit stones because he was 100% sure of winning, but he didn't expect to be cheated. It's not that easy to win my spirit stones. Ling Zai summoned a black-clothed martial artist and said in a low voice, Go tell Fifth Lord to find a way to manipulate the results of this match. No matter what, we can't let Lin Xian win. The black-clothed martial artist received the order and quietly left. In the spiritual space, Qi Ju was very aggrieved. He was completely restrained and was even led by the nose by Lin Xian. Thinking of being defeated by a 6th-level meridian condensation stage martial artist in front of everyone, he had the urge to kill himself. On the opposite side, Lin Xian had a calm face and the long sword in his hand was very steady. He didn't seek a quick victory and only attacked step by step according to his own rhythm. However, in the next moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Contestant number 9, I am the manager of this space. I hope you can take the initiative to lose this match. What? Lin Xian suddenly froze and the attack in his hand stopped. However, he immediately calmed down and stabbed his long sword again. However, this slight flaw was caught by Qi Ju and he immediately counterattacked. He was originally a powerful martial artist, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to achieve 10 consecutive victories. Qi Ju's move succeeded and the spirit energy in his body flourished. He used the full power of the 8 forms of the extinction blade. The purple blade light was incomparably vast and mighty, attacking Lin Xian from all directions. Lin Xian didn't have a good way to deal with this kind of powerful attack. He could only keep the sword light within 3 feet and adopt a defensive posture. This shocking change caused the martial artists in the hall to burst into cheers. Their current mood was like moving forward in the waves, undulating and undulating. What's going on? Why is Lin Xian suddenly unable to continue? Some martial artists were puzzled. Maybe he didn't control the spirit energy in his body well, causing his spirit energy to be consumed too quickly. After all, this isn't his real realm. A level 8 meridian condensation stage expert guessed. Only Ling Zai knew that his command had taken effect. Chapter 78. The changes on the screen made all the warriors excited. After all, most of them had bet on Qi Ju's victory. Now that they saw this scene, they were naturally happy. In the virtual space, Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He had calmed down from his initial shock, but he found it hard to accept the Ling family's actions. As a manager, they couldn't even be fair. Lin Xian felt bitterly disappointed. However, it was impossible for him to admit defeat. As a swordsman, he would rather break than bend. If he bowed his head in the face of such a small threat, then what was the point of talking about martial arts and sword intent? On the opposite side, Chi-Ju grinned. The purple blade was like a wave, each blade stronger than the last. No one can control my will. I will use the long sword in my hand to cut through everything. Lin Xian's heart was firm, and his eyes revealed a terrifying light. Thunder God's fury. With a thrust of the sword, the golden light attacked in all directions. A series of thunder roared in the air, and golden arcs of lightning rushed towards Chi-Ju. Seventh style of the invincible blade. Chi-Ju gritted his teeth and urged the spiritual power in his body. The 2-foot-long blades suddenly split from 1 to 3, forming a fan-shaped attack. Rumble. With a deafening sound, Lin Xian's long sword easily pierced through the purple blade, and then hit Chi-Ju's body. No! Chi-Ju screamed, and his body flew out like a kite. Then he fell to the ground in a sorry state. The clothes on his chest were completely torn, and there was a sword mark on his chest, 3 inches into his flesh. Although this wasn't a real body, Chi-Ju still felt a piercing pain, and he felt that the strength of this body was quickly disappearing. Am I going to lose? No, how can I lose to a Meridian 6 stage boy? Chi-Ju's eyes had a trace of madness. He stood up with difficulty, and raised the long sword in his hand again. I'll let you see the last style of my 8 styles of the invincible blade, absolute kill. The long robe on his body fluttered even though there was no wind, and the purple light on the long saber drilled into the blade. In the next moment, a hazy long saber shadow appeared in front of him. Almost no one at the same level as you can withstand this strike. You won't be an exception. Chi-Ju's face was pale. Then, as if he had used up all of his strength, he swung his blade. It was as if the void was being torn apart. Countless gusts of wind blew in reverse. A huge saber shadow that was over 10 meters long slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian let out a long roar. Instead of retreating, he advanced. His entire right arm and sword turned a faint gold color, with tiny golden arcs of electricity pulsing on them. However, just as he was about to make a move, the dignified voice rang in his ears again. Ignorant junior, you dare to go against my will. I said that you will lose, so you must lose. As soon as he finished speaking, the long sword in Lin Xian's hand broke, leaving only a small part of the blade and the hilt. In front of everyone, the manager could not directly attack, but he could still cause some damage. Lin Xian's broken sword was his doing. However, this change made everyone cry out in surprise. Ling Zhe laughed wantonly. He knew that Lin Xian had completely angered the manager, and there was no chance of him winning. Chi-Ju, on the other hand, had a crazed look on his face. Ha, even the heavens are helping me. You can die in peace. Lin Xian looked at the broken sword, as if a ball of anger was burning in his heart. Inexplicably, he suddenly thought of the mysterious figure he saw in the demonic abyss. Arrogant, dissolute, and destroyed a peerless enemy while talking and laughing. At that moment, Lin Xian seemed to have understood something. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Even if you break my sword, you won't be able to change my mind. My sword and my heart are one. The golden electric current did not disappear. Instead, it flowed along the broken sword and automatically formed a golden lightning sword. Feel Lei Qia's fear. Lin Xian's body moved violently, like a golden flash between heaven and earth. The sharp lightning sword cut through the huge saber shadow with a momentum that could destroy everything, and cut Chi-Ju's body in half. Thump. The saber fell to the ground, and Chi-Ju's body fell to the ground, turning into white light and dissipating. Lin Xian, on the other hand, raised his sword to the sky, and his heart was full of fighting spirit. The lightning-like sword was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. After a long time, these warriors came back to their senses and exclaimed again. Why is Lin Xian still here? Shouldn't he have been teleported out? Why is he pointing his sword to the sky? Is there an enemy? These warriors discussed for a while. Lin Xian's muscles were tense, as if he was ready to attack at any time. He was wary of the manager here. Fortunately, the manager did not dare to make a big deal out of it. After a moment of silence, he sent Lin Xian out. With a flash of light, Lin Xian's figure disappeared from everyone's eyes. In the next moment, his body in the formation trembled slightly, and then he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he felt as if he had fallen from the 7th rank to the 6th rank. This difference made him feel unreal. Fortunately, his willpower was firm, and he quickly adapted to this difference. Slightly circulating the longevity secret art, the spiritual power in his body flowed smoothly. The golden sword essence seed emitted a little light, and he felt that his fusion with the sword essence seed had become closer. It seems that this competition has given me a lot of benefits. Lin Xian smiled indifferently. Not only did he try out the power of the 7th rank in advance, but he also had a new understanding of the way of the sword. It seems that when I go back, I have to properly comprehend it. Lin Xian decided to go into seclusion for a while. Of course, before that, he still had something to do, and that was to receive the spirit stones he had won. The odds for this competition were 1 to 10. He had bet 3,000 spirit stones, and now he would receive 30,000 spirit stones. 30,000 spirit stones was a very large sum. Lin Xian wanted to laugh just thinking about it. Boom! The stone door slowly opened, and Lin Xian walked out. Luo Qingshan had been waiting outside for a long time. He had naturally seen everything that had happened on the screen of light, so he was especially worried. Are you okay? Luo Qingshan asked. Let's go and get the spirit stones. Lin Xian acted as if nothing had happened, and smiled as he walked towards the stairs. The two walked out side by side, and once again appeared in the basement hall. Many ancient martial art practitioners looked at Lin Xian in a different light. This young man's actions were completely beyond their expectations. Ling Zhe, on the other hand, looked at Lin Xian with a dark gaze. After he leaves, find a place where there is no one and kill him. Ling Zhe said in a low voice to the martial artist in black beside him. Don't worry, young Master Ling, a 6th rank martial artist cannot escape from my grasp. The martial artist in black laughed sinisterly. Lin Xian and the others received the spirit stones, and then after talking with Luo Qingshan for a while, they left the arena. Yi Qing smiled as he counted the spirit stones, and then laughed happily. With so many spirit stones, I won't have to worry about going to the cultivation tower. The two walked to the Black Sky Sect's branch in Misty Cloud City, rented 2 swift eagles, and flew towards the Black Sky Sect. Chapter 79. Lin Xian and Yi Qing rode the swift eagle and flew back to the sect. At this speed, they would be able to return to the sect in about half a day. Back at the sect, Lin Xian planned to take the spirit gathering pill to break through his cultivation and comprehend the sword intent seed. He sat cross-legged on the swift eagle and immersed his mind in the golden sword intent seed. This golden seed not only improved his swordsmanship, but also increased his thunder attribute cultivation methods. For example, his phantom thunder steps could increase it by about 30%. Just as he was immersed in martial arts, a small black dot was quickly approaching from behind and exuding a strong killing intent. The golden sword intent seed felt this killing intent and trembled slightly. Lin Xian suddenly woke up and quickly looked back. What's wrong? Yi Qing asked. Senior sister, you go back first. I have something in Yunlin City. Lin Xian thought for a moment and came up with an idea. He couldn't let Yi Qing fall into this kind of crisis. Immediately, he used the token to control the swift eagle and quickly turned around and flew to the side. Yi Qing shouted a few words from behind, but seeing that Lin Xian didn't respond, she could only give up. After turning around, Lin Xian didn't go back directly, but ran towards the nearby forest. He knew that the person's cultivation must be higher than his, and it was not a wise choice to meet force with force. Ling Zhe, Ling family. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said, "When I have the strength, I will definitely get justice for today." The black-clothed martial artist behind found that Lin Xian suddenly changed his route and sneered. With his strength of the 8th level meridian stage, he was not afraid of Lin Xian's tricks. This was not the virtual space. In reality, absolute strength could crush all schemes. Go! He controlled the strange bird under his feet and quickly flew towards Lin Xian. The strange bird was black all over, but its claws were white. Although it was not big, its flying speed was very fast, even faster than the swift eagle. Humph! In front of my black feathers, you have no chance to escape. The black-clothed martial artist sneered. Soon, he caught up to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was now less than 50 meters away from the black-clothed martial artist. He knew that he couldn't be anxious at this time. He had to remain calm. Only by remaining calm would he have a chance to escape. Aerial combat is disadvantageous for me. I need to descend immediately. Lin Xian urged the swift eagle to fly down into the forest below. Whoosh! When the swift eagle flew to a low altitude, Lin Xian directly jumped down and landed steadily on the ground. Behind him, the black-clothed martial artist also jumped and landed steadily. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, his eyes full of contempt. 8th level Ningmai. Lin Xian's pupils shrank when he saw the person's cultivation. He recognized this person. It was the black-clothed man who had suddenly attacked him. The Ling family is really shameless. They want to silence us after losing the competition. Lin Xian sneered. Kid, it's useless to say anything now. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for provoking someone you shouldn't have. The black-clothed man sneered, a layer of fiery red appearing on his palm. What do I do? Lin Xian's eyes were fixed on the black-clothed man. He was extremely anxious. Suddenly, his mind moved. With my 6th level Ningmai cultivation, he definitely won't use his full strength. As long as I take advantage of his underestimation, I might be able to turn the tables. Lin Xian had hope in his heart. My biggest trump card is the Essence Gathering Pill and the Seed of Sword Essence. The Essence Gathering Pill can allow me to reach the 7th level Ningmai cultivation in an instant, and the Seed of Sword Essence can make my attacks even more powerful. However, I only have one chance. If I fail, I won't have another chance. Lin Xian took a deep breath and carefully thought over a few details. At this time, the black-clothed martial artist attacked. His right palm waved in the air, and a fiery red palm the size of a millstone appeared in front of him. With a scorching heat, it quickly attacked Lin Xian. So fast! Lin Xian was shocked. At the same time, he used the phantom steps and quickly dodged. However, he didn't use his full strength. He wanted to create the illusion that he couldn't withstand a single blow from the black-clothed man. Pang! Under the palm, Lin Xian awkwardly dodged. The row of trees behind him were all broken, and the branches were all scorched and turned to ashes. What a terrifying palm! Lin Xian was deeply afraid of the black-clothed man. If the black-clothed man used his full strength, he feared that he wouldn't have any chance. So what if you win the competition? You'll still die at my hands. The black-clothed martial artist had a mocking expression. With one hand behind his back, he stretched out his right hand, wanting to grab Lin Xian. For a martial artist like you, I can kill you with one hand. The black-clothed man's palm seemed to be cast from steel. With a casual grab, there was the sound of air being torn apart. Chance. Lin Xian saw that the black-clothed man didn't even have any spiritual power and directly attacked with one hand. He knew that his chance had come. With a light tap of his storage ring, Lin Xian's speed reached a record high. A pill the size of a longan was swallowed into his mouth. Immediately after, the crimson flame sword appeared in his hand. Circulating his spiritual power to the extreme, he constantly communicated with the seed of sword intent and launched his strongest attack, Raging Thunder Slash. All of this happened in an instant. When the black-clothed man arrogantly attacked with one hand, Lin Xian's fate was sealed. Lin Xian suddenly exploded. His body was covered with golden lightning, and a golden flash of lightning directly cut the black-clothed man's arm. Moreover, in this golden light, there was a faint trace of pressure. Although it was very weak, it was like a dormant supreme beast, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Ah! The black-clothed man screamed and retreated. One of his arms was raised in response. Lin Xian immediately retreated after his successful attack. He didn't continue fighting. At that moment, he felt that his essence, energy, and spirit had perfectly fused together. That attack had reached his strongest state. Kid, I want kill you. You. The black-clothed man's entire face twisted in pain. He didn't think that the youth he regarded as an ant would be able to cut off his arm. I will tear you apart bit by bit. I will make you regret being born into this world. The black-clothed man's entire body emitted a fiery red light. His entire body was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. Demonic Flame Palm. The black-clothed martial artist waved his left hand. Suddenly, the sky was filled with red palm shadows, covering the sky and covering the earth as they rushed towards Lin Xian. At the same time, the black-clothed man's body also leaped high. With a red tail light, he fiercely rushed over. Phantom Thunder Step. Lin Xian quickly dodged, not daring to meet it head-on. First of all, the seventh spiritual meridian in his body had just been opened. He needed to circulate his Xian Qi to stabilize it. Also, the attack of an enraged 8th level meridian stage martial artist wasn't something he could take. Boom! 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 The fiery red palm shadows pierced the ground, forming deep pits with a radius of 1 zhang. Countless trees fell. Lin Xian was hit by the palm wind. He felt as if he had hit a volcano. His blood and qi roiled. Die! Chapter 80. The sudden palm sealed off all of Lin Xian's paths of retreat. The fiery red palm print was like a bright red sun, emitting light. An incomparably vast energy pressed down like a mountain. Relying on the phantom thunder steps, Lin Xian was unable to dodge this palm. I can only use this move. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He was going to use a move that he practiced every day but rarely used. Falling Star. One man and one sword turned into a stream of light, falling like a meteor, dazzling the eyes. Chi! Bam! The air exploded as if it had been split in half. The area of 50 feet around them seemed to have become a vacuum. With a flash of light, the two figures appeared. From the arm to the chest of the black-clothed martial artist, there was a blood-red sword mark. His flesh was twisted, and one could vaguely see white bone. Lin Xian's sword had almost split him in half. The black-clothed martial artist's face was twisted, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. He was once again shocked by the youth in front of him. This time, he had used all of his strength, but his injuries were even more serious than last time. If this continued, even if he could kill Lin Xian, he would be seriously injured and die. Facing this calm youth, he actually had a trace of thought of retreating in his heart. Lin Xian was also not in a good state. Although he had successfully stabbed the black-clothed martial artist, he had also been hit by the fiery red palm. Many of his ribs had been broken, and he had also suffered serious internal injuries. This was the first time he had felt the threat of death. Lin Xian resisted the pain and stood up. The long sword in his hand once again pointed at the black-clothed martial artist. At this time, he could not show weakness. He had to be strong to the end and intimidate the enemy. Otherwise, the black-clothed martial artist would very likely attack again. As expected, seeing Lin Xian's long sword, the black-clothed martial artist unconsciously took 2 steps back. Fear. Lin Xian smiled. He saw fear in the black-clothed martial artist's eyes. A pulse condensation period 8th stage martial artist was afraid of a pulse condensation period 6th stage brat. No one would believe this, but this was actually happening to the black-clothed man. Seeing Lin Xian's mockery, the black-clothed martial artist was enraged. He had also discovered his own fear, but compared to his own life, nothing else mattered. However, Lin Xian clearly didn't want to let him go. If he went back and attracted even stronger enemies, he would really be dead. Don't even think about it. I won't give you the chance to escape. Lin Xian's body was trembling, but his eyes were as bright as the stars. His aura was like a peerless sword that was about to be unsheathed. The black-clothed man's pupils suddenly contracted. He was shocked by Lin Xian's decisiveness, and even more shocked by the aura emanating from his body. This kind of aura was like a peerless cold light that made his heart tremble. Sword force. And it's far from the entry level. The black-clothed man didn't have any fighting spirit left. He was like a frightened kitten, his entire body trembling. The youth in front of him was like an enigma that couldn't be seen through. First, his cultivation had skyrocketed, and he had cut off his arm with 1 sword strike. Under his full power attack, he had used a stunning sword strike. Finally, he had even released a sword force that was close to the small success stage. Run! This was the black-clothed martial artist's only thought. Lin Xian slowly raised the long sword in his hand. The sword essence seed in his body was like a golden sun, radiant for tens of thousands of zhang. He raised his hand and drew his sword. The black-clothed man retreated in despair. He discovered that what Lin Xian had swung wasn't a long sword, but a bolt of godly thunder that descended from the 9th heaven. It connected the heavens and the earth, destroying everything. Ah! With a miserable scream, the black-clothed martial artist was struck between his eyebrows. With infinite fear, he crashed to the ground. Lin Xian stabbed the long sword into the ground. He couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. With great difficulty, he walked in front of the black-clothed martial artist and took his storage ring. This battle was the most thrilling battle he had ever experienced since he started practicing martial arts. He had used up all of his cards, and only then had he managed to kill the black-clothed martial artist. Is this the strength of a level 8 pulse condensation period martial artist? Lin Xian couldn't help but think of Zhang Qian. As an elite disciple of a sect, Zhang Qian's strength was likely much higher than the black-clothed martial artist's. However, I have the sword essence seed. As long as I can comprehend 10% of it, killing Zhang Qian won't be a problem. Lin Xian didn't have any fear. Instead, he had a trace of anticipation. Only by facing a stronger opponent would he be able to grow faster. Putting away his long sword, Lin Xian took out several healing pills. Then, he found a safe place to quietly recover. The secret longevity art quickly revolved in his body. His 7 spirit veins vibrated together, quickly repairing the wounds in his body. Time flew by. In a flash, a day had passed. Within Misty Cloud City, Lingzhe anxiously paced back and forth. The black-clothed men he had sent out had already left for an entire day. Even now, there was still no news. This caused him to feel uneasy. What am I worried about? How could a mere leveled 6 pulse condensation period brat escape? Lingzhe comforted himself. But as time passed, the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. Did that brat really escape? From beginning to end, he didn't think that the black-clothed men had been killed. This was because in his opinion, it was simply impossible. Forget it, I'll return to the sect and find out. Lingzhe finally couldn't ignore it. He chose to return to the Profound Sky sect to check on Lin Xian's situation. Half a day later, a 10-foot-long demonic bird flew in the direction of the Profound Sky sect with Lingzhe and the 2 black-clothed martial artists. In the forest, Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes. The injuries in his body had already healed by about 70 to 80%. Even his broken bones had been reconnected by the secret longevity art and returned to normal. This caused him to once again marvel at the miraculous power of the secret longevity art. Among the cultivation techniques he knew, there was not a single one that could be mentioned in the same breath as the secret longevity art. Following this, Lin Xian didn't immediately move. Instead, he recalled yesterday's battle and summarized his experience. The Thunder and Lightning Sword force is close to initial success. Its power is unimaginable. However, the Thunderclap sword art is a bit behind. It can no longer keep up with my strength. Lin Xian muttered to himself. When he was in the outer sect, the Thunderclap sword art was his main attack. However, as his cultivation increased, the incomplete Thunderclap sword art could no longer satisfy him. The Phantom Thunder steps still need to be strengthened. The Heavenly Meteor is still my last resort. Lin Xian thought about it and realized that he had too few trump cards. When I go back this time, I need to choose a few martial arts techniques and improve them all. Lin Xian stroked his chin. However, before that, he had another idea. Currently, the spiritual energy in his body was of the thunder and lightning attribute. Initially, he deliberately changed it to match the Thunderclap sword art. However, now that he had the Thunder and Lightning Sword Intent Seed, his Thunder and Lightning spiritual energy seemed a little redundant. Moreover, he felt that the greatest advantage of the secret longevity art was its ability to integrate all attributes and its terrifying recovery ability. He had already experienced this during the process of healing. Can I transfer all the thunder and lightning attribute in my body to the sword intent seed and restore the spiritual energy in my body to its normal non-elemental state? Lin Xian had an idea and began to try. First, he activated the sword intent seed and let it release the pressure of the ninth heaven thunder to see if it could attract the thunder and lightning in his body. Chapter 81. The sword intent seed seemed to have turned into a huge whirlpool, sucking in all the golden lightning in his body. The process was very slow, and every strand of golden lightning that left his spiritual energy brought pain to Lin Xian. The whole process lasted for 2 hours, and Lin Xian was also tortured for 2 hours. However, the effect of the pain was obvious. The spiritual energy in his body had returned to its green color, and the sword intent seed was bigger than before. Absorbing lightning can strengthen the sword intent seed. Lin Xian had a new discovery, but he felt relieved after thinking about it. The golden sword intent seed should be the lightning sword intent, which was why it had such a reaction. Lin Xian finished everything and ran in the direction of the Black Heaven sect. 2 days later, he finally saw the magnificent mountain gate. "Who's there?" the mountain gate disciple shouted. Lin Xian's figure flashed and appeared in front of them. Seeing the two people as if they were facing a great enemy, he smiled and took out a token from his pocket. Inner sect disciple. The gatekeeper was shocked and hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, senior brother." Lin Xian strode through the mountain gate and sighed in his heart. 3 months ago, he was still struggling at the bottom of the ladder like these disciples. Now, he had entered the inner sect and became their senior brother. Lin Xian sighed in his heart and walked towards the inner sect. In the inner sect, in front of a quiet courtyard, a young girl anxiously walked around and kept whispering. "Junior brother Lin has been missing for 3 days, and senior brother Luo doesn't know. If he doesn't come today, I'll report it to Instructor Murong." This young girl was naturally Yi Qing. She had been back for 3 days, but she didn't see Lin Xian's shadow. During this time, she also used a special method to ask senior brother Luo, but she found out that Lin Xian didn't return to the arena at all. This made Yi Qing very anxious, and she even suspected that Lin Xian had an accident. Yi Qing stomped her feet and angrily turned around, ready to leave. However, in the next moment, she exclaimed, "Junior brother Lin, you're back." Lin Xian was slightly stunned. He didn't think that he would see Yi Qing in front of his house. However, he immediately understood that Yi Qing was worried about his safety. Thinking of this, he felt a bit of warmth in his heart. "Why is senior sister Yi here? Is something the matter?" Lin Xian feigned ignorance. "You're still talking," Yi Qing said angrily. "You've disappeared for 3 days. I thought you were taken away by a demon beast." Lin Xian's face was covered in cold sweat. He could only brace himself and explain, "I got lost." Yi Qing didn't believe it at all, but seeing Lin Xian's "I have no sense of direction" expression, she could only angrily grind her teeth and bite him. "Oh right, tomorrow Instructor Murong will be teaching some martial arts knowledge. Don't be late." Yi Qing finished and left. Teaching. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. He originally wanted to find Instructor Murong, but now it was even easier. Returning to his room, Lin Xian had a good sleep. Although his physical strength was still in good condition, the continuous journey and the life and death battle had made his spirit and soul very tired. He needed a good rest. If he was too tense, sooner or later he would break. Only by alternating between tension and relaxation was the way of the king. After teaching in the middle of the night, Lin Xian woke up from his sleep. He stretched and then took out a ring. It was the one he got from the black-clothed martial artist. With a thought, Lin Xian's perception entered the ring. The space inside wasn't very big, and there weren't many things. It could be seen that the black-clothed martial artist wasn't very rich. After all, his identity was just a servant. A few bottles of healing pills, 2 ordinary swords, and a few martial arts secret books. Lin Xian flipped through them. One of them was a cultivation technique. He had no interest in it and directly threw it aside. The other book was a palm technique. Lin Xian thought that the black-clothed martial artist's palm technique was good, so he took a look. This was a martial art called Bright Fire Palm. It was a low-level profound level technique. After mastering it, one's entire palm would be as red as fire. It was very powerful, and ordinary objects would melt upon contact. Although Lin Xian didn't have the fire attribute, he had the thunder attribute. He could completely refer to the characteristics of this palm technique and condense the thunder palm. He was now in urgent need of martial arts moves. Moreover, practicing other martial arts would also be good for his sword techniques. For example, fist techniques and so on, he could comprehend them by analogy. Moreover, swords could be seen as an extension of the arm. According to the above, First of all, one had to constantly temper the palm with high temperature so that it could withstand the heat of the flame. When the palm didn't fear the high temperature of the flame, then one could practice the moves. The moves were divided into 3 stages. The first stage was bright fire palm. That was to say, the palm was fiery red and the palm wind carried a high temperature. The second stage was to fill the sky with palm shadows. After mastering it, one would instantly shoot out dozens of palm shadows. Moreover, the palm shadows would not dissipate and had a strong burning effect. The third stage, which was the large success stage, was called transforming palm into fire. The palm was the flame, and the flame was the palm. After mastering it, ordinary swords and sabers would melt. After Lin Xian finished reading, he had a general understanding. He compared it to the black-clothed martial artist and found that the latter hadn't mastered the third stage. It would be fine as long as he changed the flame into thunder. Lin Xian pondered. He didn't have absolute confidence, but he felt that on the path of martial arts, techniques and application should be the same. The only difference was the attribute. Thinking of this, he decided to give it a try. Communicating with the thunder and lightning sword Intent Seed, a trace of golden arc appeared in his palm. Immediately after, more thunder and lightning surged out and enveloped his palm. This thunder and lightning are one. I've already fulfilled the first condition. I just need to practice the moves. He memorized all the moves and then came to the school to try cultivating. Golden arcs of lightning appeared on his palms. Every strike carried the power of thunder and lightning. The momentum was terrifying. Lin Xian finished practicing the palm technique and found that he had completely mastered the first stage. In fact, other than Lin Xian, it was difficult for others to master it quickly because the others only had attribute spiritual energy and not real flames. However, Lin Xian's thunder and lightning was directly absorbed from the outside world. It was real thunder and lightning. This situation directly caused him to cultivate attribute martial arts at an abnormal speed, especially thunder attribute martial arts. Palm shadows filling the sky. Lin Xian continuously struck out with his palms, forming a golden palm shadow in front of him. It was like a golden light curtain that was incomparably dazzling. The third stage, transforming palm into thunder, required him to ponder for a few days. I'll call it Golden Thunder Palm from now on. Lin Xian gave this set of palm techniques a name. Then, he continued to practice and strengthen this set of palm techniques. He also practiced it together with the Phantom Thunder steps, constantly honing it. Unknowingly, the east gradually turned white and a red sun broke through the sky. Lin Xian stopped and began to face the sun to cultivate the longevity art. When the sun rose, there was a faint purple aura around it. This kind of purple aura was very helpful for martial artists' cultivation. Therefore, many martial artists would face the east at this time and cultivate their techniques. Chapter 82. Lin Xian arrived at the lecture area early and waited for instructor Murong. Not long after he arrived, Yi Qing and Luo Qingshan also arrived one after another. The 3 of them were chatting in a low voice. After about half an hour, Murong Qianling appeared. She was wearing a silver-white light armor and a dark cyan long sword at her waist. She looked less charming but more heroic. Today, I will teach you a set of sword art. Murong Qianling didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. This set of sword art is called Gale sword art. It belongs to the intermediate profound level martial arts. I will demonstrate it once. You guys watch carefully. After saying that, she pulled out her long sword and assumed a starting position. In the next moment, a gust of wind rose from under her feet. This wind seemed to appear out of thin air and blew Murong Qianling's long hair. Yi Qing and Luo Qingshan were fine. It wasn't their first time experiencing this kind of thing. However, it was Lin Xian's first time seeing it. Murong Qianling's black hair was fluttering. Her entire person seemed to have turned into a gust of wind. The sword rose and fell like a gust of wind. It made people unable to see its source, let alone guess its trajectory. Lin Xian was completely intoxicated. He was worried that he didn't have a powerful sword art. Now that he had this opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Although Murong Qianling's moves were quick and agile and dazzling, Lin Xian had the mysterious small sword in his body. His comprehension of sword art had reached a terrifying level. Gale 3 thrusts. Murong Qianling lightly touched the ground. Her body suddenly turned into a stream of light. The dark cyan long sword in her hand seemed to have turned into a cyan hurricane, tearing the void. 3 cyan rays of light cut through the void and formed a Z character. This Gale 3 thrusts is flexible and changeable. Not only can it chase the enemy, it can also escape from encirclement and wander around. Murong Qianling explained as she displayed the Gale 3 thrusts. 3 cyan rays of light formed different trajectories in the air. It included attacking, chasing, dodging and various other methods. Lin Xian gasped in surprise. Compared to the Gale sword art, his thunderclap sword art seemed to be more simplistic. However, this was normal. Firstly, the thunderclap sword art was of a lower grade. Secondly, it was incomplete. Furthermore, it was a simplified version of a certain sword art. If I can learn the Gale sword technique, I'm afraid my strength will increase by 30%. Lin Xian kept comparing in his mind. And at this time, Murong Qianling changed her move once again. It was different from the speed and sharpness from before. This time, the spiritual energy around her body surged as if it was a wind gap. The power of the wind made people feel apprehensive. Whirlwind. Countless cracks appeared on the bluestone on the ground as the sword slashed out. A 2 feet tall green tornado descended from the sword and swept forward at a rapid speed. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He could feel a terrifying suction force and a faint sense of danger from the green tornado. This feeling made his chest feel stuffy. Crack! The nearby trees were uprooted by the suction force, and the soil was swept into the wind. Chee! 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 Just as the trees came into contact with the tornado, countless green wind blades appeared and cut the trees into countless pieces. After moving for 50 to 60 feet, the green tornado stopped rotating and gradually disappeared. However, Murong Qianling didn't stop. She once again used her long sword to slash out a whirlwind. This time, the whirlwind had just moved for 20 feet when it suddenly split into 3 and attacked in 3 different directions. Everywhere it passed, there would be gravel and the ground would be in a mess. It can actually be like this. This time, not only was Lin Xian surprised, even Luo Qingshan and Yi Qing exclaimed in a low voice. The Gale sword technique still has 2 moves left. One of them is a defensive move called the Dance of the Wind and Moon. Murong Qianling said, "Qingshan, attack me with all your strength." Luo Qingshan stood up and a faint halo appeared behind him. He pulled out his sword and stabbed forward, rushing towards Murong Qianling with his fastest speed. Before the attack arrived, the air around Murong Qianling suddenly became chaotic. A green light flashed and formed a half-moon-shaped wind wall in front of her, bouncing Luo Qingshan's attack to the side. After one move, Murong Qianling put away her long sword and didn't say anything. Instead, she let Lin Xian and the other 2 silently comprehend. After a moment, Yi Qing suddenly asked, "Instructor Murong, didn't you say there was still one more move? What is it?" "The last move is too difficult for you guys. It requires the cultivation of Sea of Soul Realm to use." Murong Qianling's expression was indifferent. However, when she saw the fervent gazes of the three people, she could only helplessly sigh. "I'll use it once to save you kids from not giving up." She waved her lily-white hand and slashed out her long sword. 3 light green wind blades flew out from the tip of the sword. Each of them was more than a meter long and whistled as they flew into the distance. Whoosh! 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 The 3 wind blades flashed and chopped a distant stone pillar into several pieces before disappearing. Sword chi release. Lin Xian's pupils slightly shrunk. This was a move that only Sea of Soul Realm martial artists could use. At their current stage, they really couldn't do it. Alright, I'll now demonstrate the complete move of Gale sword art. I'll explain the 3 major sword skills in detail. Murong Qianling began to explain seriously. Lin Xian realized how fortunate it was to have an instructor. He could let the disciples avoid many detours and directly carry out the correct practice. Suddenly, his brows wrinkled as he cursed in his heart. Speaking of instructors, he had one in his body. Moreover, it was a terror grade 1. However, that person drank all day long and gave Lin Xian a very unreliable feeling. Moreover, he was currently in a deep sleep. It seems like I need to wake up Wine Lord as soon as possible. Lin Xian made a decision. Half a day later, Murong Qianling stopped explaining. Lin Xian and the other 2 had memorized the moves. The rest could only rely on their own practice and comprehension. After bidding farewell to Yi Qing and Luo Qingshan, Lin Xian left alone. He didn't return to his residence, but instead walked towards the Sex Herbal Hole. He wanted to inquire about soul recovery-type medicinal herbs. Passing through the pavilions, Lin Xian arrived at an independent courtyard. Inside, there were palaces scattered about and figures shuttling back and forth. Even from far away, he could smell countless kinds of medicinal herbs and a faint smell of alchemy fire. Lin Xian knew that this was the inner Sex Herbal Hole. All the medicinal pills they used came from here. Lin Xian walked in and looked around curiously. Some of the herbal hall's disciples glanced at him and then left expressionlessly. Lin Xian didn't mind. He had heard a little about this herbal hall. Apart from the herbal hall's own disciples, there were even more shadows of inner sect disciples. These inner sect disciples were all here to ask for medicinal pills. Of course, each person's method was different. Some people bought it with a large sum of money, some used connections, and some accepted tasks to obtain medicinal pills. Lin Xian didn't have any special connections in the inner sect. Therefore, he wanted to use the other 2 methods to obtain the medicinal pills he wanted. Of course, the premise was that there were soul recovery-type medicinal herbs here. Chapter 83. What's the matter? The herb hall disciple asked. May I ask if there are any herbs that can restore one's soul? Lin Xian asked with a glimmer of hope. Herbs that restore one's soul? The 100 herb hall disciple looked at Lin Xian in surprise. These herbs are very rare and very precious. With your status, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to obtain them. Lin Xian sighed in his heart. It seemed that herbs that restore one's soul were very difficult to obtain. The disciple pondered for a moment and said hesitantly, but it's not impossible. Go to the mission area and take a look. There seems to be a mission that involves the herbs you mentioned. Really? Lin Xian originally gave up. He didn't expect things to take a turn for the better. He thanked the disciple and quickly walked to the mission area. The missions here were similar to those in the outer sect mission hall, but most of them were related to herbs. Lin Xian looked for a long time and didn't find any missions that mentioned herbs that restore one's soul. Puzzled, he asked the disciple in charge and found out that there was an escort mission for the 100 herb hall. The reward was to be able to choose any herb in the 100-herb hall, including the resurrection grass. However, to Lin Xian's regret, this mission was accepted by someone. Don't be too anxious. This isn't the first time this mission has been accepted, but it has failed. Maybe you still have a chance. The disciple in charge said. Helpless, he could only wait. Lin Xian walked away with a heavy heart and didn't notice a pair of surprised eyes in the crowd. This pair of eyes naturally belonged to Ling Zhe. He didn't expect that Lin Xian was still alive and his cultivation had increased. How is this possible? He is a rank 8 Meridian's condensation period warrior, but he can't even kill a rank 6 warrior. Ling Zhe's face was gloomy. I'm afraid He is already dead. No, I have to get rid of him. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest easy. Ling Zhe was faintly worried. Suddenly, he thought of Zhang Qian and the agreement between Lin Xian and Zhang Qian. With Zhang Qian's personality, he will definitely kill him. I just have to wait. Ling Zhe gradually calmed down. In the following days, Lin Xian continued to comprehend the Gale sword art. At the same time, he practiced the Phantom Thunder Steps and Golden Thunder Palm. Of course, he did not neglect the longevity secret art. Now, the 7 spirit veins in his body were crystal clear, and the spirit energy in them was like a surging river. Every time it flowed, it would bring about a tyrannical force. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed, and the date of his battle with Zhang Qian was getting closer and closer. That morning, he woke up early as usual. First, he practiced the secret art of longevity for 2 hours. Then, he went to the wind-resisting cliff to practice his sword. This wind-resisting cliff was a dangerous place in the back mountain. Below it was a bottomless abyss, and the surroundings were filled with chilly gales. Although the environment was harsh, it was a good place to practice the sword. It was especially suitable for wind sword arts. At this time, the sky had just begun to brighten. The mountain was cold and quiet, and Lin Xian was the only one on the quiet path. The closer they got to the wind-resisting cliff, the lower the surrounding temperature became. Moreover, the fierce wind was like a knife, and when it blew on their bodies, they felt as if they were being cut by a knife. Lin Xian slightly operated the secret art of longevity, and the spirit energy in his body vibrated, resisting the blade-like fierce wind. He came to the wind-resisting cliff, took out the red flame sword, and began to practice the Gale sword arts. The sword moves that were as agile as the wind were slowly displayed in his hands. Sometimes it was nimble, sometimes it was strange. The long sword seemed to come out of nowhere, and people could not figure out its trajectory. In fact, he had already achieved a small success in the Gale sword arts. As for coming to the wind-resisting cliff every day, Lin Xian wanted to comprehend the concept of wind, or the wind force. Therefore, if he wanted to achieve a large success in the Gale sword arts, he needed to comprehend the wind force, or the concept of wind. Lin Xian was completely immersed in the sword arts. He constantly used the long sword to generate wind force, and fought with the fierce wind around him, to comprehend the changes within. The sky gradually brightened, and the sun rose. A ray of light tore through the clouds and shone on the wind-resisting cliff. It was like a sharp sword, piercing through everything. The sunlight shone on his face, bringing a trace of warmth. Lin Xian suddenly woke up. Looking at the ray of light that shone through 10,000 flowers, he suddenly had a trace of realization. The Gale sword arts not only contains the concept of wind, but also the concept of sword. I insisted on pursuing the concept of wind, but neglected the concept of sword, and fell behind. Lin Xian suddenly had an epiphany. He had the mysterious small sword in his body, and its biggest advantage was the concept of sword arts. As long as he could comprehend the concept of sword arts in the Gale sword arts, he would be able to master the sword arts. As if it had felt Lin Xian's epiphany, the mysterious small sword in his body kept on ringing. This sound made Lin Xian's spirit soar, and his understanding of sword arts become more thorough. Haha, junior brother Lin, you are here too. A hearty laugh sounded. Take my Gale sword art. Behind him, there was a rapid sound of something breaking through the air, and a flash of light, as if a fierce wind was blowing. Lin Xian laughed, and stabbed out with his sword. It was also the Gale sword arts, and it was agile and strange. The sword light flashed, and the two sword lights kept on changing, making a fierce sound of collision. Every strike was accompanied by a strong wind blade, scraping the nearby mountain rocks, and creating terrifying cracks. Junior brother Lin, I haven't seen you today. Your sword arts have improved greatly. Luo Qingshan's voice came. The Gale sword arts had become even fiercer. Senior brother Luo, you must be joking. Lin Xian held the sword in his hand, and his body was as straight as a pine tree. Luo Qingshan looked at the calm young man in front of him and was amazed. His cultivation was higher than Lin Xian's, and he came into contact with the Gale sword arts earlier than Lin Xian, but in terms of sword arts, Lin Xian was far better than him. While he was amazed, he also felt helpless. I heard that you and Zhang Qian are going to have a life and death duel soon. Luo Qingshan said with a frown. Lin Xian helplessly rubbed his nose. Senior brother, you know about it too. I'm not the only one who knows. I'm afraid that all the inner disciples know about it. Luo Qingshan said, ordinary people can't use the life and death duel casually. Only after reporting to the sect and getting approval from the sect can they use it. So that's how it is, Lin Xian muttered. Will the sect interfere? I don't know. After all, the inner disciples haven't had a life and death duel for a long time. Luo Qingshan said, but I have to remind you that Zhang Qian's instructor was once one of the top 10 core disciples. Moreover, it is said that an elder thinks highly of him. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect Zhang Qian's background to be so complicated. Slowly exhaling, Lin Xian's eyes emitted two sword lights, and they were unstoppable. No matter who it is, they can't stop me. At this moment, Lin Xian's back was facing the sun, but the light behind him was boundless. His body emitted a fierce aura, like a sharp sword that reached the sky, standing on top of a mountain peak. Although it was only for a moment, Luo Qingshan's face changed greatly. In that moment, he felt that Lin Xian was like the ruler of this world. That kind of aura made him tremble. Sword force, the real sword force. Luo Qingshan was shocked. Chapter 84. This sword energy was very sudden and came from a tricky angle. More importantly, this person's presence was at the 8th level of the Meridian Realm. Lin Shidi, be careful. Luo Qingshan couldn't stop him in time and could only shout out a warning. Lin Xian glanced coldly. His gaze was like a sharp sword that pierced people's hearts. The attacking disciple's body trembled as a trace of fear rose in his heart. But he was already halfway there, so he could only grit his teeth and continue to attack. Humph. Lin Xian slowly raised his hand and lightly waved the red flame sword. He didn't even activate his Ling power. You dare to boast with this little skill. The group of troublemaking disciples laughed arrogantly. On the side, Luo Qingshan was also worried. Although he knew that Lin Xian's sword skills were outstanding, facing a martial artist of the 8th level of the Meridian Realm, it was too arrogant to not use Ling power. Lin Xian was expressionless as he slowly waved his sword. However, this action was completely different in the eyes of the disciple who had launched the sneak attack. What he saw was a sharp sword looming behind Lin Xian's back. The presence was like 100,000 mountains. Just a trace of it could crush someone to death. What is that? How can there be such a shadow? The attacking disciple was shocked and felt a clear resistance. As Lin Xian's sword fell, the pressure grew stronger and stronger until it finally exploded. Phew! In the air, a figure spat out blood and retreated in a sorry state. When the troublemaking disciples saw this scene, their jaws dropped. What happened? What happened? How did you get hurt? These people ran over and asked all at once. They didn't see the mysteries of Lin Xian's sword. Luo Qingshan smiled bitterly. He had underestimated this shitty. The attacking disciple was pale and couldn't say anything. He couldn't say anything. Was he supposed to say that he saw a sword taller than a mountain behind Lin Xian? Everyone would probably look at him like he was an idiot. Lin Xian stood with his sword. That feeling just now was too strange. From his epiphany not long ago to the attack with sword force, it was all related to his comprehension of the seed of sword intent. Moreover, he felt that his fusion with the seed of sword intent had improved. He must have used a demonic technique just now. Brothers, take him down and hand him over to the sect for interrogation. The group of troublemaking youths said. Whoosh! Whoosh! 5 or 6 silhouettes soared into the air and rushed towards Lin Xian. Their hands continuously swung out fierce moves, and various lights enveloped Lin Xian from all directions. Whirlwind. Lin Xian's face was as calm as still water. He pulled out the large sword from the ground and struck out horizontally. Above the tip of the sword, a green whirlwind that was more than 10 feet tall whizzed out. When it landed on the ground, it continued to expand. Moreover, it quickly split from 1 to 3 and rushed towards the disciple who had jumped up. Whoosh! Whoosh! These green whirlwinds were covered with wind blades that glinted with a cold light as they swept forward. Ah! Screams rang out one after another. The 5 disciples in the air were all repelled by the whirlwinds, and 3 of them were even pierced by the wind blades. Repelling 5 people with a single sword strike, and one of them was a rank 8 meridian condensing martial artist. Lin Xian's performance could no longer be described as stunning, it was completely monstrous. The group of troublemaking youths all looked at him with fear. Their eyes were filled with hatred, but more than that, there was fear. At this time, a disciple who had been standing in the distance and hadn't made a move said, "You are Lin Xian." Lin Xian looked up and found that there were 2 long swords on the right side of his chest, clashing with each other. Enforcers. Lin Xian frowned. The sect has already agreed to your life and death duel with Zhang Qian. In 3 days, in the life and death arena, it will be a battle of life and death. After the enforcer finished speaking, he took out a letter in his hand. Whoosh! The thin letter, at this moment, seemed to be sharper than a sword. It directly cut through the air and slashed towards Lin Xian. Golden lightning appeared in Lin Xian's palm, crackling as it formed a small ball of light that enveloped the letter. Chi. The sandalwood-colored letter cut through the outermost layer of golden lightning and continued to advance with a cold intent. However, even more lightning surged out. When it was about a third of the way, the letter completely stopped moving and just lay quietly in Lin Xian's hand. The enforcer was slightly surprised. To outsiders, it looked like he had casually flicked it, but he knew that this strike contained a lot of hidden power. Even a rank 8 meridian condensing martial artist might not be able to withstand it. His cultivation is only at the 7th level of the meridian condensing martial artist, but he has the battle strength of a rank 8 meridian condensing martial artist. No wonder he dares to fight with Zhang Qian. The enforcer whispered. Lin Xian held the letter, his face as calm as water. The duel in 3 days was 10 days earlier than he had expected. It seems that I need to consolidate my newly comprehended sword essence. Lin Xian was fearless. As long as he completely grasped his newly comprehended sword essence, his battle strength would immediately double. Without staying at the Imperial Sword Cliff, Lin Xian returned to his residence. The golden sword essence in his body was larger than before. Now, the sword moves he used were about the same power as a small success sword force, and this was just the power of a small success sword intent. One had to know that even a small success sword force was not something that many disciples of the Profound Sky sect could comprehend. After all, this kind of thing was too ethereal and required extremely high comprehension. Moreover, not everyone was like Lin Xian, who could plant a seed of sword essence in his body. With the seed of sword essence, Lin Xian only needed to slowly dig and cultivate it. As long as there was enough time, when the seed of sword essence matured, the sword essence within would naturally be comprehended by him. He spent the entire day comprehending the seed of sword essence. The next day, at dawn, Yi Qing knocked on Lin Xian's door and told him that Instructor Murong was looking for him. Looking for me? Lin Xian was at a loss. He tidied up and went out, but his heart was constantly guessing. Seeing Murong Qianling, Lin Xian's heart was a bit perturbed. The day after tomorrow, you will have a duel to the death with Zhang Qianxing. How confident are you? Murong Qianling's voice was cold. Lin Xian was stunned. He did not expect that Murong Qianling would look for him to ask such a question. After thinking for a while, he replied, if Zhang Qianxing was still at the 8th level of the pulse condensation stage, I would have 60% confidence, 60%. Murong Qianling's eyes flashed, I want to know what you are relying on. Seeing Lin Xian's doubts, she continued, if you can't convince me, I won't send you to your death. After all, you are half my disciple. Lin Xian took a deep breath. There was a trace of warmth in his heart. Instructor Murong was worried about him. The seed of sword essence in his body slightly vibrated. Lin Xian's body emitted an imposing aura, like a peerless sword being unsheathed, making people unable to look straight at it. Sword force. Murong Qianling's expression changed for the first time. Her red lips trembled as she exclaimed, small success sword force. Lin Xian's sword essence had not yet taken shape, but it was very similar to sword force. This was exactly what he wanted. He did not want to expose his sword essence too early. After all, this kind of thing was too profound. There might not be anyone who could comprehend it in a few hundred years. Chapter 85. Not enough. Lin Xian frowned. His current strength was enough to crush most of the 8th-stage pulse condensation period martial artists. Was Zhang Qian really that powerful? When Zhang Qian returned, his cultivation was already at the peak of the 8th-stage pulse condensation period. In addition to his rich combat experience, he could even fight against a 9th-stage pulse condensation period martial artist. And during this time, he hasn't shown himself. Rumors say that he has already broken through to the 9th-stage pulse condensation period, and that he will soon challenge the core disciples. Challenge the core disciples? Lin Xian's face was dignified. No wonder no one was optimistic about him. Zhang Qian actually had such strength. I will now teach you a protective sword art. Although it can't increase your attack power, it can increase your chances of survival. Murong Qianling said. Protective sword art. Lin Xian's heart stirred. Instructor Murong wanted to privately teach him martial arts. No wonder she had summoned him alone. There is still more than a day left. How much you can learn will depend on your perception. Next, Murong Qianling displayed a defensive martial art. The blue spirit power on her body turned into a purple sword light that twined around her body and flowed freely. Sword energy was an extremely powerful attack, but if it was used as a defense, the effect would be surprisingly good. Lin Xian paid close attention, taking in all the details. With just one look, he had memorized the entire path of energy flow. It seems that your talent in the path of the sword is heaven-defying. Murong Qianling couldn't hide the shock in her eyes. After bidding farewell to Murong Qianling, Lin Xian returned to his residence and began to study the protective sword art. This set of martial arts was called the Severing Origin Protective Sword Art. It was divided into 3 levels. At the first level, the sword energy would be blue, and it would be difficult for ordinary swords to injure it. At the second level, the sword energy would be purple, and it would be able to withstand an attack of the same level for a short period of time. At the third level, the sword energy would be red, and it would be able to withstand an attack of a high-stage martial artist. The difference between the two could not exceed 2 stages. In other words, if Lin Xian was able to cultivate the red sword qi to protect his body, then he would be able to block an attack from a Meridian Stage 9 martial artist. If he used it well, he could even retreat unscathed. This indirectly provided him with the possibility of fighting above his level. With his small success in sword presence, he could do many things in the instant he defended. Instructor Murong's sword qi is purple. Looks like she has reached the second level. I wonder what level I can reach. Lin Xian slowly closed his eyes. According to the chants, Lin Xian urged the spiritual energy in his body to walk a complicated path. During this time, the mysterious little sword in his body glowed with a glazed light. Under the illumination of the glazed light, Lin Xian's spiritual energy circulated very smoothly. In just one attempt, he condensed the protective sword qi. Buzz! On the surface of his body, a green sword qi wrapped around his body and covered him. From afar, it looked like a huge green snake was coiled around his body. Lin Xian's finger was like a sword. The tip of his finger spat out sword energy. He urged the sword energy to slash at the protective sword qi. When the two collided, there was a sizzling sound. Lin Xian could clearly feel a strong resistance coming from the protective sword qi, and it was getting stronger and stronger. Halfway through the slash, the sword energy at the tip of his finger was already very weak, and it was still more than a foot away from Lin Xian's body. He pulled back his hand and sat down cross-legged. The first time he used the protective sword qi, the effect was surprisingly good. But he was still not satisfied. In his opinion, he had to at least reach the second level or modify the first level. For the rest of the time, he wholeheartedly studied the protective sword qi. With the help of the mysterious little sword, after half a day, his protective sword qi already showed a dark green color. This was the sign of reaching the large success of the first level. If Murong Qianling knew about this, she would definitely cry out in shock. She spent more than half a month to reach the first level, but Lin Xian only used half a day to complete it. The gap between them was too big. One had to know that Murong Qianling was once a core disciple. Her talent was definitely not bad, but compared to Lin Xian, the difference was too big. Of course, this was mostly due to the mysterious little sword in Lin Xian's body. It was it that allowed Lin Xian to become a sword genius. Now, his defensive power was much stronger than before. He tested it with the sword energy at the tip of his finger. The sword energy could only cut close to the edge, and then it quickly extinguished. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and pondered. If he hit the lightning, what would the effect be? Since he could not reach the second level in a short time, he might as well experiment with the golden lightning. He urged the sword Intent Seed to release a golden electric arc. Under his guidance, it quickly climbed up the protective sword qi. Outside the dark green protective sword qi, there was a layer of surging golden electric arc, crackling with sparks. The momentum was astonishing. However, Lin Xian did not have any joy. He found that the two were not very compatible. Without any depression, he continued to study. In the following time, he tried different ways to use the lightning. In the end, he found a way. It was not to directly cover the protective sword chi with the golden electric arc, but to suddenly release the golden electric arc when the protective sword chi was defending. This would catch the opponent off guard. Not only could it cause mental pressure, but it could also use the anesthetic effect of the golden electric arc to paralyze the opponent and put the enemy in a state of electric shock. He kept trying, and when he was tired, he would comprehend the sword intent seed. Soon, 2 days passed. On a new day, the sun was covered by dark clouds and the weather was slightly cold. Although the weather was cold, the inner disciples were in a fiery mood. Today was the day of the life and death duel between Lin Xian and Zhang Qianxing. Many inner disciples appeared. It could be said that except for those who were outside on missions, the other inner disciples rushed to the life and death arena. Lin Xian, accompanied by Luo Qingshan and Yi Qing, also rushed to the life and death arena. Along the way, the three of them attracted countless gazes. Some were curious, some were sympathetic, some were disdainful, and some were mocking. "Brother Luo, good morning." Ling Zhe, who was wearing a blue shirt, walked over and looked at Lin Xian with a hint of coldness in his eyes. This is the person who is competing with senior brother Zhang. He will probably die tragically on the arena. How pitiful. Ling Zhe led a group of people to mock him mercilessly. Get lost. Lin Xian's face was cold as he scolded Ling Zhe directly. Brat, you dare scold me. Ling Zhe was stunned at first, then he was furious. He had wanted to kill Lin Xian for a long time. Now, Lin Xian was participating in the life and death battle. He wanted to see helplessness, fear, and regret on Lin Xian. But in the end, Lin Xian was surprisingly calm and even dared to scold him. Young Master Ling, don't worry about him. He only has a little time left to live. It's natural for him to act crazily. Someone beside him advised. Humph. Brat, I will enjoy the expression on your face when you die. Ling Zhe sneered and walked away with a group of people. Junior brother Lin, you. Luo Qingshan and Yi Qing wanted to say something but stopped. They had tried to persuade Lin Xian more than once, but to no avail. Chapter 86. The life and death ring was not a sparring match, but a battle of life and death. Once on the life and death ring, one person was bound to fall. At this moment, the life and death ring was packed with people. Many inner disciples had arrived early, afraid to miss such a battle. After all, it had been many years since anyone had used the life and death ring. Do you think that Lin Xian has a chance of winning? Stop joking. He's just a kid who just entered the inner sect. How can he defeat Zhang Qian? He must have made a name for himself in the outer sect. He's so arrogant that he doesn't take the inner sect seriously. It's good for him to die, said a disciple of the Divine Might group. He must be talented to be able to get first place in the outer sect. However, it's a pity that he's destined to die on the life and death ring. The surrounding disciples discussed animatedly. Some of them did not even know Lin Xian's name. It was no wonder that Lin Xian did not participate in the ranking battle on the stone tablet when he entered the inner sect. It was normal that most people did not know him. In the crowd, there were not only veteran inner sect disciples but also youths who entered the inner sect with Lin Xian. Jiang Yulong followed behind a youth in white with a cold expression. On the other side, Duan Fei's eyes flashed. Beside him were Tang Yi and the other members of the combat group. Shengguan Luyun, Yin Qingyi, and the rest were also standing in the crowd. They looked nervous as they waited for Lin Xian's arrival. Zhang Qian is here. Someone shouted. Immediately, everyone's gazes shifted over. In front of them was a youth in purple with a battle saber on his back. His face was cold as ice. Beside him was a youth in blue. The two of them strode toward the life and death ring. Zhang Qian raised his head and nodded at the youth in white in front of Jiang Yulong. He then jumped onto the life and death ring. The youth in blue went to the youth in white. Zhang Qian is here. Why isn't Lin Xian here yet? Someone in the crowd complained. That's right. I think he doesn't dare to come. Don't fight the life and death ring if you're afraid of death, many disciples cursed softly. Zhang Qian also frowned slightly. However, he was already on the life and death ring, so he could not say anything. Just as the crowd was getting impatient, Lin Xian finally appeared. Calm and unhurried, Lin Xian appeared on the life and death arena in a flash. This decisiveness made the disciples who were waiting slightly stunned. It seemed that this Lin Xian wasn't someone who was deliberately stalling for time. Sensing Lin Xian's aura, Zhang Qian, who was standing opposite him, suddenly opened his eyes. A shocking killing intent erupted from his body. His cold eyes were like blades, seemingly wanting to slice Lin Xian into countless pieces. What a terrifying murderous aura. It seems like Lin Xian is dead for sure. Many disciples were alarmed. That murderous aura made their souls tremble. At this moment, the law enforcement elder had arrived as well, and he was accompanied by Elder Shui and two other instructors. The two instructors were Murong Qianling and Xie Changfeng. The former was Lin Xian's instructor while the latter was naturally Zhang Qian's instructor. As for that Elder Shui, he was Xie Changfeng's master. It was said that he thought highly of Zhang Qian and had once wanted to take him in as a disciple. Now it seemed that these words were not false. Instructor Murong. Yi Qing and Luo Qingshan walked over. Lin Xian looked at the several figures in the distance without any ripples in his heart. Even if Zhang Qian had the support of the sect's elders, he would not be lenient. I'll ask you one last time. Do you want to have a life and death battle? The law enforcement elder asked. Only one of us can survive. Zhang Qian's voice was cold. Lin Xian also nodded in agreement. Insisting on a life and death battle was something that he had long thought of and would not change because of this. The law enforcement elder sighed and then announced the start of the life and death battle. In the next moment, two shocking auras erupted at the same time and collided in the void, causing a violent tremor. Pang pang pang. Invisible waves of air swept in all directions. Some of the nearby disciples retreated in fear. The life and death battle arena was 1 meter tall and 10 meters wide. It was enough for the inner disciples to fight on it. However, as soon as the battle began, the auras of the two had actually spread to the edge of the life and death battle arena. How could it not be shocking? Brat, today I'll make you go down and apologize to my brother. Zhang Qian's voice was filled with killing intent. Zhang Bin has committed many evil deeds. Even death can't wipe out his crimes. Lin Xian's heart was clear. Die for me. Zhang Qian roared. The long saber on his back was unsheathed and held in his hand. The 30-foot-long saber light cut through the air and attacked Lin Xian like a waterfall. It was incomparably dazzling. What a terrifying strength! A rank 8 meridian condensation disciple exclaimed. He had no way of resisting such an attack, let alone the rank 7 Lin Xian. Looking at this stunning saber strike, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This Zhang Qian is even stronger than the black-clothed martial artist who attacked me. As expected of a sect disciple. Zhang Qian's strength and background far surpassed that of an ordinary rank 8 meridian condensation martial artist. However, Lin Xian's cultivation had also advanced rapidly. He was not afraid at all. His figure flashed and he met the attack head-on. Phantom Thunder Step. Golden arcs of electricity exploded. Lin Xian's figure disappeared in front of everyone. The 30-foot-long saber light cut through the air and a terrifying fissure several feet long appeared on the ground. Whoosh! Lin Xian appeared at Zhang Qian's side, his palms glowing with a golden light. Golden Thunder Palm. With a wave of his palm, a sky full of golden palm shadows enveloped Zhang Qian. This is... The others were still fine. They were only shocked by the strength of the two. However, the blue-clothed youth Ling Zai's pupils shrank. He was very familiar with this move because it was his bodyguard's specialty. It seems that Ah He really died at his hands. Ling Zai's face was ferocious. At the same time, there was a faint trace of fear in his heart. That day, the black-clothed martial artist was a rank 8 martial artist and Lin Xian was only a rank 6 martial artist. There was a difference of 2 realms between the two, but Lin Xian was still able to kill him. Ling Zai did not dare to imagine the result of today's life and death duel. On the life and death arena, Zhang Qian sneered. He waved his saber and destroyed all the golden palm shadows. Then, an even sharper saber light rushed towards Lin Xian. Frenzied saber flurry. In an instant, dozens of dazzling saber lights flew out and slashed towards Lin Xian from various angles. On the other hand, Lin Xian's body swayed, leaving streaks of golden shadows on the ground. Not a single blade aura that filled the air was able to hit him. What a fast speed! Is he still a rank 7 martial artist of the Meridian stage? Many people widened their eyes. In the crowd, Duan Fei also had an expression of disbelief. Lin Xian's current speed had completely surpassed his, which was a huge blow to him. After all, speed was his strongest skill, but now that he was surpassed, this feeling was hard to imagine. Lin Xian's speed reached a new height. He was like a ghost, arriving in front of Zhang Qian. His right palm shone with golden light and slapped towards Zhang Qian's back. Boom! Boom! A loud sound shook everyone's eardrums. On the life and death arena, a wild laughter sounded. Then, a figure quickly retreated. This figure was Lin Xian. His palm did hit Zhang Qian, but it did not have any effect because it did not even break through his protective spiritual power. Chapter 87. Zhang Qian's laughter shook the sky, and the long blade in his hand was dazzling. Lin Xian, Yi Qing and the others were extremely nervous. If what Zhang Qian said was true, then Lin Xian's situation would be very dangerous. Junior sister Yi, don't worry. Junior brother Lin Xian hasn't used his sword yet. Luo Qingshan would never forget the scene on the wind cliff that day. He had some inexplicable trust in Lin Xian. Body protection. Lin Xian whispered, then flicked his storage ring, and the red flame sword appeared in his hand. Gale sword technique. Lin Xian used his strongest sword technique as soon as he made a move, and the green airflow strangled in all directions. Mad blade chaos. Zhang Qian's blade technique changed again. The blade flashed, and a scorching heat appeared in the air, as if a sea of fire had descended. Lin Xian felt like he was in a sea of fire, and the monstrous flames wanted to swallow him. He felt a burning pain, and the power of fire was crazily destroying his body. Protective sword qi. Lin Xian snorted, and a dark green sword qi covered his body, pushing away the surrounding sea of fire. Phantom thunder step. He flashed again and arrived in front of Zhang Qian. It's useless, you can't break my defense. Zhang Qian grinned, and opened up his body protection. At the same time, the long blade in his hand mercilessly slashed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body glowed with a green light. He didn't dodge, and also fiercely attacked. Seeing this, the people below the stage exclaimed. What an idiot, he actually dares to meet senior brother Zhang head-on. Doesn't he know the gap between him and senior brother Zhang? Too arrogant. He'll probably be cut in half. The group of people shook their heads and sighed. They didn't think that Lin Xian could break Zhang Qian's defense. Murong Qianling also frowned. She was dissatisfied with Lin Xian's arrogance, but she was more surprised by Lin Xian's abnormal comprehension ability. In just 2 days, Lin Xian had actually practiced the Severing Essence Protection Sword technique to the first level. One had to know that it took her half a month to reach the first level, and her aptitude was one of the top 10 in the Black Heaven sect. This kind of genius, we definitely can't let him die in this kind of place. Murong Qianling's eyes flickered. At this time, the result of the collision on the life and death arena was also revealed. Boom boom boom. The green and red lights intertwined, their momentum shaking the heavens. Zhang Qian's saber slashed down onto Lin Xian's body, causing a chi-chi sound to ring out. The protective sword chi around Lin Xian's body was cut in half by the saber, causing it to be stuck there, unable to move. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Under his full power, the protective sword chi was indeed powerful. Even Zhang Qian was unable to break through it. However, Zhang Qian would never use all his strength to defend himself, because Lin Xian's cultivation was not worth it for him to do so. Lightning. Lin Xian quickly activated the golden arcs of lightning. His body swayed as he attacked. Golden arcs of lightning suddenly appeared and enveloped an area of 3 feet. Zhang Qian was the first to bear the brunt of the lightning, and the lightning entered his body. Suddenly, he felt a numbing sensation. The circulation of spiritual power in his body slowed down by 30%. If it was a normal day, this would not affect him much. However, facing Lin Xian, this short pause was fatal. Combined with the power of his small success sword force, Lin Xian's saber directly broke through Zhang Qian's protective shield, leaving a sword mark on his body. This process happened in an instant. Lin Xian's sword force was only condensed on the blade, not released. Moreover, after his attack succeeded, he immediately retreated. It was not that he did not want to attack, but he felt a great sense of danger. So. Lin Xian turned into an afterimage and quickly retreated. In the next moment, a powerful force exploded from Zhang Qian's body, destroying everything within 30 feet. The entire ground caved in. Bastard, you dare to injure me! Zhang Qian roared like a wounded beast. What? Zhang Qian is injured. Most of the disciples present could not see what had happened. Only a few disciples above the 8th level of the meridian condensing stage and elders could see everything clearly. The faces of Jiang Yulong, Shangwan Luyun, and the others changed drastically, while Tang Yi and the other experts frowned slightly. They naturally saw what happened just now. While Zhang Qian was careless, Lin Xian's attack was not to be underestimated. Especially that sword strike, it made their hearts palpitate. However, regarding Lin Xian's performance, they were more shocked by Zhang Qian's transformation. This aura, could it be the 9th level of the meridian condensing stage? Many people exclaimed. This aura was too shocking. It was like a mountain, suffocating them. Lin Xian's disciple is not simple, but Zhang Qian's performance is even more shocking. He has reached the 9th level of the meridian condensing stage. It seems he has the ability to challenge the core disciples. The law enforcement elder's eyes flashed. After the battle, I will accept Zhang Qian as a nominal disciple. Elder Shui stroked his beard and smiled. Lin Xian is a rare sword genius. If he falls here, it will be a great loss to the sect. I hope the law enforcement elder can make a decision. Murong Qianling was very anxious. If Zhang Qian was at the 8th level of the meridian condensing stage, then Lin Xian would have a chance to win. But now, the difference between the two was too great. Haha, Marshal Nis Murong, the life and death arena has its own rules. We will not interfere. Elder Shui said slowly. Lin Xian looked at Zhang Qian and took a deep breath. A 9th level of the meridian condensing stage was more troublesome than he had imagined. However, it was impossible for him to give up like this. He still had some tricks up his sleeve. He might have a chance to make a comeback. Boy, you made me use my full strength. You can die in peace. After Zhang Qian burst out with the strength of a 9th level meridian condensing stage, he was particularly confident. Feeling this power, Lin Xian's face paled. Although this aura is strong, there is still a gap between it and a true 9th level meridian condensing stage. It seems that Zhang Qian has just entered the 9th level meridian condensing stage and his realm is still unstable. Lin Xian calmly analyzed. The golden light in his eyes flashed as if it wanted to pierce through Zhang Qian. A surprise attack is impossible. He is on guard now. The only way is to strike him directly and cause his heart to waver. Only then will I have a chance. Lin Xian instantly thought of a plan. Only by destroying Zhang Qian's confidence would he be able to survive. Thinking of this, Lin Xian used all of his strength to communicate with the seed of sword intent. A sharp sword force surged out from his body as if it wanted to pierce through the sky. At this moment, the swords of all the disciples below the life and death arena involuntarily began to hum and tremble. It was as if they had met a supreme king and were worshipping him. What happened? The disciples were shocked and tried their best to control their swords. This aura. The law enforcement elder and the others' faces changed. They stared at Lin Xian, their eyes full of disbelief. Sword force. True sword force. The law enforcement elder couldn't help but exclaim. Even Elder Shui's face was solemn. The other disciples stared blankly at Lin Xian. Jiang Yulong's entire body trembled. Looking at the figure on the stage, a sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. This sword force was different from the one they had seen in the outer sect competition. At that time, it was a phenomenon created when a martial art was practiced to perfection. It was called sword force, but it wasn't true sword force. What Lin Xian was releasing now was true sword force. Every movement was filled with an invisible power. It was like a peerless divine sword, showing off its sharpness. Chapter 88. Lin Xian's sword presence attracted everyone's attention. Even Zhang Qian was shocked. I must kill him quickly. Zhang Qian had a bad premonition. Blood wave triple slash. The long saber glowed with a bloody red light, like a sea of blood. Zhang Qian's spirit power surged. He held the saber with both hands, raised it above his head, and slashed down. The red saber light was like a bloody wave, carrying a sinister aura. It drew a 50-foot-long arc of light in the air, rushing towards Lin Xian. With one slash, half of the life and death arena was covered. Is this the power of a rank 9 condensing meridians? It's too fierce. The surrounding disciples exclaimed. This power was more than twice as strong as before. Whirlwind scattered clouds. Lin Xian activated the power of the sword presence and used the Gale sword art. Whoosh! 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 3 green whirlwinds, each of which was more than 6 meters tall, whizzed out. They formed countless gusts of wind, and rushed into the blood-red waves. Lin Xian waved his sword again, creating another 3 whirlwinds. Each whirlwind was strengthened by the power of the sword presence. The invisible power stirred the surroundings. The air shook, as if raging waves were beating against the shore. The bloody wave was torn into countless pieces, disappearing into the whirlwinds. What? He can actually break Zhang Qian's attack. Is this the true power of the sword presence? It's too strong. The underground disciples exclaimed. Zhang Qian's face was pale. The long saber in his hand continued to slash. He had completely used the blood wave triple slash, but it was all dissolved by Lin Xian's sword presence. He had never expected this result. For a moment, a strong sense of defeat surged in his heart. On the other hand, Lin Xian became more and more courageous. Ever since he used the sword presence, he didn't use any movement skills. Instead, he stood in place, swinging his sword fiercer than the previous. Seeing Zhang Qian's expression, Lin Xian was happy. His plan had worked. In fact, after using the sword presence so many times, he was very weak. However, he and Zhang Qian were competing with confidence and perseverance. The seed of sword intent not only strengthened his attacks, but also constantly changed his soul and belief. His willpower and confidence in martial arts far exceeded those of his peers, reaching a height that others could only look up to. On the other hand, Zhang Qian was getting weaker and weaker. His aura was getting weaker and weaker. Humph! A cold snort resounded in the air like a clap of thunder. Lin Xian's expression changed. This was a warning from Elder Shui, and it was very likely to disrupt his plans. Sure enough, Zhang Qian was startled awake by this voice, and his back was covered in cold sweat. Why would I admit defeat? I am a 9th stage meridian condensation martial artist. How could I be afraid of a 7th stage meridian condensation martial artist? Zhang Qian's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and his aura gradually recovered. His originally dim spirit energy was once again suffused with a blood-red glow. I won't lose. Zhang Qian threw his head back and roared. His blood-colored aura surged up into the sky, and it almost seemed as if his saber were becoming one with him. Zhang Qian's transformation caused everyone to exclaim in surprise once again, while Elder Shui's expression eased up quite a bit. The law enforcement elder glanced at Elder Shui and did not say anything. After all, Elder Shui was also an elder and had the same status as him. There was no need to anger him over a little brat. But to the side, Murong Qianling frowned. Elder Shui's actions clearly broke the rules, but she had no right to stop him. Lin Xian also cursed inwardly. He could not let Zhang Qian recover. Slash! With a cold shout, Lin Xian urged the seed of sword intent with all his strength. In the next moment, he seemed to become one with the seed of sword intent, and the sword aura on his body rose again. It was like a giant sword that could hold up the heavens, standing between heaven and earth. It's here, it's this aura. Luo Qingshan muttered. Last time, he saw this sword aura at wind-resisting cliff. What? How can he still increase it? Not only was Zhang Qian stunned, but everyone was stunned. Lin Xian slowly raised his sword and slowly slashed down. His movements were very slow, but Zhang Qian could not dodge it at all. It was as if this was not a sword, but a giant mountain that directly smashed down, making it difficult to dodge. Puff! Zhang Qian's face was pale as he spat out blood and flew backwards. He was defeated. He was defeated by this vast and boundless aura. His faith seemed to have been destroyed in an instant, and his eyes dimmed. Whoosh! Lin Xian used the phantom thunder steps, and his body flashed out like lightning. The long sword in his hand turned into a green gust of wind, aiming for Zhang Qian's vital points. This was not an arena battle, but a battle of life and death. There was no victory or defeat, only life and death. Bang! An invisible force blocked between him and Zhang Qian, like a chasm that was difficult to cross. Lin Xian was pushed back by this force. His blood and qi were in turmoil, and he almost spat out blood. It was too powerful. It was not something a martial artist in the pulse-condensing realm could use. Suppressing the spiritual power in his body, Lin Xian suddenly turned around, his eyes as cold as water. In front of him was the law enforcement elder and the others. Among them, Elder Shui stood up from his chair and raised one hand slightly. He was the one who stopped Lin Xian. Whoosh! Everyone turned to look at Elder Shui. Even the law enforcement elder beside him frowned slightly as his expression darkened. What is the meaning of this, elder? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. You have already won. Where possible, one should be lenient. Elder Shui said indifferently. At the same time, he secretly transmitted a message to the law enforcement elder. The three sects' martial competition was about to begin. They could not lose a disciple like Zhang Qian. Lin Xian's heart sank. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Zhang Qian was a vicious person who held grudges. Moreover, his talent was not bad. If he was let go now, it was very likely that he would be killed in the future. Lin Xian would not do this, and he did not believe Elder Shui's words. If he was the one who lost, Elder Shui would not have stopped him. The life and death arena has its own rules. I hope Elder will not interfere. Lin Xian was expressionless. The disciples below were shocked. Lin Xian dared to contradict an elder. He did not want to live anymore. Elder Shui's face was gloomy. He had said this to Murong Qianling, but he did not expect Lin Xian to return it so quickly. However, he was an elder of the sect. How could he allow a small disciple to offend him? How dare you? This is the sect's decision. How dare you disobey? Elder Shui suddenly shouted. A vast aura surged out from his body and formed an invisible hand that pressed down on Lin Xian. The law enforcement elder sighed. Murong Qianling and the others' faces changed greatly. This force was abnormally huge. It was like a huge mountain that pressed down on Lin Xian's body. In just an instant, his body suffered a heavy blow. The bones in his body made a sound and countless blood beads emerged from his body. It was as if he had turned into a bloody man. Do you know your mistake? Elder Shui said indifferently. Wrong? What did I do wrong? I don't accept such an unfair decision. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said. Humph. Elder Shui snorted coldly. The force increased again. Elder Shui, what you're doing is unfair. Don't forget that countless disciples are watching you. Murong Qianling could not help but speak up. You also want to rebel against the sect. Elder Shui suddenly made a move and restrained Murong Qianling. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's heart sank. He looked up to the sky and laughed. His smile was bleak. It was a life and death battle, but because the opponent was an elder's disciple, he was forced to stop. He refused to resist, but was mercilessly suppressed. The world was unfair, and people were not righteous. Everything was because he was weak. If he was strong, no one would dare to treat him like this. If he had an elder behind him, Elder Shui would not dare to make a move. Chapter 89. At this moment, Lin Xian's unyielding willpower completely erupted. The sword intense seed trembled and fused into it. The mysterious small sword in his body shone brightly, wrapping him up. A tyrannical aura erupted from his body, colliding with Elder Shui's power. Pang pang pang. The life and death arena shook. A long sword phantom appeared above Lin Xian's body, breaking through everything. The pressure on his body also gradually receded. Elder Shue's expression changed slightly. He could feel Lin Xian's resistance, but he didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to break through his pressure. One had to know that the difference between the two of them was huge. Lin Xian was only a 7th-stage meridian condensation realm martial artist, but Elder Shui had already stepped into the Spirit Sea realm. Although he didn't use spirit power, the pressure from his realm wasn't something any meridian condensation realm martial artist could withstand. Stubborn resistance. Elder Shue's palm suddenly pressed down, and the entire void froze. Lin Xian's body was pressed down again, but in the next moment, a huge sword phantom was released from his body, breaking through all obstacles. Elder Shue's power was completely broken, but Lin Xian's aura was still rising. What? How is this possible? He can actually block the Elder's attack. All the disciples were dumbstruck. Elder Shue's pupils shrank, and beside him, Elder Ji and the others were shocked. This aura. Elder Ji was excited. This is large success sword force. No, it's already surpassed large success. It contains a trace of will. Sword, intent. Is it sword intent? Elder Ji's eyes flashed. At this moment, Lin Xian's will merged with the sword intent in his body, erupting with an unparalleled aura. This wasn't the power of spirit power cultivation, but a transformation of the spirit and soul. The dark clouds in the sky were pierced and scattered, as if they were split apart by Lin Xian's sword. The sun shone on the life and death arena. Lin Xian was expressionless, but the sword light in his eyes flickered. His every move carried a sharp aura. On the life and death arena, I will live and he will die. Lin Xian drew his sword and drew an arc in the air. No! Zhang Qian was terrified. Even if he had the power of a rank 9 Ningmai, he couldn't use it at this moment. Although his cultivation was higher than Lin Xian's, his willpower and conviction were far inferior. Junior, you dare! Elder Shui was furious. His body flickered with radiance, as if a divine flame was jumping about. As the sword qi flashed by, a bloody hole appeared in Zhang Qian's glabella, and he collapsed to the ground. Lin Xian turned his head and faced Elder Shui without fear. Everyone, stop! Just as Elder Shui was enraged, a majestic voice rang out from the void. Immediately after, several powerful auras appeared in the surroundings. These auras were extremely powerful, some of them far surpassing Elder Shui's. Sword intent, it really is sword intent. Although it's only a trace, it's definitely sword intent. In the void, a purple-robed man sat high in the clouds. His eyes were like divine light as he stared at Lin Xian. Ling-er. A woman in palace attire appeared beside Murong Qianling. With a wave of her jade-like hand, she pulled Murong Qianling to her side. Master! Murong Qianling cried out in surprise. At the same time, several figures appeared. They were all elders of the sect. These people looked at Lin Xian with excited expressions. Are you willing to worship me as your master? The majestic man in the clouds asked. Senior brother Duanmu, this young man is half a disciple of Ling-er. If he wants to worship someone, he should worship me. The woman in palace attire said. The surroundings were in an uproar. These elders were actually fighting to accept Lin Xian as their disciple. This change was too fast. First, Lin Xian was suppressed by Elder Shui, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Xian was actually being fought over by the elders to accept him as their disciple. Elder Shui's gaze was uncertain, and his face was ashen. The law-enforcing elder beside him also gave a bitter smile. Lin Xian was also stunned. He didn't expect that it would lead to such a result. For a moment, he was stunned and didn't know what to do. At this moment, a lazy voice resounded in his mind. I think that the kid in the sky is not bad. Why don't you worship him as your master? Wine Lord. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. Are you awake? I was woken up by you. Wine Lord said lazily, we'll talk about this when we get back. Now, hurry up and choose. Lin Xian took a deep breath and then said respectfully. Many thanks to the seniors for their kindness, but I already have a master, so I can't worship any of you as my master. What? He actually refused. A group of inner disciples were about to go crazy. Does this kid know what he's talking about? These people were definitely old monsters in the sect. If he could worship one of them as his master, he would definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. Not only were the disciples stunned, but even the group of elders were also stunned. If that's the case, I won't make things difficult for you. The purple-robed man in the cloud sighed. However, as a disciple of the Black Heaven sect, I hope that you can fight for glory for the Black Heaven sect in the future. Rest assured, seniors, I will definitely work hard. Lin Xian said. On the spectator's stand, Elder Shue's body slowed down, and he clearly breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Lin Xian would become the purple-robed man's disciple and then make things difficult for him. What an idiot! Elder Shue sneered in his heart. As long as Lin Xian's identity didn't change, he had plenty of ways to make things difficult for him. Little Xian Zi, how come I didn't know that you have a master? Wine Lord was curious. My master is you. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. Wine Lord, Lin Xian's eyes turned, and he said again, Seniors, Elder Shue's attack just now damaged my soul and spirit. I hope that you can give me some spiritual medicine. The experts immediately looked at Elder Shue, especially the purple-robed man in the clouds. His eyes were like two divine flames that fell on Elder Shue. Elder Shue's body trembled, and his eyes were full of fear. He cursed in his heart, and gritted his teeth as he took out a palm-sized herb from his storage ring. This is a 1,000-year-old ghost needle herb, and it has great effects on soul recovery. Elder Shue said, enduring the pain. Thank you, Elder. Lin Xian took the herb, and with a flip of his palm, he passed it to Wine Lord. Not bad, kid. Wine Lord said with a smile. All right, you may all disperse. The purple-robed man's voice reverberated in the air, but he disappeared in mid-air. The others also quickly left. Elder Shue glared at Lin Xian, then with a wave of his sleeve, he left with a gloomy expression. Lin Xian was secretly vigilant. Although he had used the purple-robed man to suppress Elder Shue, he could not guarantee that Elder Shue would not find trouble with him in the future. Zhang Qinyi is dead. Next, it's time to challenge the core disciples. Lin Xian's eyes were determined. He still had a long way to go, and he could not let his guard down. Ignoring the surprised looks of the crowd, Lin Xian quickly left. Wherever he passed, the inner sect disciples would make way for him, and their faces were filled with fear. When they first entered the inner sect, most of them were disdainful. But now, facing Lin Xian, apart from the core disciples, most of them would probably retreat. Duan Fei, Jiang Yulong, and the rest had bitter expressions. This young man who was fighting with them a few days ago was now far ahead of them, so much so that they could only look up to him. As for Shangguan Luyun, his eyes flashed, and his fighting spirit was high. Chapter 90. Murong Qianling looked at Lin Xian's back, her eyes flashing. The woman behind her sighed, with his strength, I estimate that he will soon challenge a core disciple. At that time, he may be able to enter the trial ground of blood. Trial ground of blood. Murong Qianling exclaimed, the trial ground that opens once every 7 years. The woman smiled, when it opens this time, a group of disciples with potential will be sent in. Even you will have the opportunity to enter. This time, you must seize this opportunity. Trial ground of blood. Murong Qianling's eyes had a trace of excitement. Lin Xian didn't know about these matters. He returned to his residence and opened a simple defensive array. Then, he treated his injuries and consolidated his realm. Inside his body, under the pressure of Elder Shui, the potential of his spiritual power had been stimulated, and the eighth spiritual vein had loosened a lot. Lin Xian took this opportunity to constantly circulate the longevity art. 2 hours later, he broke through to the 8th level of the pulse condensation period. The internal injuries on his body were quickly healed under the effects of the longevity art. Lin Xian turned his gaze to the sword intent seed. The golden sword intent seed was much larger than before, and the aura it emitted was frightening. Lin Xian knew that he had finally comprehended a trace of sword intent, and not just sword force. I didn't think that your sword intent seed would germinate so quickly. Wine Lord repeatedly praised, you have both the thunder and wind attributes in your body. You can consider fusing them into the wind and thunder attributes. Since you have recognized me as your master, I will teach you well. Wine Lord said with a serious face. Next, Wine Lord began to ask about Lin Xian's cultivation progress, including some of the martial arts he had learned. Lin Xian answered them one by one, and through his communication with Wine Lord, he learned that his longevity art had only reached the 1st level. Besides the long sword art, the Phantom Thunder Steps had reached the large success stage, and he could condense thunder phantoms. The Gale sword art was only missing the last move, and the protective sword art was at the peak of the 1st level. However, Lin Xian's greatest harvest was the seed of sword intent. He had comprehended a trace of sword intent, and it had increased his attack power by several times. Now, if he met a martial artist of the pulse condensation stage, he would be able to put up a fight. Moreover, the seed of sword intent also had many potential benefits. For example, Lin Xian's mental strength and willpower were extremely strong. This would allow him to have a strong resistance to temptation illusion attacks in the future. Under Wine Lord's guidance, Lin Xian began to consider merging the Gale sword art and the Thunder sword art together. The next morning, Lin Xian went to the herbal hall as usual. His main purpose was to pay attention to a special mission, a mission to rescue the 100 Herb Hall, in which he could obtain herbs that could restore the soul. Although Wine Lord had awakened, Lin Xian wanted to have more of these herbs just in case. This mission was still in progress, but according to the previous situations, the chances of success were not high. When Lin Xian asked again, the managing elder informed him that the team that had accepted this mission had failed, and Lin Xian could accept it. Immediately, he did not hesitate and accepted the mission. However, this mission was a level 6 mission, and was extremely dangerous. It was not something that a single disciple could complete. This was a mission for 5 people. Lin Xian took a token and went back to wait. 3 days later, news came from the herbal hall that there had been a change to the mission. Lin Xian prepared everything and went to the herbal hall. However, he was somewhat surprised by what happened next. The managing elder stood to the side with a wry smile, and explained the reason to Lin Xian. It turned out that the number of disciples who had come to accept the mission far exceeded the stipulated number. Isn't this mission very dangerous? Why are there so many people? Lin Xian did not understand. Because there was a core disciple who accepted the mission this time, so all the other disciples rushed over like ducks. The managing elder explained, in this situation, there needs to be a simple competition. Only the strongest will have the chance to take the mission. So that's how it is. Lin Xian understood. He strode over and said to the group of people, I took a token for the 100 Herb Hall mission. If anyone is not convinced, you can challenge me. The crowd that was still arguing completely quieted down after hearing Lin Xian's words. The group of disciples looked at Lin Xian cautiously, their eyes full of fear. They had seen Lin Xian kill Zhang Qian with their own eyes. Furthermore, he did not back down even when facing Elder Shui. They did not dare to provoke such a fierce person. So it was junior brother Lin who took one of the tokens. If that's the case, let's fight for the remaining 3. A disciple laughed and said. The managing elder was surprised. He thought that these people would snatch it by force, or even gang up to bully him. After all, Lin Xian's cultivation was not very high. However, he did not expect that when this group of people saw Lin Xian, it was as if they had seen a core disciple. They even spoke carefully. That's strange. The managing elder was amazed. Not long after, 3 people won the battle. These 3 people were all at the 8th level of the Meridian stage. 2 of them were youths, and 1 was a young girl. The 3 of them greeted Lin Xian, then stood together to wait for the other core disciple. Through the 3 disciples, Lin Xian learned that the core disciple was called Fan Chong. His cultivation was at the 9th level of the Meridian stage, and he was ranked 9th on the stone tablet. Core disciples were definitely existences that all inner sect disciples had to look up to. Every core disciple was abnormally strong, and could be said to be the king of the same level. Even fighting across realms was not difficult for them. Therefore, this difficult level 6 mission became extremely popular with the addition of a core disciple. And this mission was a rescue mission. 100 Herb Hall was located in a border town in Yunzhou. Because it was attacked by demonic beasts, the town was in danger. Most of the people from 100 Herb Hall escaped, but a few of the pharmacists were trapped in the town, along with hundreds of precious herbs from 100 Herb Hall. The surviving members of 100 Herb Hall sent a request for help to the Black Heaven sect, and thus this mission was created. Lin Xian understood the mission while waiting for the core disciple to arrive. However, after the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, no one appeared. After an hour, still no one appeared. Could it be that senior apprentice brother Fan forgot? A few disciples guessed. Lin Xian frowned slightly, but did not say anything. After waiting for a full 2 hours, the core disciple finally appeared. This was a youth with an arrogant face. His eyes were always looking up, and even his chin was raised. He casually glanced at Lin Xian and the others, then frowned and said, with such low cultivation, you're just going to die. The 3 youths behind Lin Xian changed their expressions. They did not expect the core disciple to say such words. Although they could not compare to the core disciple, these words were too hurtful. Lin Xian also frowned slightly. He glanced at the people behind the core disciple, and immediately understood that this guy wanted to bring his own people. However, he had accepted this mission first, and it was very important to him. How could he just give up like this? Chapter 91. Core disciple Fan Chong was very domineering. He immediately asked everyone to hand over their mission cards. The faces of the 3 disciples who received the mission badges turned ugly as they turned to look at Lin Xian. Fan Chong frowned and inadvertently glanced at Lin Xian. Don't you understand what I'm saying? He didn't watch Lin Xian's life or death battle, so he didn't recognize Lin Xian. Among the core disciples, only 2 of them had watched. They were the leaders of the battle group and the godly might group. The other core disciples had no interest. Lin Xian said in a low voice, "We took this mission with great difficulty. You want us to give it up with just a few words? Isn't that too much? Too much. Do you think you have the qualifications to do missions with me?" Fan Chong said disdainfully. "If you don't want to go with us, you can give it up." Lin Xian didn't back down. "Kid, do you know who I am?" Fan Chong was furious. He took a step forward and his body emitted a dangerous aura. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "I'm not interested in knowing. Also, I won't give you the mission cards." "Senior brother Fan, he's Lin Xian." Someone behind Fan Chong whispered. "Lin Xian. The Lin Xian who killed Zhang Qian." Fan Chong was stunned and then retracted his aura. "If you're really that Lin Xian, then you can stay and do missions with me," Fan Chong said. "But the three of them must hand over their mission cards." Fan Chong snatched the 3 mission cards and said in a commanding tone, "Kid, come with me." "Sorry. I won't do missions with scum like you," Lin Xian said indifferently. Hearing this, the faces of the people around changed. Fan Chong wasn't like Zhang Qian. He was a true core disciple and his cultivation had entered the 9th stage of the meridian condensing stage. "You're courting death." Fan Chong's eyes emitted a terrifying light. The temperature within 3 feet dropped. "Don't think you can be arrogant just because you killed Zhang Qian. In the eyes of a core disciple, Zhang Qian is nothing." Fan Chong's palm emitted a cold air. His voice was like a winter's snow. "I'll give you a chance. Come with me. Or you'll regret it. Deacon Elder, as you can see, I can't do missions with this kind of people. I've decided to do missions alone." After Lin Xian explained the situation to the disciplinary elder, he walked away without sparing Fan Chong a single glance. "Very well. I haven't been angry in a long time. I hope you can let me play for a while longer." Fan Chong was so angry that he laughed. He had already decided that he would kill Lin Xian during the course of the mission. In any case, this mission was extremely dangerous. Furthermore, Lin Xian had to complete it alone. This way, even if Lin Xian died, no one would suspect anything. With a sneer, Fan Chong left with his people in a grandiose manner. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. How could he meet this kind of scum on a mission? Not only did he steal the mission, but he also ordered him around like a little brother. "Do I look like a little brother?" Lin Xian curled his lips. "Looks like I'm not famous enough. That little kid has a nice attribute cultivation method. You'll have a hard time against him unless you combine wind and thunder sword techniques." Wine Lord's voice sounded. "I still have time. He probably won't make a move for a while." Lin Xian nodded and sent a voice transmission at the same time. "However, with my current level, wouldn't it be too difficult for me to start fusing the techniques on my own? Isn't there a direct wind and thunder method?" "There is." Wine Lord replied straightforwardly. "Lin Xian, then why did you make me combine them myself?" He roared like an angry lion. "I just wanted to see how far you could go," Wine Lord explained. "No matter how good someone else's cultivation method is, it's still someone else's. Only the moves you create yourself are the most comfortable. Although you can't create them on your own now, I want to cultivate your awareness." Lin Xian calmed down. He was just joking with Wine Lord. He understood this principle, so he tried to make some changes to each of his martial arts. "Let me see how difficult this so-called level 6 mission is." Lin Xian strode forward. In a large hall in the sect, Elder Shui sat majestically. "Elder Shui, not only did Lin Xian kill senior brother Zhang, but he also contradicted you. He deserves to die," Ling Zhe said hatefully. "I've always disliked him. Why don't you let me?" Elder Shui lifted his eyelids and glanced indifferently at Ling Zhe. After which, he slowly said, "I think it's you who have a grudge against him. You're still too inexperienced to use this old man as a tool." Ling Zhe trembled and said respectfully, "Disciple doesn't dare. However, if you can really get rid of Lin Xian, I'll accept you as a successor disciple." Hearing this, Ling Zai suddenly raised his head. His eyes were filled with excitement. He quickly said, "Elder, rest assured. I'll definitely do it." He was too happy. He just wanted to give it a try. He didn't expect Elder Shui to take out a successor disciple as a condition. It seemed like this Lin Xian really made him want to kill him. There were two types of Elder's disciples. One was the nominal disciple. They were only under the Elder's tutelage. Normally, they wouldn't receive any guidance from the Elder. The other type was the successor disciple. This type of disciple had a very honorable status. They were above the core disciples. Murong Qianling was a successor disciple. Not only could she receive the successor disciple's teachings, but she could also receive status and resources from the sect. Lin Xian, you've even offended a sect elder. Let's see how you'll escape this time. Achoo! Lin Xian rubbed his nose and muttered in dissatisfaction, "What a scam. They actually didn't rent it to me." Just now, he went to the Imperial Beast Garden to rent a spiritual beast as a means of transportation. In the end, he was mercilessly rejected. The reason was that the place he was going to was too dangerous. Lin Xian could only helplessly come out. He knew that the reason was just a pretense. The real reason was probably because someone was playing tricks. If it wasn't Elder Shui, then it was Fan Chong. Lin Xian guessed that Elder Shui didn't necessarily know that he was going to do a mission. The most likely person was Fan Chong. Thinking about how those core disciples had the backing of the sect elders, it was easy to secretly play tricks. You can treat this mission as an experience. Don't be too anxious. Wine Lord said, maybe you'll come across some soul-type herbs on the way. That's the only way. Lin Xian used his movement technique and turned into a gust of wind as he moved quickly. 5 days later, in the forest. A three-eyed white-spotted tiger was running quickly. A black-clothed youth was sitting on its body. He had delicate features but his eyes were shining like a sword. The youth was like a stone sculpture. He sat on the tiger's back without moving an inch. Even if the tiger demon ran fiercely, it wouldn't affect him. Roar! A demon beast covered in scales suddenly emerged from the forest. Its steel-like sharp claws grabbed at the youth on the tiger's back. Chi-chi! Puff! The black-clothed youth's fingers were like a sword as he gently drew a line in the air. As if a golden line had floated past, the demon beast's body suddenly split into two halves from the middle. Blood and internal organs spilled all over the ground. Chapter 92. The youth riding on the tiger Yao was naturally Lin Xian. He had not rented a flying beast and could only walk. Later, under the guidance of Wine Lord, he entered a completely new realm, the realm of the soul. The root of this was the seed of sword essence in his body. It could not only increase his attack power, but also strengthen his mind and soul. Lin Xian had used the seed of sword essence to form the embryonic form of a sword soul in his mind and was able to use some techniques. For example, he could see through illusions and control the mind. This rank 1 Yao beast had been subdued by his powerful mind. Lin Xian had used it as a means of transportation and had been studying how to use the sword soul to travel. Half a day later, the tall trees gradually became sparse. Lin Xian knew that he would soon be out of the forest. He lightly patted the rank 1 Yao tiger under him and had it speed up. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Sounds suddenly came from ahead and there were black shadows moving in the forest. Lin Xian looked around warily, the Ling power in his body ready to be released. Pew pew pew! Dozens of black lights flashed and attacked Lin Xian with rapid sounds of breaking through the air. Metal thunder palm. Lin Xian did not move at all. Golden arcs of lightning appeared in his palm and the sky was filled with palm shadows. Bam bam bam. The black arrows and the golden palm shadows collided, creating ripples of energy that broke all the branches and branches in the surroundings. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a round of sneak attacks, the black shadows hiding behind the branches appeared. Lin Xian looked over and his expression changed slightly. Dozens of black shadows were floating in the air. These beings had the heads of eagles and the bodies of humans. Their bodies were covered in black feathers and there was a pair of enormous black wings that constantly flapped behind them. Demonic beast. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He jumped down from the demonic tiger's body and focused his attention. These eagle men are all ranked 2 Yao beasts, their strength equivalent to Ningmai 9th level. You should hurry and break out, Wine Lord reminded. Lin Xian's figure flashed as he used Phantom Thunder Step. He turned into an afterimage and ran towards the exit of the forest. Behind him, the eagle men chased. Whoosh! Whoosh! The stage 2 eaglemen's flying speed was extremely fast, and they had bows and arrows in their hands, constantly attacking Lin Xian. Fortunately, they were in the middle of a forest, and there were many trees blocking their path. In addition, Lin Xian was constantly changing directions, so he was not injured. However, even so, Lin Xian was still a little embarrassed. This won't do. If I continue to run like this, once I leave the forest, they will definitely catch up to me. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He did not immediately leave the forest. Instead, he circled around the eagle men. Try attacking. Lin Xian once again sent out palm shadows that filled the sky, and then jumped up, his body flying towards an eagle men. A green sword chi with golden lightning arcs around it quickly pierced towards the eagle man's chest. The eagleman let out a sharp cry, and at the same time, a pair of wings suddenly flapped down, forming 2 gusts of wind that pounced towards Lin Xian. Phantom Thunder Step. Lin Xian condensed a lightning phantom in the air, but his real body circled to the side, and the sword in his hand came crashing down. Bang! 2 gusts of wind hit the Phantom Thunder figure, releasing an explosion of light. The eagleman was injured by Lin Xian's sword chi, and half of his body was almost cut off. Whoosh! Whoosh! The injured eagleman lost his balance and his body kept falling. However, the rest of the eaglemen all pounced towards Lin Xian. All kinds of gusts of wind and arrows continuously attacked Lin Xian. Whirlwind scattered clouds. Lin Xian waved his sword twice again, forming 6 whirlwinds on the ground. All of them were suffused with green wind blades, and rushed over. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in all directions. The 2 streams of air constantly collided, uprooting all the nearby trees and rolling them into the air. The eaglemen constantly flapped their wings to maintain their balance. Good chance. Lin Xian's body turned into a green lightning bolt and instantly rushed out. 3 gale thrusts. Protective sword chi. With the green sword chi protecting his body, Lin Xian suddenly stabbed out. 3 gale thrusts, each was equivalent to an attack. Not only was it incomparably swift and fierce, but it also moved a very long distance. With the first stab, Lin Xian arrived in front of the injured eagleman. With the second stab, he took away his life. With the third stab, Lin Xian successfully escaped. All these actions happened in an instant. The eagleman only saw 3 green sword lights in the air, and then Lin Xian's figure appeared, while the injured eagleman fell to the ground and died. With one successful attack, Lin Xian did not continue to fight. His body quickly disappeared into the forest. Behind him, the eaglemen were mad and furious. They let out miserable cries and madly rushed towards Lin Xian. Northgard City was a base of operations for humans. There were a large number of warriors and rich resources inside. It was also the closest base to the front line. There were many Sea of Soul Realm warriors guarding it, making it very safe. There were not even many demon beasts nearby. At this time, on top of the city wall, some armored warriors were patrolling. They were mainly monitoring the situation in the air. At this time, someone noticed something unusual. Outside the city gate, several auras were rapidly approaching. These soldiers looked nervous and were ready to fight. Should we report? Someone asked. Wait, it doesn't seem to be a group of demon beasts. It's just a few demon beasts. Among them, a small leader said. Everyone looked carefully and found that it was indeed so. A black-clothed youth was running quickly like lightning. Behind him were 6 angry eaglemen. What a fast movement technique. Even the second-rank eaglemen can't catch up. A soldier exclaimed. He can actually escape from 6 eaglemen. He's not simple. The small leader was also shocked. Kill the eaglemen first, then interrogate him about his identity. Suddenly, several soldiers moved. Soon, 6 huge crossbows were set up, ready to shoot at any time. Release. With a command, 6 huge arrows flew out. Each of them was more than 2 zhang long, breaking through the air. Lin Xian used phantom thunder steps and ran quickly. 9 eaglemen were killed by him, but the remaining 6 tightly surrounded him. They did not separate, leaving him no chance to attack. Fortunately, the city ahead was clearly visible. At this time, 6 black arrows flew out quickly like 6 spears, flying with a gust of wind. Pang 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 pang. The 6 eaglemen behind him were nailed to the ground, their bodies constantly twitching. So strong. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He could feel the power of the arrows. He was afraid that no one under the Spirit Sea realm would be spared. Who are you? A voice came from above the city wall. I'm Lin Xian, a disciple of the mysterious Sky Sect. I'm here to participate in the rescue mission of the 100 Herb Hall under the orders of my sect. Lin Xian circulated his spiritual energy and said in a mighty voice. Soon, the huge bronze city gate opened. 2 groups of armored soldiers walked out and looked at Lin Xian cautiously. Identity token. One of them said coldly. Lin Xian handed over both the sect's disciple token and the mission token. At the same time, he secretly sized up these soldiers. As a result, he found that these people's auras were strong. Their eyes were like knives, and they had a murderous aura that ordinary disciples did not have. As expected of the front line. Even ordinary soldiers are so strong. Lin Xian sighed in his heart. Chapter 93. Lin Xian smiled modestly. If this group of people knew that not only did he successfully escape, but he also killed 3 of them, he wondered what their expressions would be. Big brother, where is the 100 Herb Hall I'm going to? Lin Xian asked. Little brother, you should enter the city and wait for 2 days. This mission has already been upgraded. I'm afraid it's not something that can be completed by 1 or 2 people. Upgraded. Lin Xian was puzzled. This means that the mission's difficulty has increased. However, since he was already here, he had to try no matter how difficult it was. Lin Xian followed these people into the city. I'll take you to the combat hall first. The scarred man smiled as he led the way. The layout of this city was similar to other cities, but there were no ordinary people here. They were all martial artists from the body refining Dao to the meridian stage. Their cultivation was uneven. Lin Xian found that those with low cultivation were mostly in charge of logistics, while those with high cultivation were in charge of defense. Along the way, Lin Xian kept looking around and marveled in his heart. Not long after, he followed the scarred man to a mansion. Inside, there were many halls and countless pavilions. This used to be the city lord's mansion, but it was now a base of operations. The scarred man said that the combat hall was inside. Soon, the two of them arrived at the combat hall. It was located in a quiet and secluded area of the city lord's mansion. Walking into the combat hall, Lin Xian found that there were already many people inside. Most of them were youths with cultivation levels above the Meridian Stage 8. There were even some Meridian Stage 9. These people were all young elites, disciples of sects and aristocratic families. Lin Xian's arrival naturally attracted the attention of others. In an instant, countless gazes were imprinted on him. Meridian Stage 8, so weak. Who is this kid? Many people were puzzled. Lin Xian's cultivation was not outstanding. At least among these people, he was at the bottom. However, in terms of strength, it was a different story. This is Black Heaven Sect's young hero Lin. He also participated in the 100 Herb Hall mission. The scarred man introduced, young hero Lin managed to escape from 6 Eagle Men, and that's how he came to Bayway City. The 6 Eagle Men have successfully escaped. Immediately, those disdainful gazes disappeared, and the youths in the hall began to seriously size up Lin Xian. Humph! A cold snort came from the front. Lin Xian raised his head and saw Fan Chong sitting in front of him with a dark look in his eyes. Everyone seemed to have noticed Fan Chong's abnormal reaction, and many of them had a playful look in their eyes. When can we make our move? Someone asked. Are we supposed to keep waiting? It's like this. Originally, this was just a simple rescue mission. We only needed to rescue the people trapped in 100 Herb Hole. The scarred man continued, however, a huge battle broke out in Mountain Overlook City not long ago. The situation there has become extremely dangerous. I'm afraid that it will be very difficult to rescue the people of 100 Herb Hole. Even if Mountain Overlook City is dangerous, it shouldn't be a problem if we dispatch some elites. Someone asked. After that battle, the general was poisoned. The key to curing the poison lies in the 100 Herb Hall, so the Yao clan will definitely send more people. The scarred man sighed. So that's how it is. Lin Xian came to a realization. It seemed that this mission wasn't simple. However, everyone, don't worry. When the time comes, Deputy General Lord Xing will lead the elites and move together with everyone. Anyone who can help this time will receive battle merit points. Battle merit points. The youth's eyes lit up. Other than herbs, they had participated in this mission for the sake of these battle merit points. Seeing Lin Xian's confusion, the scarred man explained, these battle merit points can be used to exchange for resources at any martial hall in Xia country. For example, secret manuals, divine weapons, etc. As long as you have enough battle merit points, you can exchange for them. As for the battle merit points, it was distributed according to the completion of the mission and the performance of the enemy. Martial hall for resources. Lin Xian nodded. He finally understood why these youths were so happy. It was because they could exchange for all kinds of resources. Xia country's martial halls couldn't be compared to ordinary sections. The things inside were obtained by gathering the strength of an entire country. None of them were ordinary items. At this moment, a young girl in a silver robe slowly walked over. Her long and narrow eyes glowed with a cold light, like gemstones. When the young girl in the silver robe walked into the main hall and saw Lin Xian, her aura suddenly fluctuated. As if an invisible mountain was pressing down on them, all the youths in the main hall tensed up and found it difficult to breathe. Spirit Sea Realm. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes filled with fear. The young girl in the silver robe didn't look very old, about 16 or 17 years old. However, her aura far surpassed everyone else. Fan Chong and the other Meridian Condensing Stage 9 martial artists were also shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time. At the Spirit Sea realm, 9 spirit veins converged and formed a Spirit Sea in the body. Once formed, a martial artist's body would undergo a tremendous change. However, not every Meridian Condensing Stage 9 martial artist could enter the Spirit Sea realm. Many martial artists were stuck at this stage for decades. This was a common occurrence. However, the young girl in front of them had broken through to the Spirit Sea realm at such a young age. Her talent was frightening. Fan Chong took a deep breath. Perhaps in the entire Black Heaven sect, only the myriad sword star could compare to her. The young girl in the silver robe was like a high and mighty king, looking down at everyone. To be more precise, she was looking at Lin Xian. I didn't expect to meet you here, Lin Xian. The young girl in the silver robe's voice was cold, without a trace of anger. Lin Xian. She actually knows Lin Xian. Fan Chong's pupils shrank. Everyone else also looked at each other. Hello, little Yu. Lin Xian tried to calm himself down. His heart was in turmoil. This young girl was actually his clansman, and also a member of the Sword Pool Manor's Lin family, Lin Yu. Humph. The young girl in the silver robe frowned. Her aura crazily rushed towards Lin Xian as if it wanted to devour him. Lin Xian's body also surged with an aura that was incomparably sharp, as if it could split everything in half. This name is not something you can call me by. Lin Yu's aura receded like the tide. Then, she gave Lin Xian a deep look and left. Sword Pool Manor, one day I will return. Lin Xian's sharp aura also gradually faded away. This scene made everyone look at each other. How did this young man in front of them know such a genius? Moreover, their relationship was somewhat hostile. Lin Xian didn't explain to the crowd. Instead, it was the scarred man who explained the situation of the young girl in the silver robe. She was a 16-year-old Spirit Sea realm martial artist, and also a master of weapon nurturing. She was in charge of the entire base's weapon nurturing. Lin Xian found a seat and sat down. His heart couldn't calm down. This Lin Yu's talent was only considered to be above average in the family. She wasn't the best, but she had already reached the Spirit Sea realm. He was afraid that those people would be even stronger. Chapter 94. On the third day after Lin Xian arrived at Northgard City, there was still no progress on the 100 Herb Hall mission. During this time, many warriors went out to kill enemies and earn battle merits. Lin Xian found the scarred man again and told him his idea. What? You want to repair weapons to earn battle merits? The scarred man was surprised. He didn't expect him to be a weapon breeder. How about this? Follow me, the scarred man said. Lin Xian followed him to the center of the city. After passing through the residential area, the two came to a hexagonal pavilion. The scarred man didn't stop and directly led Lin Xian to the third floor. Master Mo, this is Lin Xian from the Black Heaven sect. He wants to repair weapons here to earn battle merits, the scarred man said respectfully. Oh, the Black Heaven sect. Master Mo looked at Lin Xian with interest. A smile appeared on his old face. You know how to breeder weapons? A little. Lin Xian smiled. Try this. Master Mo handed Lin Xian a long saber. The blade was full of gaps and looked like it was about to be broken. Ordinary treasured weapons are worth repairing. If ordinary weapons are damaged, it's better to just forge a new one, Lin Xian said directly after taking a look. Good, you do have good eyes. This long saber is indeed an ordinary item. Master Mo was happy instead of angry. Here are some low-grade human-level treasured weapons. If you can repair them, I'll give you a satisfactory amount of battle merits. Lin Xian didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down and began to carefully repair these damaged human-level treasured weapons. He didn't use the sword pool mansion's methods. Instead, he used the methods taught by Wine Lord to slowly repair them. 2 days later, all 6 human-level treasured weapons were repaired. They glowed coldly under the sunlight. Master Mo was very happy and directly gave Lin Xian 30 battle merits. In the past 2 days, Lin Xian had gained a certain understanding of battle achievement points. Killing a rank 1 demonic beast would give him 1 battle point, a rank 2 demonic beast would give him 5 battle points, and a rank 3 demonic beast would give him 20 battle points. After all, rank 3 demonic beasts were already equivalent to Sea of Souls realm warriors. Lin Xian repairing 6 artifacts was equivalent to killing 6 second-order demonic beasts. Don't underestimate a little bit of battle merit. In the martial hall, 1 battle merit could be exchanged for a 100-year-old ginseng, while 10 battle merit could be exchanged for a low-grade profound rank martial art, and 20 battle merit could be exchanged for a mid-grade profound rank martial art. Lin Xian's 30 battle merits could be exchanged for a high-grade mystic-ranked martial art or a low-grade man-ranked artifact. In the martial hall, if you had enough battle merits, you could even exchange them for spirit-level martial arts. There were also some natural treasures that would definitely attract people. Lin Xian was excited. He was looking forward to this mission. 5 days later, Lin Xian came to the combat martial hall again. Is everyone here? A majestic figure stood with his back facing everyone. General, all 16 youths are here, a soldier said respectfully. Hua. The majestic figure turned around and looked at the crowd. His eyes were mixed with a great pressure. Everyone who was looked at felt as if they had been electrocuted. A sense of fear rose from the bottom of their hearts. This was not intentional, but the years of living on the battlefield had caused his every move to be filled with an invisible murderous aura. In this mission, we must save Divine Dr. Du. General Zhang's voice was sonorous and powerful. Next, General Zhang began to arrange the battle plan. In fact, it was very simple. General Zhang would lead people to restrain the demonic beast's main firepower, and these sect youths would be responsible for saving the patient. Once they succeeded, they would immediately retreat. Although it was simple, there could not be a single mistake in the execution of the plan. Otherwise, not only would they not be able to save the patient, they might even lose their own lives. General Zhang led 7 soldiers as the vanguard. The 16 youths were divided into 4 groups. They would break out from 4 directions and finally meet at the 100 Herb Hall. Everyone was given a shield, a signal flare, and 3 recovery pills. After Lin Xian received these, he set off with everyone. The group soon disappeared into the wilderness. 4 small teams. Almost every team had a Meridian Stage 9 martial artist as the leader who was responsible for controlling the entire team. Lin Xian was not in the same team as Fan Chong. Instead, he was in a mixed team. The one with the highest cultivation was Lotus Glory Sect's Feng Bufan. His cultivation had reached Meridian Stage 9. The remaining 2 were Zhang Hao, a Lotus Glory Sect disciple. The other was Lu Lan, a Zixia sect disciple. In the remaining 3 teams, there were disciples similar to Fan Chong. In comparison, Lin Xian's team was the weakest. Feng Bufan's cultivation was the highest, so he was temporarily leading the team. Our team is relatively weak, but as long as we are united, I believe we still have a chance. Feng Bufan said, "We'll take a detour through the forest. Everyone, be careful." After the 4 of them left North Guard City, they entered the forest. Fan Chang's team also took a similar route. Feng Bufan, you have to be careful. Don't let some people in the team drag us down. After Fan Chong finished speaking, he sneered at Lin Xian and quickly left. Feng Bufan was fine, but the other two disciples looked at Lin Xian with strange eyes. No matter. Let them go first and help us scout the way. Feng Bufan said indifferently. Lin Xian smiled and did not explain. The four of them ran south together. After an hour, Lin Xian suddenly frowned and said, Senior Marshal Brother Feng, there's a pack of wolves ahead. We'd better take a detour. Pack of wolves? How is that possible? There's clearly no movement ahead. Zhang Hao's face was full of disbelief. Feng Bufan was also puzzled, but when he saw Lin Xian's confident face, he took a cautious action. Junior Marshal Brother Lin, you lead the way. We'll take a detour. Follow me. Lin Xian immediately commanded. Feng Bufan was fine, but the other two disciples were somewhat dissatisfied. They had no objection to Feng Bufan's command, but they were somewhat dissatisfied with Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not care about what they thought, but quickly led the way in front. The reason he knew was because of Wine Lord's reminder. Although Wine Lord could not directly help Lin Xian, he could still sense things like that. Lin Xian's team made several turns and carefully walked through the forest. Zhang Hao was dissatisfied and coldly snorted, there's clearly nothing, but, before he finished speaking, they heard Fan Chang's angry shout not far from them, followed by a violent fluctuation of spiritual power. What? How could this be? Cold sweat dripped down Zhang Hao's face. If they did not follow Lin Xian's instructions, then at this moment, they should have just walked to the place where the roar came from. The three of them looked at Lin Xian with a changed expression. Among them, Zhang Hao lowered his head and did not dare to speak. Feng Bufan said with gratitude, Thank you, Junior Marshal Brother Lin, for leading the way. He knew that because of Lin Xian, they were able to avoid a disaster. Chapter 95. The group quickly moved through the forest. Lin Xian walked at the front, giving him a warning every time. 2 hours later, the four arrived at the outskirts of Mountain Overlook City. Lin Xian took out a map, and the four began to study it. If we go any further, we'll be in Mountain Overlook City. There are countless demonic beasts inside, so there's no way to hide. Feng Bufan pointed at an area in the middle of the map. This is where the 100 Herb Hole used to be. We need to break through the encirclement and enter. No wonder it's called Mountain Overlook City. It's actually facing the Taihang Mountains on 3 sides. Lin Xian looked at the map. The forest here was concave. It seems we need to choose a direction to break through. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian put away the map, and the four quickly rushed over. Soon, the group stopped again. This time, Lin Xian didn't need to remind them. The three of them were shocked by the pressure coming from the front. Countless demonic beasts gathered together to form a demonic aura. It was like an invisible spear, piercing in all directions. It's a pack of crimson flame wolves. Feng Bufan was shocked. He suppressed his aura to the lowest level, afraid that he would be discovered. Lin Xian stood in place. On the surface, he looked like he was deep in thought, but he was actually communicating with Wine Lord. The left side is the eagle men, the right side is the ground shell beasts. Wine Lord sensed and told Lin Xian. Everyone, we need to decide which direction to go. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. The front side is the crimson flame wolves, the left side is the eagle men, and the right side is the ground shell beasts. Feng Bufan smiled bitterly. To be honest, the three of them didn't want to face it, but the reality was that they had to make a choice. We'll listen to our two senior brothers. Zhang Hao and Lu Lan became very obedient after witnessing Lin Xian's power. Lin Xian glanced at Feng Bufan and said, I don't recommend the left side. Between the middle and the right, which side does senior brother Feng think is better? We'll listen to junior brother Lin Xian. Feng Bufan's eyes flashed. He felt that Lin Xian should have an answer. As expected, after he finished speaking, Lin Xian quickly said, let's go to the right. Compared to the other two, it's easier for the ground shell beasts to pass through. Lin Xian's decision was correct, because their strength was on the weaker side. Regardless of whether it was facing the agile eagle men or the crimson flame wolves, they had no advantage. On the other hand, the ground shell beast was more focused on defense. If they just wanted to pass through, it would be relatively easy. In a moment, senior brother Feng will be in the front and I'll be in the back. You two will be on the sides. We'll maintain our formation. When we're halfway there, I'll switch positions with senior brother Feng, Lin Xian said. Right now, he was basically the leader of this small team. The three of them had no objections. They just waited for General Zhang to make his move. Not long after, there was a faint fluctuation of spiritual power in front of him, and there was a rumbling sound. It's done. The four of them quickly rushed out. With Feng Bufan in the lead and Lin Xian at the back, they appeared in front of the ground shell beast. However, when they truly faced the demonic beast, they were still stunned. There was a black mass of over 100 ground shell beasts crawling in front of them. This demonic beast was about 2 meters long. It had a tail and 4 limbs. Its head was like a lizard's, and its body was covered in thick leather armor with hard poisonous spikes. Roar, roar, roar. There was a low roar as over 100 ground shell beasts roared together. It was as if countless thunderbolts were exploding beside their ears. Moreover, the demonic aura on their bodies condensed in the void, forming a powerful willpower. Fear, murderous intent, bloodthirsty. There were negative emotions affecting everyone. Feng Bufan was fine, but Zhang Hao and Lu Lan were pale and cold sweat was dripping down their bodies. Among them, the calmest was Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian had already comprehended a trace of sword intent. His willpower was abnormally strong. Even if over 100 ground shell beasts joined forces, they would not be able to do anything to Lin Xian. Moreover, the embryonic form of the sword soul had formed in his mind, which made his willpower as strong as steel. Calm down, guard your mind. Lin Xian shouted in a low voice. His voice was like a sharp blade, cutting off all the negative emotions. Zhang Hao and Lu Lan suddenly woke up and gasped for breath. Thank you, senior brother Lin. The two of them were grateful from the bottom of their hearts. In the beginning, the two of them refused to submit to Lin Xian. Later on, they were shocked by his various methods. And now, Lin Xian was actually able to easily rescue the two of them in the face of a terrifying will that was as heavy as a mountain. Now, they had started to worship Lin Xian. Feng Bufan was even more shocked. In such a situation, he could only protect himself, but Lin Xian did not seem to be affected at all. This huge difference made him extremely curious and fearful of Lin Xian once again. On the opposite side, when the ground shell beasts saw that the four of them were not affected, they were instantly enraged and roared even more crazily. In the void, the huge shadow of the ground shell beast formed by demonic aura moved slowly and slapped down with one of its claws. Strong winds blew and the void trembled. This palm was like a mountain pressing down on them, making it impossible to resist. However, Lin Xian knew that this was only an illusory pressure on the spiritual level. Open! A dazzling sword ray surged out from his body. Behind him, a huge blurry sword appeared, piercing through the sky. The shadow of the ground shell beast was torn into countless pieces like a piece of paper. Two golden sword auras flew out from his eyes and shattered the fragments into nothingness. Roar! Hundreds of ground shell beasts trembled and then rushed over in a frenzy. Charge! Lin Xian roared. Instantly, the four of them rushed over like a sharp sword. Shield up! Feng Bufan shouted at the front. Zhang Hao and Lu Lan quickly took out their black shields and circulated their spiritual power at full force. A yellow light covered their spiritual power, forming a thick protective shield. In front, Feng Bufan held a dark green saber and charged forward. His moves were bold, and he was extremely brave. Lin Xian was in charge of repelling the incoming ground shell beasts. While ensuring the team's speed, he was also accumulating energy. The sky was filled with ground shell beasts continuously jumped up and crashed into Lin Xian and the others. Golden lightning palm. A golden palm shadow flew out, sending all the demonic beasts near it flying. However, even more demonic beasts rushed out. Zhang Hao and Lu Lan held on tightly to their black shields and crazily channeled their spiritual power. Even so, they could still feel the huge impact from the shields from time to time. Fortunately, Lin Xian was not trying to kill these beasts. He was just trying to force his way through. The entire team advanced quickly. Gradually, Feng Bufan could not hold on any longer. Senior brother Feng, change teams. Lin Xian shouted in time. The two of them moved at the same time. Lin Xian appeared at the front of the team. In the next moment, a dark red sword appeared in his hand. Whirlwind clouds. As soon as he arrived, Lin Xian used a powerful martial technique. 3 hurricanes flew out from his body and blew away all the beasts that pounced on him. A few beasts that charged forward were pierced through the heart by Lin Xian's sword. Roar roar. An obviously large ground shell beast pounced forward and formed a spiked ball in the air. It quickly turned towards Lin Xian and the others. Chapter 96. Not good, it's the leader of the ground shell beast. Feng Bufan's expression changed. Zhang Hao and Lu Lan were also trembling. Get lost. Lin Xian's sword chi surged. Golden electric arcs were threatening to devour people. Junior brother Lin, dodge. This ground shell beast leader is at least at the peak of Meridian Condensing Stage 9. Its defense is extremely strong. It can even take a hit from a Sea of Soul Realm martial artist. Feng Bufan roared. He even had plans to run away. Lin Xian didn't seem to hear him. His eyes shone brightly as he rushed out. Outer Sky Meteor. The green spirit chi condensed into a sharp sword chi with golden electric arcs. The sword intense seed in his body trembled. Like a shooting star, it flashed by. Roar, the ground shell beast leader's huge body froze in midair. Its demonic chi gradually faded. In the next moment, a crack appeared in the middle of its body and quickly enlarged. That huge body was split into 2 from the middle and shattered into pieces. Junior brother Lin. Feng Bufan was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Zhang Hao and Lu Lan were also stunned. It was too shocking. The ground shell beast that even Sea of Soul Realm martial artists couldn't deal with was split into 2. How powerful was the attack? Lin Xian landed on a tree branch. His face was a little pale. That attack just now was his strongest attack. Not only did he use his ultimate move, falling stars from the sky, but it was also driven by his sword intent. He used both the power of wind and thunder. That was why the scene just now happened. Roar! 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 The ground shell beast leader's death caused the crowd to fall into a short silence. But after a while, all the ground shell beasts were boiling. Hundreds of ground shell beasts rushed toward the corpse of the ground shell beast leader. Demonic chi surged from their bodies as they fought with each other. This is... Feng Bufan and the rest were stunned. They didn't understand what was going on. These ground shell beasts are fighting for the leader's demonic crystal. You guys can leave safely. Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Lin Xian stood on a tree branch and looked down. There was a walnut-sized demonic crystal in the corpse of the ground shell beast leader. It was like an emerald, glowing with green light. Hundreds of ground shell beasts were rushing toward it. Let's go! Lin Xian shouted. Feng Bufan and the other two reacted and hurriedly followed behind Lin Xian, quickly running into the distance. At the same time, in two other directions, two teams were in a life-and-death situation. The team led by Fan Chong encountered the frenzied attacks of the Scarlet Flame Wolves. Hundreds of Scarlet Flame Wolves brandished their sharp claws, pouncing and biting continuously. Next to him was a huge wolf that spat out fireballs the size of a human head. Whoosh! Whoosh! The fireball was like a miniature sun, emitting a terrifyingly high temperature as it attacked the crowd. Senior Brother Fan, save me! A disciple cried out in horror. Fan Chong turned around and saw a fireball land on the disciple's body, instantly burning him to ashes. Then, more wolves pounced on him, further away, at the Eagleman tribe. The leader of this group was a young girl in a long green dress. She had a beautiful appearance and held a jade fan in her hand as she fought with a group of Eaglemen. Senior Sister Human, there are too many Eaglemen, what should we do? You guys go quickly, I'll bring up the rear. The young girl in the green dress said. Then, she used all her strength to activate the jade fan in her hand, emitting a jade green light. The entire fan continued to expand until it was over a meter long. Wind Spirit Slash. The young girl aimed at the Eaglemen and used all her strength to fan. Suddenly, a violent wind blew and an enormous tornado flew out from the fan, stirring up the wind and clouds in the surroundings. Everything within a 10-meter radius was shrouded in strong winds. The Eaglemen were swept into the tornado and the four of them quickly escaped. Half a day later, Lin Xian and the rest arrived at the center of Mountain Overlook City. Most of the buildings in the city were destroyed. There were broken walls and broken limbs everywhere. From time to time, demonic beasts would appear. In front of them was a pagoda-shaped pavilion that was cut in half. The top 3 floors were on the ground and the entire building was 70 to 80% damaged. The surroundings were filled with broken rocks and broken wood. Half of the hall's door had fallen, but the signboard above could still be seen clearly, 100 Herb Hall. It's here. Lin Xian and the rest carefully identified and finally confirmed. The 4 of them carefully walked in. The inside was also in ruins. Most of it had been smashed. Lin Xian and the rest found a safe place to sit down and rest. Fortunately, General Zhang and the rest attracted most of the demonic beasts. Otherwise, even if we found this place, it would be difficult to enter. As Feng Bufan spoke, he swallowed a pill. Although they weren't injured, they had used up a lot of their spiritual energy. In addition to the mental stimulation, they were incomparably weak. The 4 of them swallowed pills while Zhang Hao and Lu Lan sat cross-legged to adjust their breathing. Lin Xian took out a few pills and took out a map. According to our intelligence, the surviving members of 100 Herb Hall are hiding in a secret room. Now, we need to find the secret room. Lin Xian held the map and looked around. Within his body, Wine Lord's voice sounded, "Little Xian, I'll take this opportunity to teach you the basic usage of soul force. Lin Xian saw that the three of them were resting and couldn't move, so he asked, "What's the usage of soul force?" Soul force is a special kind of energy. It belongs to the spiritual willpower level. In general, everything in the world is divided into two types. One is material, and the other is spiritual. The average person's soul force is very weak. Unless they have a special cultivation method, they can only cultivate their soul force when their cultivation reaches a high realm. But you're different. You've already condensed the embryonic form of a sword soul, so your soul force is much stronger than others. Moreover, as your sword soul continues to grow stronger, your soul force will also slowly increase. Soul force has a myriad of uses. I'll first teach you the most basic probing techniques. Last time, you also used soul force to subdue the tiger demon, right? Lin Xian asked. Yes, last time, you used a powerful soul force to directly suppress the opponent's soul. Now, I'll teach you another method. Soon after, Lin Xian started to use his soul force to investigate the situation around him under the guidance of Wine Lord. Under the soul force's perception, everything around him became clear. All the scenes appeared in his mind, and all the details were crystal clear under his investigation. He discovered that behind a broken stone pillar, there was a stone door that was blocked by several huge rocks. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to find it. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth raised slightly. He slowly walked over. If I'm not wrong, this is where they're hiding. Feng Bufan and the other two opened their eyes and walked over. The three of them carefully observed and then frowned. With our strength, I'm afraid we can't open these huge rocks. Feng Bufan sighed. These rocks are special rocks. I'm afraid only Sea of Souls realm warriors can open them. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. He estimated that these rocks were even harder than the skin of the ground shell beast. Don't worry, there are other teams. When everyone is here, we'll move. Lin Xian said, what we need to do now is to recover our strength as soon as possible. The four of them returned to their original spot and started to recover their strength. Chapter 97. Three figures quickly rushed in, the spirit power on their bodies fluctuating chaotically. Lin Xian and the other three stood up, cautiously looking at each other. At the front was a girl in a green dress, and behind her were two white-robed youths. The three of them were covered in dust, and their hair was a bit messy. They looked a bit embarrassed. It's you guys. The girl in the green dress was the first to shout. The two youths behind her also stared blankly at Lin Xian and the others, their eyes full of confusion. Lin Xian and the other three, besides Zhang Hao and Lu Lan, Feng Bufan and Lin Xian were full of energy, and there was not a trace of injury on their bodies. Did you not encounter the monster horde? The three of them were full of confusion. How is that possible? There were hundreds of ground shell beasts. Feng Bufan said with lingering fear, but luckily junior apprentice brother Lin was there, so we escaped. Junior apprentice brother Lin. The girl in green and the others looked at Lin Xian, and when they saw that he was at the 8th level of the meridian stage, their eyes widened. How is that possible? An 8th level meridian stage disciple actually led Feng Bufan and the others safely through the monster horde. The girl in green and the others found it hard to accept. They had lost a disciple to escape. This was also because the girl in green was at the peak of the 9th level and had a mid-human level treasure. Senior apprentice Sister Hu Man, hurry up and heal your wounds, we will open the stone door together. Although the three of them had all kinds of doubts, they still sighed and quickly sat down to recover their strength. A moment later, another person entered. This time it was Fan Chong and the others, but there were only two of them, and their injuries were not light. Fan Chong's face was pale, and his clothes were tattered. The other disciple was even worse, with wounds on his chest and arms. Damn crimson flame wolves. Fan Chong gritted his teeth and cursed. Fan Chong, hurry up and recover your strength. Hu Man said. Fan Chong nodded. He found that Hu Man's team was missing one person, and they looked exhausted. His heart calmed down a bit. After all, Hu Man's cultivation was much higher than his. But when he saw Lin Xian and the others, his body froze like a statue, as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Xian and the other three were unharmed, and even their clothes were not damaged, as if they had not encountered the monster horde. How is that possible? They must have not encountered the monster horde. Fan Chong kept comforting himself. He did not believe that Lin Xian and the other three could pass through the demonic beast horde unscathed. Lin Xian naturally didn't explain. He didn't even pay much attention to Fan Chong. At that moment, he was constantly learning how to use soul power from Lord Alcohol. In such a dangerous environment, the more he learned, the more assurance he had. Fan Chong was not satisfied. He did not expect Lin Xian and the others to be so lucky. He sneered and said, Feng Bufan, you guys are really fucking lucky. You didn't encounter any demonic beasts. Luck? Feng Bufan bitterly smiled. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed that Lin Xian had such ability. He said, it's not that we didn't encounter the monster horde, it's just that junior apprentice brother Lin is too strong. Under his leadership, we were able to survive. To the side, Zhang Hao and Lu Lan nodded their heads like chickens. Lin Xian. Fan Chong was stunned. How was that possible? How could a mere 8th-stage pulse condensation brat have such great ability? Feng Bufan must be hiding something. Fan Chong sneered and ignored him. He began to restore his body with all his strength. We're still missing one team. Will we have a chance? Lin Xian and the others had mostly recovered, and began to consider their next step. Wait a little longer. After an hour, if they don't appear, we'll begin. Hu Man said. The others seized the time to restore themselves. Lin Xian used his soul force to investigate the surrounding situation. Not long after, his eyebrows suddenly twitched. His body shot out like lightning, and he quickly stopped in front of a row of drawers. Opening the drawer, Lin Xian found several herbs inside. Oh, it's actually Fu Luohua and Thousand Needles grass. They look around 100 years old. Little Xian, your luck is pretty good. Wine Lord said with a smile. Lin Xian's expression was strange. He put away the herbs, and then began to circulate his soul force. Lin Xian managed to obtain a few herbs each time he made a move. However, his actions were noticed by others as well. Herbs! Hu Man exclaimed, and then slapped her head. This was 100 Herb Hall, there must be some leftover herbs. Thus, she also began to search. Feng Bufan and the others also joined the search team, and also had some gains. Fan Chong's eyes were red with envy. He also wanted to join, but he was still injured, and his soul force was exhausted. If he didn't recover in time, he would be in danger. You, hurry up and find the herbs. Fan Chong shouted at the disciple beside him. I'm injured. The disciple cried miserably, but when he saw Fan Chong's murderous gaze, he could only grit his teeth and search while cursing in his heart. The few of them continued to search, and they all found something. However, these people all looked at Lin Xian with strange gazes. Often, they would only find one herb after searching a few places, but Lin Xian was able to obtain herbs every time he made a move. It was as if he knew the location of all the herbs. Involuntarily, Lin Xian's image in everyone's hearts became mysterious again. Among these people, Lin Xian's harvest was the greatest. He found dozens of herbs, and some of them were at least 100 years old. When we get back, we can brew spirit wine. Wine Lord smacked his lips, looking impatient. After an hour, the last team still hadn't appeared. Lin Xian and the others didn't wait, but prepared to break the boulders. Let's work together to break the boulders. Only then can we contact the members of the 100 Herb Hall behind the stone door, said Hu Man. Her cultivation was the highest here, so she temporarily led the group. No one objected, so the group began to attack the boulders together. Mountain overlooks city, outside the 100 Herb Hall. General Zhang brought a group of soldiers and attracted most of the demon beasts. Among them, a silver eagleman that was more than 20 feet long was fighting with General Zhang. Demon Qi was like a mountain, and spiritual energy surged. The two forces constantly collided, and every time they smashed a deep hole in the ground. These two had the highest cultivation, and were fighting alone. Beside them were the other demon beasts and human soldiers. Among them, the two most special ones were the two demon beasts. One was a giant wolf with fiery red fur. It was more than 30 feet long, and demon Qi surged from its body as it constantly spat out huge fireballs. Fighting against it was a soldier wielding a long spear. The spear in his hand was like a dragon, and spear shadows filled the sky. It was incomparably fierce. On the other side, a burly man wielding a mountain-splitting axe was fiercely clashing with a ground shell beast. Every strike could split mountains and rocks, and sparks flew everywhere. Suddenly, a violent sound came from the center of Mountain Overlook City, and the entire pavilion shook. Not good, there's a change in the 100 Herb Hall. The Silver Eagleman spoke, damned humans, they're too cunning. Quickly go to the 100 Herb Hall, we can't let the humans succeed. The voice was like rolling thunder, spreading far and wide. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.